After waking up, global prices crashed by 10,000 times, but my wealth stayed exactly the same. Overnight, a broke worker became one of the richest men alive. Asterisk asterisk. 23-year-old Yi Qing was nothing more than a struggling office worker living in a cramped rental apartment in Magic City. After drinking some cheap liquor the night before, he woke up with a pounding headache, assuming it was just an ordinary hangover. But what he saw next nearly scared him out of his wits. Floating in midair before him was a transparent panel displaying his personal information, his name, age, physical attributes, and even his modest savings of 35,000 yuan. Before he could process the shock, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The ultimate support system has successfully bound to the host. As Yi Qing gradually accepted the system's existence, he learned the truth behind the bizarre phenomenon that had swept the entire world. The system's arrival had triggered a massive spatial disturbance, causing global prices to collapse by a factor of 10,000. Under the new economic system, 1 cent was now worth what used to be 100 yuan, while 10 cents carried the purchasing power of 1,000 yuan. After a quick calculation, Yi Qing was ecstatic. His 35,000 yuan savings had effectively become worth 350 million yuan. The penniless young man who had once struggled to pay rent had become a multi-millionaire overnight. Luxury cars, mansions, beautiful women, and a life at the very top of society. Countless fantasies rushed through his mind. But after the initial excitement faded, reality struck. If everyone's purchasing power had increased equally, then those who were already wealthy would still remain far ahead of him. Just as Yi Qing fell into despair, the system revealed another earth-shattering piece of news. Everyone else's wealth had been reduced by 10,000 times. Only Yi Qing's assets remained completely untouched. Asterisk asterisk. The unique privilege instantly reignited his ambitions. The system then issued his beginner mission. In 23 years of singlehood, there would be no penalty for failure, but success would unlock a generous beginner reward package. Now possessing unimaginable wealth, Yi Qing was confident that finding a girlfriend would be easy. His plans for conquering the world had already begun taking shape. Before Yi Qing could even leave his apartment, a hurried knock sounded at the door. Standing outside was Wang Cece, the landlord's beautiful daughter. Attractive, graceful, and from a wealthy family, she had come to collect the rent. Yi Qing had already fallen 3 months behind on payments. With an icy expression, Wang Cece warned him that if he failed to pay immediately, he would be kicked out. In the past, Yi Qing could only lower his head and endure the humiliation. But today was different. Calmly reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a thick stack of 100 yuan bills. The sight instantly stunned Wang Cece. After a long pause, she finally informed him of the current amount due. 3 months of rent plus utilities totaled only 1.1 yuan under the new pricing system. Yi Qing first offered her a 50 yuan bill. Seeing her hesitant expression, he switched to a 5 yuan note instead. Then he boldly declared, "I'll pay for the entire year. Use the rest to cover utilities." In the past, he had been scolded for running the air conditioner too long. Now he could leave it on 24 hours a day without caring. Wang Cece's attitude changed instantly. Her cold expression melted into a sweet smile as she carefully accepted the enormous payment. Just as Yi Qing was about to leave, she hesitantly asked whether he was single. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Qing casually replied that he wasn't lacking female attention and walked away. Watching his departing figure, Wang Cece silently regretted missing her chance. Yi Qing then took a taxi to the Ironman boxing gym, where he worked. At the front desk was Enya, the gym's universally acknowledged goddess. Beautiful, elegant, and surrounded by admirers, she was currently being harassed by one of the gym's fighters, Zhao Jia. Tall and muscular, Zhao Jia constantly bragged about his future plans, claiming he would soon buy a house in Magic City and could provide Enya with security and happiness. Enya, however, despised him. She knew exactly what kind of man he was, a womanizer with terrible character who constantly caused trouble. His persistent pursuit only disgusted her further. Fed up with Zhao Jia's harassment, Enya suddenly spotted Yi Qing entering the gym. Her eyes lit up. Quickly leaving the reception desk, she walked straight toward him and naturally wrapped her arm around his. Then she turned toward Zhao Jia and declared, "The man I've always liked is Yi Qing. He's hardworking, honest, ambitious, loyal, and devoted. Give up already." Yi Qing had originally planned to confess to Enya himself. Instead, before he could even say a word, the woman he had secretly loved for over a year grabbed his arm and publicly confessed first. The happiness was so overwhelming that it felt unreal. Smelling the faint fragrance from her hair, Yi Qing blushed and asked, Enya, I've liked you for a long time too. Does this mean you're my girlfriend now? Surprised by how perfectly he played along, Enya mischievously blinked and nodded. That's right. Starting today, I'm your girlfriend. At that exact moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Host has successfully ended his single status. Distributing beginner reward package. Reward, 1 Ferrari F430. Reward, 1 luxury residence in Thompson Riviera. Reward, 1 limited edition Vacheron Constantine commemorative watch. The host may collect the property keys using his identification. P.S. Keep working hard, young man. Immediately afterward, a new main quest appeared. #### main quest. Become a dominant force. Establish a company and, within 5 years, make every major enterprise in Magic City dependent on your influence. Current progress, 0 out of 100. Rewards, issued according to completion progress. Failure penalty. Host loses 10 centimeters and becomes permanently impotent. Yi Qing froze. This mission was absolutely insane. Meanwhile, Zhao Jie completely lost control after witnessing the public display of affection. Pointing angrily at Yi Qing, he shouted, Enya, I can't believe your standards are this low. You actually chose this pretty boy? Look at him. Everything he's wearing isn't even worth 2 cents. His salary is only a few dimes a month. How can he support you? He rents an apartment, takes buses and subways everywhere, and doesn't even dare take taxis. How could you choose this loser? Then Zhao Jie challenged him. If you've got guts, get in the ring and fight me. If you lose, stay away from Enya forever. The loud argument quickly attracted everyone's attention. Like most people, the gym members loved a good spectacle and immediately gathered around to watch. Embarrassed by the attention, Enya wished she could disappear on the spot. Yi Qing, however, finally snapped out of his shock. Wrapping an arm around Enya's waist, he declared confidently, Zhao Jie, Enya isn't blind. She simply recognized my hidden qualities. And since things have reached this point, I won't hide it anymore. You all think I'm poor? That's only because I wanted to satisfy your shallow assumptions. Do you really think I'm broke? With that, he pulled a thick stack of red 100 yuan notes from his pocket and slammed them onto a nearby table. Then he pointed at Zhao Jie. At best, you're a boxer. At worst, you're just hired muscle. Even if you spend your entire life fighting in the ring, can you earn this much money? Enya is my woman now. If you harass her again, I'll make you regret it. The entire gym fell silent. Everyone stared at Yi Qing and the mountain of cash on the table. No one could believe that the man who normally cleaned floors, carried equipment, and worked as a sparring partner was actually an incredibly wealthy second-generation heir. How rich was he? How powerful was his family? The questions flooded everyone's minds. Zhao Jie's arrogance instantly vanished. Replacing his hostile expression with a flattering smile, he said, Brother Yi, let's not talk about killing people. That's illegal. I drank too much fake liquor this morning and started talking nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. I swear I'll never bother sister-in-law Enya again. If anyone else dares to harass her, I'll be the first to stop them. Then he glared fiercely at everyone nearby. His lightning-fast change in attitude once again refreshed everyone's understanding of shamelessness. Money truly could make both gods and ghosts obey. Satisfied with the effect, Yi Qing wrapped an arm around the still-dazed Enya and prepared to leave. Inside Enya's mind, only one thought remained. What is happening? Everything felt like a scene straight out of a romance drama. The ordinary co-worker who spent his days mopping floors, doing odd jobs, and acting as a human punching bag had suddenly become a mysterious billionaire heir. And somehow, she was now his girlfriend. Had he revealed his true identity because of her? Had his frugal lifestyle been nothing but an act? Was he working here merely to experience ordinary life? Her mind was filled with questions. After Yi Qing walked away, Zhao Jie respectfully called out, Take care, Brother Yi. The words finally snapped Enya back to reality. She gently pulled away from Yi Qing and said softly, Yi Qing, you've misunderstood. I only wanted you to pretend to be my boyfriend so Zhao Jie would stop harassing me. This whole thing is just a misunderstanding. The moment Yi Qing heard those words, his heart sank. After showing off so dramatically, she was telling him it had all been fake? Refusing to give up, he immediately confessed. Inya, I've actually liked you for a long time. I've worked here for more than a year because of you. Your kindness, your character, everything about you attracted me. I've always been too afraid to confess. But after hearing what you said today, I finally found the courage. Will you be my girlfriend? Hearing his heartfelt confession, Inya froze. Thoughts raced through her mind. She thought about Yi Qing's hidden identity. She thought about the year they had spent together. After a long silence, she finally replied. It's all happened so suddenly. I can't sort out my feelings right now. Can you give me some time to think about it? Hashtag Chapter 3, A Difficult Mission. Hearing Inya's response, Yi Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was still hope. Nodding, he asked, Then can I pick you up for dinner tonight? Sure. Let's talk later tonight. I still have to get back to work. After a brief pause, she added, What about you? Are you still going to work at the gym? Yi Qing thought for a moment before replying. I used to work there because of you. But now, I plan to start a company and work hard for our future. How could he not work hard? If he failed the mission, he'd lose 10 centimeters. Touched by his words, Inya smiled warmly. My expectations aren't nearly as complicated as you think. Focus on your own goals first. I'll head back to work now. She waved goodbye and returned to the boxing gym. The gym employees, who had been thoroughly shocked earlier, immediately surrounded her the moment she came back. Several female co-workers who were close to her eagerly bombarded her with questions. Meanwhile, Yi Qing, who was one step away from truly escaping singlehood, hailed a taxi to collect his beginner rewards. A supercar, a luxury mansion, and a potential girlfriend. 3 blessings at once. Driver, take me to Thompson Riviera. The driver looked confused. Huh? Thompson Riviera? Did you get the place right, young man? With a grin, Yi Qing replied confidently. My home is there. Just drive. The driver thought to himself. If you can afford a mansion in Thompson Riviera, why are you taking a taxi? Still, he quietly started driving. Located along Binjiang Avenue near the Bund, Thompson Riviera was one of Magic City's most prestigious residential communities. Residents could enjoy views of the Bund's dazzling nightscape and the river directly from their apartments. As a result, property prices there were astronomical. The neighborhood was home to the rich and powerful. Luxury cars were commonplace, and even the most ordinary residents drove high-end Mercedes-Benz vehicles. Today, however, an unusual owner arrived. The moment Yi Qing stepped out of the taxi, he was stopped by a security guard. Sir, non-residents are not permitted inside. Speechless, Yi Qing explained. Brother, I really am a homeowner here. Just let me speak with the property management office. My keys are being held there. The guard frowned. Which building and unit do you own? Yi Qing instantly froze. The system had only mentioned the reward. It never told him the building number. Trying to stay calm, he said, I forgot the exact unit. If you don't believe me, take me to property management. I can prove it. The diligent guard shook his head and politely asked him to leave. Left with no other choice, Yi Qing pulled out his ultimate weapon, a thick stack of bright red 100 yuan bills. Holding them up, he declared, I dress simply because I like keeping a low profile. Do I look like someone who's short on money? I own too many properties around the country. That's why I can't remember which building this one is. Just contact your property management office and tell them Yi Qing is here. The guard had never encountered someone so outrageously confident. Defeated by the power of money, he picked up his radio and made the call. A few moments later, his attitude transformed completely. Welcome home, Mr. Yi. Yi. Property management is already on the way to receive you. Please come inside and have a seat. Several minutes later, a well-dressed middle-aged man in a suit entered the security office. He immediately greeted Yi Qing respectfully. Mr. Yi, I am Long Boxiang, personal manager of Building 1. I've brought the keys you left in our care. Please allow me to escort you home. The impeccable service left Yi Qing slightly overwhelmed. Luxury residences truly were different. Let's go. He followed Manager Long into an open sightseeing cart and headed toward Building 1. Along the way, Long enthusiastically introduced the community's facilities, services, and layout. The entire neighborhood functioned like a self-contained luxury city where almost anything could be purchased without leaving the premises. A few minutes later, they arrived at Building 1. Escorted respectfully by Long, Yi Qing entered a lavishly decorated elevator. 38th floor. Unit 1. Asterisk asterisk. The door opened. Under the glow of automatic lighting, Yi Qing finally saw his new home. European-style luxury decor, yacht-grade teak flooring, genuine leather sofas, a custom-made television exceeding 200 inches. Everything was perfect. After exploring further, he discovered the apartment was a duplex penthouse with over 420 square meters of living space. The upper floor served as the private living area, while the lower level contained multiple entertainment and functional spaces. Having lived as a poor nobody his entire life, Yi Qing couldn't contain his excitement. Standing in the enormous living room, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "This beginner reward is incredible. The appliances are all here. The wardrobes are stocked. They even prepared toilet paper. This is ridiculously thoughtful. Once I have time, I'll move my belongings out of the rental apartment. But first, I need to focus on business. What kind of company can I build that'll dominate every industry in Magic City within 5 years?" With that, Yi Qing grabbed his laptop and got to work. Time flew by. Completely absorbed in planning his future empire, he worked non-stop until evening. When he finally glanced at the newly acquired Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist, it was already 6 o'clock. Closing his laptop, he contacted Enya and arranged their dinner plans. After showering, he changed into an expensive yet understated outfit, headed downstairs, climbed into his Ferrari F430, and drove towards Century Garden. At 6:30 p.m., Enya returned home and began getting ready. The moment her mother saw her dressing up, she immediately became suspicious. Are you dating someone? What's he like? What kind of family does he come from? Does he own a house in Magic City? Is he a local resident?" The rapid-fire interrogation left Enya dizzy. "Mom, what are you thinking? We're still just friends. We haven't reached that stage yet. And honestly, I hate those kinds of questions." Her mother sighed. "My dear daughter, with your looks and figure, you need someone worthy of you. Do you know how expensive Magic City is? In the future, your younger brother will need help getting married and raising a family. We can't all squeeze into this tiny 89 square meter apartment forever. Look at He-Chien from our neighborhood. Her boyfriend owns a 130 square meter apartment downtown and drives a Mercedes. Her mother brags about it every chance she gets. Your looks and figure are miles better than hers. Whatever you do, don't find someone worse than she did. Otherwise, I'll be too embarrassed to face anyone in this neighborhood." Hashtag Chapter 4. The world is full of coincidences. Listening to her mother's endless lecturing, Enya felt exhausted. "Mom, money isn't everything. When two people are together, what matters is love. I care about how someone treats me. I want someone who cherishes me. That's how two people support each other throughout life." Hearing those naive ideas again, her mother frowned. "You stubborn girl. You still don't understand how the real world works. What's the most practical thing in life? Money. Without money, what will you eat? Where will you live? How will you maintain that beautiful skin of yours? A woman's youth only lasts a few years. If you don't find a man who loves you and has money, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Every time I see He-Chien's mother wearing designer brands, I get jealous. I'm jealous because she found a great son-in-law." The lecture continued endlessly. Enya grew increasingly frustrated. At the same time, thoughts of Yi Qing's wealth surfaced in her mind. Does he really love me? Even if he does now, will he still love me in the future? Will he eventually fall for someone else? Her thoughts spiraled wildly. Just then, her phone rang. It was Yi Qing. "Enya, I've arrived." His deep voice echoed through the phone. "Okay, give me a minute. I'll be right down." She hung up immediately. Turning to her eavesdropping mother, she said, "Mom, I'm going out for dinner with a friend. I'll be back later." Then she grabbed her handbag and hurried toward the door. Seeing this, her mother immediately followed. "What friend? I'm your mother. Do you think I don't know what's on your mind? There are too many scammers nowadays. Let me take a look at him first. And your second aunt already introduced a potential boyfriend to you. You should stop spending time with random men. If rumors spread, it'll affect your reputation when you get married." Faced with her mother's relentless persistence, Enya could only remain silent and head downstairs. Century Garden was an aging residential complex built during the 1980s. Most residents were either elderly locals or migrant workers renting inexpensive apartments. As a result, Yi Qing's Ferrari F430 looked wildly out of place when it pulled up outside the entrance. The supercar immediately attracted a crowd. Damn, that's a Ferrari. It's gorgeous. I wonder when I'll be able to afford something like that. One knowledgeable bystander explained. That's the latest Ferrari F430. It costs 7 or 8 million. You could buy an entire 3-bedroom apartment in Magic City with that kind of money. Inside the car, Yi Qing listened to the comments and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Just yesterday, he had been one of those people. Thankfully, the system had changed everything. He was no longer a poor nobody. He was now on the path toward conquering all of Magic City. As Enya exited the neighborhood, she looked around but couldn't immediately find Yi Qing. Just as she reached for her phone, a handsome young man stepped out of an eye-catching supercar. Enya, over here. It was Yi Qing. For a moment, Enya felt uncertain. Is this the real him? Can people from such different worlds truly be together? Following behind her, her mother immediately brightened when she saw Yi Qing. Your boyfriend is calling you. Why are you standing there? Go say hello. Without waiting for a response, she pulled Enya toward him. As they approached, Enya's mother scanned Yi Qing like a radar. Nearly 6 feet tall, well-dressed, clean-cut features, gentle and refined. A perfect match for her daughter. Hello, hello. I'm Enya's mother, Wang Suzhen. She greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, Aunt Wang. My name is Yi Qing. I'm Enya's boyfriend. Yi Qing smiled warmly and shook her hand. Under the streetlights, Wang Suzhen noticed the commemorative Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist. Her smile widened immediately. Xiao Yi, my daughter always tells me what a wonderful man you are. A man worthy of spending a lifetime with. That's why I insisted on coming downstairs to meet you. Now that I've seen you, I can finally relax. Enya stared at her mother in disbelief. When did I ever say any of that? And wasn't this the same woman who had been criticizing Yi Qing at home just moments ago? Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Wang Suzhen laughed. My daughter is just shy. Xiao Yi, I won't interrupt your date. When you have time, come visit us. I'll cook something delicious for you. Still smiling brightly, she patted Enya's shoulder. Go on, have fun. Then she turned and hurried back into the neighborhood. Once she was gone, Enya apologized awkwardly. Sorry, Yi Qing. That must have been embarrassing. Yi Qing chuckled. I understand. Parents always worry that the cabbage they've spent decades raising will get stolen by some pig. Then, acting like a perfect gentleman, he opened the passenger door and invited her into the Ferrari. As the two chatted, they drove toward one of Magic City's most famous revolving restaurants. Meanwhile, after returning to the neighborhood, Wang Suzhen unexpectedly ran into her longtime rival, Li Hui, Yi Qian's mother. Taking the initiative, Wang Suzhen greeted her. Going out this late, sisterly? Li Hui immediately replied with her usual smug tone. My son-in-law is coming home for dinner. I'm buying some seafood. He's picky about food and can't stand ordinary dishes. Normally, Wang Suzhen would have walked away the moment she heard such bragging. But today was different. After enduring more than a year of showing off, she was finally ready for revenge. With a bright smile, she said, That's understandable. After all, your son-in-law drives a Mercedes and enjoys the finest things. Your daughter really did find a wonderful husband. Unlike my troublesome daughter, she secretly found herself a boyfriend. If I hadn't discovered it tonight, I wouldn't even know she was dating someone. Sisterly, tell me, would I ever stop her from dating? So why hide it from me? Honestly, it drives me crazy. Although her words sounded like a complaint, the smile on Wang Suzhen's face made it obvious she wasn't upset in the slightest. Hashtag Chapter 5, A Chance Encounter. Hearing Wang Suzhen's words, Li Hui immediately became interested. Enya's mother, how's Enya's new boyfriend? How does he compare to my Jihong? Wang Suzhen smiled modestly, though the pride on her face was impossible to hide. How could he possibly compare to your Jihong? Your Jihong drives a Mercedes worth tens or even hundreds of thousands. My daughter's boyfriend drives some kind of sports car with a horse logo on it. I think it's called a Ferrari. Oh, and the watch on his wrist. It looked like that Vacheron Constantine commemorative edition I saw online. They say only 12 were released in all of China, and each one costs over 800,000. I'm getting old and my eyesight isn't what it used to be. Next time my future son-in-law visits, you'll have to help me see if it's real. Although she spoke humbly, Wang Suzhen's expression looked like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Li Hui was completely defeated. Forcing a smile, she said, Really? Then congratulations to Enya. I'm still busy buying groceries. Let's chat another time. Afterward, she quickly left for the neighborhood entrance. Meanwhile, Wang Suzhen happily began searching for her next target to brag to. Inside one of Magic City's famous revolving restaurants, elegant music drifted through the air. Yi Qing handed the menu to Enya. What would you like to eat? Looking around at the luxurious surroundings and the expensive prices listed on the menu, Enya quietly ordered the cheapest item she could find. I've been dieting recently. A salad is enough. Yi Qing chuckled. After ordering several signature dishes, he looked at her and smiled. Enya, we've known each other for over a year. You don't have to be so reserved around me. Wasn't it you who said that when eating at a buffet, the goal is to leave only after needing support from the wall? Enya's cheeks flushed slightly under the warm lighting. I was trying to save you money. Then she glanced at him and asked, since when did I become your girlfriend? I haven't even agreed yet. And you already introduced yourself as my boyfriend in front of my mother. I'm going to be in trouble when I get home. Because they were already familiar with each other, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. Soon they were chatting comfortably. Just as their conversation became lively, a feminine voice suddenly called out, Enya. Both turned to look. A fashionable young woman accompanied by a handsome man was walking toward them. Enya immediately stood. Jia, long time no see. The woman, Zhao Jia, was over 170 centimeters tall with the stereotypical influencer-style appearance. Compared to Enya's naturally elegant oval face, Zhao Jia's features looked noticeably more artificial. Bringing her companion forward, Zhao Jia proudly introduced him. Enya, this is my boyfriend, Lu Zhiping. He's a returned overseas Chinese and currently serves as CEO of Shengtai Corporation. Then she turned toward Yi Qing. This is my college classmate Enya. And this handsome gentleman must be your boyfriend? Wearing a suit and a gold watch, Lu Zhiping first looked at Enya and was visibly impressed. Then his gaze shifted toward Yi Qing. At first glance, Yi Qing seemed to be wearing a simple Armani casual outfit. His arrogance immediately disappeared. He extended his hand politely. Hello, I'm Lu Zhiping. Yi Qing. As their hands met, Lu Zhiping noticed the limited edition Vacheron Constantine watch on Yi Qing's wrist. His heart skipped a beat. This guy's background definitely isn't simple. Someone who casually wears an 800,000 yuan watch clearly isn't ordinary. Meanwhile, Zhao Jia paid no attention to the watch. Instead, she enthusiastically bragged about her boyfriend, which prestigious university he graduated from, his annual salary, the size of his house, the luxury car he drove, the expensive gifts he bought her. Finally, she turned to Enya. So what does your boyfriend do? How big is his house? Like many women, especially former classmates, she enjoyed comparing lifestyles. The question left Enya speechless. To be honest, she knew almost nothing about Yi Qing's work. Before she could answer, Yi Qing smiled. Miss Zhao, I rarely discuss work with Enya. A girlfriend should be cherished. I don't want her worrying about company affairs. She only needs to stay beautiful. So let me answer for her. Everyone immediately focused on him. I currently own a technology company. The registered capital is 10,000 yuan. I'm just testing the waters for now. I live in Thompson Riviera on Binjiang Avenue. The apartment is over 400 square meters. I saw it, liked it, and bought it. I never bothered checking the exact size. If you have time, Miss Zhao, feel free to visit. Zhao Jia nearly rolled her eyes. Keep bragging. You live in Thompson Riviera? You bought a 400 square meter apartment because it looked nice? Sure. If you're really that rich, why isn't Enya dressed head to toe in luxury brands? Even Enya felt overwhelmed. She knew Yi Qing was wealthy. But this wealthy? That was another story. Unlike his girlfriend, Lu Zhiping immediately sensed something unusual. Quickly changing the topic, he laughed. Brother Yi, you're the role model all men should learn from. Then he turned toward Zhao Jia. Classmates meeting after so many years is a precious thing. Since we've run into old friends, let's enjoy dinner together. Seeing her boyfriend's strange enthusiasm, Zhao Jia swallowed the sarcastic remarks she had been preparing and instead began chatting with Enya about their college days. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiping started discussing business with Yi Qing. He repeatedly asked what kind of technology company Yi Qing planned to build. Fortunately, Yi Qing had spent the entire day researching. Drawing from what he had learned, he began confidently improvising. Have you heard of naked eye 3D display technology? That's our company's core project. The moment my research team overcomes the final technical barrier, the entire display industry will face a massive reshuffle. And I'll be the one dealing the cards. So far, I've invested over 500,000 yuan into the project. I've hired well-known professors from both China and overseas to tackle the remaining challenges. Empowered by the system and his newfound confidence, even his exaggerated claims sounded convincing. The three listeners sat there stunned. Professional terminology, massive investments, research laboratories, industry disruption. Everything sounded incredibly impressive. Fortunately, the arrival of the food interrupted Yi Qing's increasingly outrageous storytelling. Smiling, Yi Qing said, "Since we're all here, why don't we eat together?" Lu Zhiping immediately agreed. Secretly hoping to build a connection with Yi Qing, he repeatedly signaled his girlfriend with his eyes. Fortunately, Zhao Jia understood. Then I won't be polite. Hashtag Chapter 6, truly no longer single. The meal was extravagant. Foie gras, a 5 wagyu beef, premium seafood, and countless other expensive dishes. Looking at the luxurious feast spread across the table, Zhao Jia repeatedly wanted to take pictures for social media. But seeing Yi Qing's completely indifferent attitude, she ultimately restrained herself and focused on eating. After dinner, Lu Zhiping invited Yi Qing to a cafe. His goal was simple: build a relationship with this mysterious and seemingly powerful man. Meanwhile, Yi Qing lacked business experience and hoped to learn something useful. As a result, he gladly accepted. Before leaving, however, he pulled another stack of bright red bills from his pocket. Taking out 2 notes, he handed them to Inya. "I'm going to chat with Lu Zhiping. You and your classmate can go shopping. Buy whatever you like. Spend freely. Keep the rest as spending money. If it isn't enough, I'll give you more." After saying that, he gestured for Lu Zhiping to leave with him. Watching Yi Qing casually hand over what amounted to a small fortune before walking away, Zhao Jia was utterly jealous. Then she glanced at her own CEO boyfriend, who was practically following behind Yi Qing like an eager subordinate. Unable to contain herself, she sighed. "Inya, I'm so jealous. You found such an incredible boyfriend. If Lu Zhiping were even 1/10 as good as him, I'd wake up laughing every day." Holding the money in her hands, Inya felt both shocked and strangely happy. "Let's go shopping. Honestly, I don't really need anything." Zhao Jian nearly exploded. "My dear classmate, do you know what a woman's most important weapon is? It's her appearance. It's her beauty. Your boyfriend is amazing. Do you know how many women would throw themselves at him? Come on. I'm going to make you so stunning that Yi Qing won't be able to leave you for the rest of his life." With that, she dragged Inya into the shopping mall. An hour later, the 2 women arrived at the cafe. The moment Yi Qing saw Inya, his eyes lit up. She had always been beautiful. Now she looked breathtaking. The light blue Chanel dress accentuated her graceful figure. Silver high heels highlighted her elegance. The Hermes handbag perfectly complemented her refined temperament. For a moment, a poetic line appeared in Yi Qing's mind. Asterisk, her eyes held autumn's soul. Her beauty floated like a song. Asterisk. "See, I made your girlfriend look amazing. You should thank me," Zhao Jia proudly declared. Yi Qing laughed. "Thank you, Miss Zhao. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Anywhere in Magic City." Then he checked his watch. "It's getting late. I should take Inya home." Lu Zhiping immediately stood. "You're right. We should head back too. Brother Yi, if you ever need anything, give me a call." Then he quickly dragged Zhao Jia away. Outside, he immediately began lecturing his girlfriend. Make friends with Inya. Stay on good terms with her. The watch on Yi Qing's wrist alone could buy an apartment in Magic City. Meanwhile, Yi Qing couldn't stop looking at Inya. Finally, she rolled her eyes. "We've worked together for a year. Haven't you looked enough already? Not even close. I could look at you for a lifetime and still not get tired of it." His straightforward answer made her heart warm. Then she handed him the remaining money. "I couldn't refuse Zhao Jia. So I bought these clothes. This is the money that's left." Before she could finish speaking, Yi Qing interrupted. "What's mine is yours. Why worry about something so small? Keep it as spending money." Then he picked up her shopping bags and escorted her to the parking lot. Half an hour later, the Ferrari stopped outside Century Garden. After hesitating for a long time, Yi Qing finally asked, "Inya, will you be my girlfriend?" This time, Inya was no longer frightened or overwhelmed. Instead, she smiled playfully. "Wasn't I already your girlfriend? Then she grabbed her shopping bags and ran toward the neighborhood entrance. For a moment, Yi Qing was completely stunned by happiness. Leaning out the car window, he shouted, "Inya, yeah, I'll take good care of you for the rest of my life." Like a mischievous little girl, she turned around and formed a finger gun. Bang! Yi Qing clutched his chest dramatically as though struck. Only after watching her disappear inside did he drive home, not to the rental apartment, but to his luxurious home at Thompson Riviera. Back at home, Inya immediately faced an interrogation from her mother. What did Yi Qing's family do? How large was his house? Unable to endure the questioning, she finally told her mother everything. The remaining spending money, the luxury gifts, even Yi Qing's claims about investing hundreds of thousands into 3D display research. Wang Suzhen became increasingly excited. "My precious daughter, when you finally find a boyfriend, you find someone this incredible. You're going to give your mother a heart attack." Then she suddenly frowned. "Wait, why did you come home so early? It's not even 11 o'clock. Why didn't you spend more time with Xiaoyi? He lives alone in such a huge house. He must be lonely. You can visit him more often. Your father and I are still young. You don't need to stay home taking care of us." Inya was dumbfounded. "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not that kind of girl. If you say things like that again, I'll get angry." But Wang Suzhen only sighed. "I'm worried he's too outstanding. You're not married yet. What if another woman steals him away?" Then she launched into another lengthy lecture. In the living room, Inya's father and younger brother sat silently, listening to Wang Suzhen's endless rambling with helpless expressions. The next morning, Yi Qing woke up on his soft luxury mattress. After breakfast, he chatted with Inya on his phone for a while before driving to a business services center. Inside Magic City's Lanting Business Services office, Lucia stood at the reception desk wearing delicate makeup, preparing for another day of work. As usual, she couldn't help envying her former classmates who had married into wealthy families. "If only I could do the same. Then I wouldn't have to work this public-facing job every day." Just then, the roar of a powerful engine echoed outside. Moments later, a man wearing sunglasses entered the office. The instant he saw the receptionist, his face lit up with surprise. "Lucia," Yi Qing called out excitedly. ####Chapter 7. Surprises lurk around every corner. When Lucia heard the familiar voice, she looked up and saw a tall, well-dressed young man calling her name. "Sorry, you are?" she asked curiously. Yi Qing removed his sunglasses and smiled. "It's me, Yi Qing. Remember? Class 3 of Industrial Trade in college." The moment she saw his face, Lucia recognized him instantly. "Yi Qing, I never expected to see you here. Why didn't you come to the last class reunion? By the way, what brings you here today?" Back then, he had been broke. No car, no house, no status. What would have been the point of attending? Just to embarrass himself and become everyone's gossip topic? Smiling, he replied casually, "I was busy handling company business overseas at the time, so I couldn't make it. I never thought I'd run into you while taking care of some business today." What a surprise. How could Yi Qing not be happy? He was already halfway to success. Yesterday, he had confessed his feelings and officially started dating the beautiful Inya. Today, he unexpectedly ran into the girl he had secretly admired during college. The sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. After listening to his explanation, Lucia examined him carefully. Though his appearance was ordinary, he carried an air of confidence that was impossible to fake, a confidence she had only seen in successful businessmen, including her own boss. "That makes sense," she said warmly. "I'm happy to see you too. So what are you here for? I can introduce you to my uncle. He's one of the best consultants in the firm." "Sure. I'd rather deal with someone I know. I'm planning to start a company." Yi Qing nodded. Since someone would earn a commission anyway, he might as well let an old classmate benefit from it. The two chatted as they walked to the second floor. Pointing at room 203, Lucia said, "My uncle is inside. You can discuss everything with him directly. Because of company policy, I can't accompany you. See you later." Yi Qing knocked on the door and entered. Watching the door close behind him, Lucia couldn't help but calculate. Back in college, Yi Qing had been practically invisible. Who would have thought he'd transform so completely after entering society? The designer clothes he wore certainly weren't cheap. Half an hour later, Yi Qing finished discussing his company's registration with Lucia's uncle, Lu Chao. After exchanging contact information with Lucia, he left to look for office space. Soon afterward, The distinctive roar of a supercar engine echoed outside. Lucia froze. A moment later, her uncle emerged carrying a briefcase. She immediately stepped forward. "Uncle, what exactly is my classmate here to do?" After glancing around, Lu Chao lowered his voice. "He's starting a technology company. Registered capital, 20,000. Then he hurried away. Lucia stood rooted to the spot. Only 2 words remained in her mind. 20,000. After leaving the firm, Yiqing drove directly to Shanghai Tower. With the manager's enthusiastic assistance, he successfully leased over 800 square meters of premium office space before rushing off to order customized office furniture. The entire day disappeared in a blur of activity. Back at home, Yiqing reviewed his progress. The company's framework is basically finished. Now I just need the business license and recruitment. I need office staff, secretaries, administrators. He carefully recorded everything in a notebook. After finishing work, it was time to focus on personal matters. He called Enya. The two chatted for a while and discussed meeting for dinner, but she refused gently. "You've been busy all day. You should get some rest. Once things settle down, we'll have plenty of time to go on dates." Her concern made his heart melt. After ending the call, he was about to order takeout when his phone rang again. It was Lucia. "Yiqing, are you free tonight? How about dinner? I wanted to thank you for taking care of my uncle today." On the other end, Lucia gripped her phone nervously. She had spent the entire afternoon thinking of an excuse to invite him out. After all, wealthy young men were a scarce resource in Shanghai. The competition among women was fierce. When a good man appeared, countless women would rush toward him. She had even asked security personnel about him. Her classmate had arrived in a Ferrari. A man with a 20,000 yuan company and a Ferrari? If she didn't make a move now, she'd be a fool. After a brief pause, Yiqing replied, "Sure. I was just about to order takeout. Where should we meet?" Lucia's heart skipped a beat. "Let's eat near our old university. I miss the street food there. I'll wait for you outside Wanfu Community on Hepping Road." Having never encountered a professional flirt before, Yiqing had no idea he was being targeted. He happily agreed. Meanwhile, Lucia had already spent over an hour getting ready. Her delicate makeup accentuated her naturally attractive features. She looked like a blooming rose. Soon, a silver Ferrari pulled up in front of her. Rolling down the window, Yiqing smiled. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Hop in." Pretending to be shocked, Lucia exclaimed, "Oh my God, Yiqing, you've really made it. Driving a car like this? Then tonight you're paying. I'm definitely going to take advantage of a rich guy." As she bent down to open the passenger door, a glimpse of fair skin appeared at her neckline. Unfortunately for Yiqing, he noticed it. Having been single for over 20 years, his heart immediately started racing. His face reddened slightly. "Sure, order whatever you want." Once inside the car, Lucia secretly observed his reaction. A delighted thought crossed her mind. Could Yiqing still be an innocent rookie? ####Chapter 8. Schemes run deep. The more Lucia thought about it, the happier she became. Smiling brightly, she said, "You promised. I'm going to eat a lot tonight." The Ferrari headed toward Shanghai University. During the drive, Yiqing suddenly asked, "What happened between you and Li Bo?" Li Bo had been Lucia's college boyfriend. He played guitar beautifully and was one of the best basketball players on campus. Everyone had expected them to get married someday. A trace of sadness appeared on Lucia's face. College is an ivory tower. It's full of beautiful promises and romance. But society is different. If you want to survive, you need ability and ambition. After graduation, Li Bo tried singing at bars. Reality hit him hard. He eventually found a job, but was fired after only 3 days because of his laziness. Then he stayed home, living off his parents and constantly asking me for money. I couldn't take it anymore. So I broke up with him. He probably still dreams of becoming a celebrity. Her explanation painted her as a loyal woman forced to leave an irresponsible man. Yiqing nodded sympathetically. He despised freeloaders as well. Forget the past. You'll meet someone better. Seeing that her performance was working perfectly, Lucia continued sharing stories about the hardships she had endured. Every sentence highlighted her vulnerability. She knew Yiqing had once had a crush on her. Near Shanghai University, the night market was bustling with activity. At a barbecue stall, Li Bo stood beside a grill, diligently roasting skewers. His dream of stardom had collapsed. Now he had no choice but to face reality. As he sprinkled cumin onto the meat, A sleek sports car pulled up nearby. Looking at it enviously, he sighed. If I could drive a car like that, Shia never would have left me. Then he froze. His eyes widened. His ex-girlfriend stepped out of the passenger seat, dressed beautifully, her long white legs impossible to ignore. For a moment, countless memories flooded back. After exiting the car, Lucia immediately spotted him. Her heart tightened. Pretending not to recognize him, she quickly looked away. That indifference shattered Li Bo's heart. Then things became even worse. Yi Qing stepped out of the driver's seat. Li Bo felt as if his world had collapsed. Why you? Why you? He rubbed his eyes repeatedly. The chili powder and cumin made tears stream down his face. The Ferrari driver couldn't possibly be Yi Qing. Back in college, Yi Qing had been a nobody. He worked part-time every day just to pay tuition. He wore the same clothes for 3 years. Now he was driving a Ferrari? It felt completely unreal. Come on, order whatever you want. After locking the car, Yi Qing smiled. Standing beside him, Lucia deliberately blocked Li Bo from view. Let's get hot pot. We used to eat there all the time. I really miss that taste. She led him away. Behind them, Li Bo watched helplessly as they disappeared into the crowd. Tears streamed down his face. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Lucia acted like an excited little girl. I want this. And this. Oh no, everything looks delicious. I'm definitely going to gain weight. You have no idea how painful dieting is. Her cheerful personality made her seem incredibly easy to please. During the meal, she frequently picked food for Yi Qing. Sometimes she even tried to wipe his mouth with a napkin. Eventually, an embarrassed Yi Qing stopped her. I can do it myself. After dinner, they strolled around for a while before he drove her home. On the drive back, Yi Qing couldn't stop thinking about the glimpse of fair skin he'd seen earlier. She's really beautiful. Not long after arriving home, he received another call from Lucia. Did you get home safely? Oh, by the way, I accidentally left my lipstick in your car. Will you be home tomorrow? I can come pick it up myself so I don't waste your time. Completely inexperienced with such tactics, Yi Qing took the bait immediately. Sure, I'll be home tomorrow. He even sent her his address. Lying in bed, Lucia stared at the location and grinned. Yi Qing, you're not escaping my grasp. Then she opened her blocked contacts list and restored a phone number that had been blacklisted for 2 years. She dialed. The call connected after 2 rings. Li Bo, I'm calling to tell you that I have a boyfriend now. Stop holding on to unrealistic fantasies. We're not from the same world anymore. When I dated you, I was young and naive. And don't go saying unnecessary things to Yi Qing. You'll find someone better someday. Click. She hung up immediately. Then she lay back on her bed, humming happily. At the night market, Li Bo slowly lowered his phone. He crouched down and buried his face in his hands. No, why would you do this to me? As one person cried, another celebrated. Meanwhile, Yi Qing went to bed as usual. The next morning, Yi Qing woke up on schedule. After checking the time, he reviewed his plans for the day. First, visit Enya. Then go to Shanghai University and meet Professor Huang. After washing up, he bought breakfast and headed to the boxing gym. At the entrance, Enya looked at the generous breakfast spread and sighed helplessly. You're already so busy. You don't need to bring me breakfast every day. I already ate at home. You can share it with your coworkers. Yi Qing smiled. Has anyone been bothering you lately? No. Everyone knows I have a boyfriend now. Who's brave enough to harass me? She smiled sweetly. It's getting late. You should focus on your company. I'm a grown woman. I can take care of myself. Her words filled Yi Qing's heart with warmth. Chapter 9. The company is founded. The bluff becomes reality. Yi Qing originally wanted to ask Enya if she would like to work at his company. That way they could spend every day together. Then he could invite her to move in with him, and everything else would naturally fall into place. The plan sounded perfect in his head. Unfortunately, when the words reached his lips, he couldn't bring himself to say them. After all, Enya was a black belt in Taekwondo. All right, I'll get back to work. Take care of yourself. After watching Enya walk away carrying the breakfast boxes, Yi Qing silently cursed his own lack of courage before driving off. He soon arrived at his newly established company, Evergreen Technology Company, Limited. The first thing he did was hire a cleaning crew to tidy up the office. By afternoon, delivery workers arrived and began assembling office furniture and equipment. Watching the company gradually take shape filled Yi Qing with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Employees from the neighboring offices frequently wandered over to satisfy their curiosity. Some of the bolder ones even struck up conversations, asking what kind of business the young boss planned to run. After all, Yiqing looked far too young to be a company owner. Most people assumed he was some kind of supervisor. The truth was that Yiqing himself was still figuring things out. Whenever people asked, he could only laugh awkwardly and say he wasn't sure yet. After sending away another curious visitor, he received a call from Lu Chao. The business license had already been approved and was on its way. After hanging up, Yiqing couldn't help grinning. A professional firm really is different. Ordinary people might spend weeks handling this paperwork. They got it done in a single day. Money well spent. He had also learned some information about the neighboring companies. The company on the left, Shinbao Capital, specialized in investments. The company on the right, Tianyi Financial, focused on finance. Their bosses were undoubtedly influential figures. I should visit them sometime and learn a few things. An hour later, Lu Chao arrived. Seeing the completed company sign, fully furnished office space, and workers busily unloading equipment, he was stunned. Yesterday, they had only discussed the company registration. Today, the entire office was practically operational. Entering the luxurious executive office, he saw Yiqing sitting behind an enormous desk. "Mr. Yi, mission accomplished." He handed over the completed documents. Yiqing immediately stood up. "Thank you, Mr. Liu. Please have a seat." He personally poured tea for his guest. Taking the teacup, Lu Chao looked around. Solid redwood furniture, elegant calligraphy and paintings, a massive executive desk, an expensive liquor cabinet. The office practically screamed wealth. "Mr. Yi, this office must have cost a fortune." Yiqing laughed. An office reflects a company's strength. When clients come to negotiate business and see the boss working in a cheap, shabby office, they'll assume the company lacks capability. Even contracts that should be signed might suddenly become questionable. Lu Chao nodded in agreement. "That's a very insightful observation. You understand human psychology remarkably well." After some paperwork and signatures, he congratulated Yiqing. "May your company prosper and enjoy abundant success." Yiqing signed his name. At that very moment, the system's voice rang out in his mind. "Congratulations. Your company has been successfully established. Asterisk asterisk. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Work hard and crush every company in Shanghai. Main quest progress, 5 out of 100. Reward granted asterisk. Asterisk naked eye 3D imaging technology. Asterisk graphene analysis technology." The moment the reward arrived, a torrent of knowledge exploded inside his mind. Countless concepts flooded his consciousness. Air imaging, nanometer-level processing, optical capture systems, graphene separation and extraction, electrical and optical applications, theories, formulas, engineering principles. Everything poured into his brain like a martial arts master passing on decades of cultivation. In less than a minute, the knowledge became permanently engraved in his memory. He could never forget it. "Mr. Yi," Lu Chao's voice snapped him back to reality. Filled with excitement, Yiqing stood up. "Mr. Liu, thank you so much. You've brought me incredible news today. Stay for dinner tonight." "I insist." The sudden enthusiasm caught Lu Chao completely off guard. "Mr. Yi, I appreciate the invitation, but I have family matters to attend to." Yiqing didn't force the issue. Instead, he pulled out 10 yuan and handed it over. "Then please accept this as team money." Lu Chao quickly accepted it after a brief exchange of polite refusals. Once his guest departed, Yiqing shut the office door and pumped his fist into the air. "Yes, I've hit the jackpot. With these two technologies, I'll dominate Shanghai within 5 years." His excitement had nowhere to go. He immediately sat down and began drafting plans. Tomorrow he would visit Professor Huang, a renowned optics expert at Shanghai University. Once the technology was verified and published under his name, he could secure all the patents and officially begin his rise to the top. Fueled by ambition, he worked non-stop until evening. After reviewing and printing his proposal, he headed home. Back at the apartment, he ordered takeout and began researching headhunting firms. Eventually, he settled on one called Wharton Executive Search. He dialed the number. A professional female voice answered. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Getting straight to the point, Yiqing said. "Good evening, Ms. Elisa. Sorry for calling so late. I'm Yiqing, CEO of Tianqing Technology. I need a highly capable executive, someone skilled at expanding markets. Mr. Yi, we'd be delighted to assist. We won't disappoint you. I'll send you a list of over 100 qualified candidates. Former CEOs, senior executives, experienced managers. I'm sure you'll find someone suitable. Once you've made your selection, let me know and I'll arrange interviews. Yi Qing was very satisfied with her professionalism. Hashtag Chapter 10. Lu Xia delivers herself to the door. After providing his email address, Yi Qing received the candidate profiles within minutes. Lying on his bed, he reviewed them one by one. No, too conservative. This one lacks ambition. I don't need people who follow old rules. With these technologies, I need someone capable of breaking barriers. He muttered to himself while browsing. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Lu Xia. Yi Qing, I'm at your community entrance. The security guards won't let me in. Her sweet voice came through the phone. Only then did Yi Qing remember she was coming to retrieve her lipstick. Wait a moment. I'll call the building manager. Outside Thompson 1, Lu Xia shot an annoyed glare at the security guard. The guard remained expressionless. A few minutes later, an electric sightseeing cart arrived. Long Buxiang, the building manager, stepped out politely. Miss Lu, my apologies. The guards didn't know you were Mr. Ye's guest. Please get in. I'll take you to Building 1. Still annoyed, Lu Xia climbed aboard. My feet are sore from standing out here. That guard didn't even offer me a seat. As they traveled through the luxurious community, Long patiently explained the facilities. Only then did Lu Xia fully understand why Thompson 1 was considered Shanghai's premier luxury residence. Every service imaginable was available. The security staff were all retired military personnel. Everything was designed to serve the residents. Her determination strengthened. I must marry Yi Qing. Once I do, I'll live the life of a wealthy wife forever. Soon she arrived at the 38th floor. After knocking on the door, it swung open. Yi Qing stood there in casual clothes. Come in, old classmate. Have you eaten yet? Entering the apartment, Lu Xia was immediately impressed by the luxurious decor. I came straight here after work. That Dior lipstick cost me half a month's salary. The implication was obvious. She hadn't eaten. Yi Qing poured her a cup of coffee. I ordered takeout. Let's eat together. Then he retrieved her lipstick from a drawer. Here's your lipstick. Sorry you had to come all this way. I should have delivered it myself. Lu Xia pouted. Easy for you to say. It's my treasure. Then she looked around the apartment. You're unbelievably rich. This place must have cost a fortune. You're such a rich bully. Like most men, Yi Qing enjoyed showing off a little in front of a former crush. Not really. Take a look around if you'd like. I definitely will. For the next 10 minutes, she explored every corner of the apartment. When she returned to the living room, she was delighted. There wasn't a single trace of another woman anywhere. No cosmetics. No feminine belongings. Nothing. The discovery put her in an excellent mood. During dinner, she casually asked, Do you always live here alone? What about your girlfriend? Yi Qing answered honestly. I live here by myself. My girlfriend still lives with her family. The word struck Lu Xia like lightning. He has a girlfriend? Someone got to him first? Which shameless woman stole my man? Her jealousy exploded internally, but her smile never wavered. Congratulations. When did you start dating? You'll have to introduce her to me someday. Yi Qing smiled happily. We officially started dating 2 days ago. Once things settle down, I'll introduce you. Deal. When that day comes, dinner's on me. Though she smiled sweetly, Lu Xia was raging inside. She was the textbook definition of smiling on the outside, cursing on the inside. After dinner, she abandoned her original plan. She had intended to get Yi Qing drunk and take advantage of the situation. But now she was furious about the girlfriend. To make matters worse, her period had arrived 2 days early. The timing couldn't have been worse. Reluctantly, she said goodbye. After seeing her off, Yi Qing continued working. Later that night, he spent an entire hour on a video call with Enya before finally going to sleep. Such was the life of a man newly in love. Without sweet talk and video chats, he simply couldn't relax. The next morning, a gentle rain fell over Shanghai. Carrying his proposal, Yi Qing contacted Elisa. They arranged to meet at a cafe that afternoon. Afterward, he drove directly to Shanghai University. His brand new Ferrari immediately attracted attention. Several bold female students even approached to ask for his contact information. Yi Qing politely rejected them all. He wasn't here to pick up girls. He headed straight for the faculty residential area. There he spotted an elderly woman carrying a basket of groceries. "Excuse me, Grandma. Could you tell me where Professor Huang lives?" The silver-haired woman smiled. "I know where he lives. But why are you looking for Professor Huang?" Yi Qing answered respectfully. "I'm one of Professor Huang's students. I'd like to discuss some optical research with him. Could you please tell me where he lives?" Chapter 11 Shock. Yi Qing spoke without any hesitation. After all, Professor Huang had taught him 3 years ago, and he was still his student. He was not lying at all. Moreover, his mind was full of practical knowledge about optics, so he was even less afraid. "I rarely see such a studious student. Come with me." After the old lady finished speaking, she led Yi Qing towards the family quarters. A few minutes later, they arrived at the door of an old detached villa. She took out her key, opened the door, and said to Yi Qing, "Come in. Old Huang is probably reading the newspaper right now." Yi Qing stared blankly at the old lady's actions and asked curiously, "Grandma, what are you doing?" "I am Huang Guanyu's wife. Please come in." Wow, I just randomly asked someone, and they asked about Professor Huang's wife. Nobody else would do that. Yi Qing obediently followed them into the room. "Old Huang, your student has some questions and came to you for help." Huang Guanyu, who was lying on the sofa reading the newspaper, listened to his wife's words and then looked at Yi Qing. But for a moment, he couldn't remember who Yi Qing was. Before Professor Huang could ask who he was, Yi Qing spoke first. "Professor Huang, I am Yi Qing from Class 3 of Industrial and Trade, class of 2012. You taught me before. I apologize for bothering you today because I have recently made some research on optics and I came back to verify it with you." Huang Guangyu was a little confused when he heard Yi Qing's words. He was a class of 2012, and it had been 3 years since he graduated. Moreover, his major was optics, which had nothing to do with industry and trade. When he heard Yi Qing boast that he had overcome some difficulties in optics, he scoffed inwardly. How dare a young punk say such a thing? In his mind, he immediately labeled Yi Qing as a spoiled brat who only wanted to get his name listed as an author on his papers and reports. He put down his newspaper and demanded, "Yi Qing, right? You studied engineering and trade, yet you switched to optics. Can you tell me what problems you've overcome?" Yi Qing knew that words alone wouldn't convince Huang Guanyu, an older professor. He had to win him over with concrete facts. So he began to speak. Photographic imaging. Most of the technology on the market now is light beam coating technology. Either panoramic projection or VR are immature technologies. What I'm talking about is 3D glasses-free technology. I have made groundbreaking progress in this technology. To achieve aerial imaging, we need to compare the appearance of light beams with the humidity in the air, so we must use a dynamic optical capture device. The data collector I used employs XD integration technology, which has a high level of artificial intelligence. Half an hour later, Yi Qing finished explaining everything he had to say about optical integration. Professor Huang Guanyu looked at Yi Qing with a shocked expression. He said excitedly, "Yi Qing, you are simply a genius. I never imagined that you could solve a problem that the whole world had not yet cracked. You will definitely be recorded in history. This is an epic-making technology and product. It's important to understand that naked-eye 3D technology is currently in the era of hype and money-making." Yi Qing's advanced professional knowledge immediately earned Professor Huang's approval, who looked at Yi Qing as if he were an alien. The genius of yarn is entirely due to the system's infusion. Yi Qing thought to himself, but he said confidently, "Professor Huang, the reason I'm contacting you is to include your name in my paper and have it published globally." Huang Guanyu knew in an instant what Yi Qingxiang was up to: release a global announcement, shatter all the illusions of those copycat companies, register a patent, and reshuffle the entire film and television industry. It's not hard to imagine that the entire film and television industry will be at Yi Qing's mercy in the future, and countless big shots who have invested huge sums of money in 3D technology research will lose everything. "Xiao Yi, you're going to drive countless people to their deaths. The boss who was just in power one moment will be falling into an abyss the next." Yi Qing responded with a smile. "Professor, the emergence of every leader is accompanied by countless bones. Times are progressing, civilization is progressing, and those who cannot keep up with the times will eventually be abandoned by the times. Tell me, am I right or not?" After hearing Yi Qing's words, Huang Guanyu gave Yi Qing a deep look and said, "Yi Qing, You're absolutely right. Why should an old man like me worry about so many things? I couldn't ask for such a wonderful thing as being famous throughout the world. Hearing Huang Guanyu's reply, Yi Qing felt relieved. He was just an unknown nobody, and no one would pay attention to his paper. Huang Guanyu, on the other hand, was a famous optics professor at Shanghai University. As long as he could be listed as an author, it would soon cause a sensation around the world. Feeling relaxed, Yi Qing started chatting with Professor Huang. The topic naturally revolved around optics, and Yi Qing, with her wealth of knowledge, quickly struck up a conversation with him. The old man and the young man looked so harmonious and loving under the sunlight. Before we knew it, it was noon. The kind old lady walked into the tea room and said, "You two seem to be having such a good time, so I didn't want to disturb you. But we need to have lunch now. Let's talk after lunch." Reminded by the old lady, Yi Qing checked the time and realized it was almost midnight. He quickly stood up and said to Professor Huang, "Mr. Huang, I have to go now. I'll visit you again another day." Upon hearing this, Huang Guanyu immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Xiao Yi, this is slapping me in the face. Have lunch before you leave." Even the emperor doesn't lack provisions. During his conversation with Yi Qing, Huang Guanyu was impressed by Yi Qing's extensive knowledge of optics. The two shared common topics and a passion for optics, and Huang Guanyu regarded Yi Qing as a close friend despite their age difference. Upon hearing that Yi Qing was leaving, he immediately put on a stern face and said, unable to refuse Sheng Chang's request, Yi Qing nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Elder Huang. It's not bothering you at all. You're welcome to bother me any time in the future," Professor Huang said happily. He led Yi Qing toward the dining table. The elderly eat very light meals, mostly simple home-style dishes, 3 dishes, and a soup. The three had just sat down when there was a knock on the door, and a girl's voice, as clear as a lark's, rang out from outside. "Grandma, open the door. I'm back for a free meal." "Grandma," he said to Yi Qing, "my granddaughter is back. I'll go open the door." Yi Qing, who has always respected the elderly and cared for the young, immediately stood up and said, "Grandma He, please sit down. Leave this errand to me, a young man." After saying that, he quickly walked towards the door and opened it with a click, revealing a beautiful figure in front of Yi Qing. The other person had a slender S-shaped figure, long hair cascading down her shoulders, a straight nose, and delicate skin. She was stunningly beautiful, and her eyes, like autumn water, were scrutinizing Yi Qing. Chapter 12 Interview. Huang Yuding looked at Yi Qing curiously and asked, "Who are you? Why are you at my grandma's house?" "My name is Yi Qing, and I am Professor Huang's student. Please come in." Yi Qing withdrew his gaze and said that he was really amazed by the girl in front of him. She was even more beautiful than his girlfriend. Huang Yuding walked into the house, looked at her grandparents sitting at the dining table, and then looked at Yi Qing, wondering if her family had arranged a blind date for her. "Tingting's back. Sit down, don't stand." After Grandma, he finished speaking. She got up and went to the kitchen to get a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Old Huang looked at his granddaughter and then at Yi Qing and said with a sly smile, "Ting-ting, this is Yi Qing, a very outstanding young man." "Hello, my name is Yi Qing." "Hello, my name is Huang Yuding." After being introduced by Mr. Huang, the two shook hands and got to know each other, and then Yi Qing started eating in silence. "I just want to finish eating quickly and leave as soon as possible." Huang Yuding sat down next to him, and Yi Feng felt extremely uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because he had never eaten with such a beautiful girl before. He became embarrassed. "Xiao Yi, don't just keep eating rice. Eat more vegetables." After Grandma he finished speaking, she put some green vegetables on Yi Qing's plate. "Thank you, Grandma He." Yi Qing took the vegetables from the bowl, quickly finished her rice, and said to the three of them, "I'm done eating. You guys enjoy your meal." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuding glanced at Yi Qing's spotless, empty bowl, which was completely devoid of rice, and then looked at her own bowl, thinking to herself, "Is this guy a pig?" He finished eating so quickly. Professor Huang, being an experienced and shrewd man, had long seen through Yi Qing's predicament. His granddaughter's charm was irresistible to most. He praised, "A man should eat. That's how it should be. This shows that you, Xiao Yi, must be a very decisive person." "Holy crap, Mr. Huang, you're really pushing this hard. You can't even connect eating a meal to being capable. That's ridiculous." Yi Qing thought to herself, blushing slightly. Huang Yuding rolled her eyes in annoyance. Her grandfather was praising the boy way too much to give him extra points. She continued to eat her meal in small bites. Yi Qing had never been so tormented. After finishing his meal, he was too embarrassed to leave early, so he just sat there watching the other person eat. Moreover, Huang Yuding would occasionally glance at him, as if he had words on his face, making Yi Qing want to touch his own face. After enduring more than 10 minutes of agonizing waiting, everyone finally finished their lunch. After helping to clean up the dishes, Yi Qing took his leave. Huang Guangyu personally escorted Yi Qing to the door and instructed him, "Xiaoyi, come and chat with me often when you have time." Sometimes, exchanging ideas on academic issues is the best way to make progress. "Yes, Mr. Huang. Don't worry, I'll definitely come and bother you often in the future." After saying that, he walked outside as if fleeing. Old Huang looked at Yi Qing's retreating figure and laughed. "I thought you were a very domineering person, but I didn't expect you to be so shallow. You can see the big picture from small things. You must be a very kind-hearted person." After saying that, he turned around and went back to his room, ready to have a good talk with his granddaughter. Inside the house, Huang Yuding was sitting on the sofa chatting with her grandmother when she saw her grandfather return and asked him something. "Grandpa, who is Yi Qing to you? I rarely see young people eating at home." Old Huang sat in his usual spot and exclaimed in amazement. "Xiao Yi is a very talented person. I have been teaching for decades and have never seen such a genius." Huang Yuding knew that her father-in-law was always arrogant and rarely praised anyone. Curious, he asked, "How talented are they? You're probably familiar with glasses-free 3D, right?" "Of course I know. You've mentioned it to me before. Isn't that a sign of gratitude?" Huang Yuding said speechlessly. "This concept has been hyped up for years. How could I not know it? It used to be a concept, but it's not anymore. Xiao Yi has successfully overcome the most difficult hurdle, gas imaging, making this concept of naked-eye 3D a reality. He is already working on the patent issue, and I believe that the world's first naked-eye 3D machine will be unveiled soon, and the entire film and television industry will be reshuffled." Hearing her grandfather's words, Huang Yuding's head was buzzing. She said incredulously, "This is simply unacceptable. No wonder you treat him so well, Grandpa." After saying that, she turned to her grandmother and said, "Grandma, this is too serious. I need to go and inform Qing Feng as soon as possible. I won't be able to stay with you today." After saying that, she picked up her bag and quickly walked outside. Professor Huang said irritably, "You sell cosmetics, it's none of your business. You rarely come back, and you don't even spend time with your grandma." "I'll come back to visit Grandma as soon as I'm done with my work." After Huang Yuding finished speaking, she walked out the door and immediately contacted her best friend. Meanwhile, Yi Qing drove to the trendy coffee shop. We booked a private room, ordered a cup of coffee, and waited. About 20 minutes later, the doctor knocked on the door. "Please come in." At Yi Qing's signal, the door to the private room was opened, and a tall, mature-looking blonde woman led a middle-aged man with a square face into the room. "Hello, Miss Arisa. It's a pleasure to meet you. I believe this must belong to Mr. Lu Jinghua." Yi Qing stood up and greeted the two people in front of her very warmly. Orisa spoke in fluent Mandarin. "Hello, Mr. Yi. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've brought the person with me. If you need anything, you can talk to Mr. Lu." After speaking, he sat down in the next seat and quietly watched the two of them. Lu Jinghua has a dignified, square face that gives off an air of authority, making him look more like a soldier than a businessman. Looking at Yi Qing's unbelievably youthful face, Lu Jinghua suppressed his surprise and began to speak. "Hello, Mr. Yi. Let me introduce myself first. In my previous job, I was the CEO of Guowei. Under my leadership, Guowei made a profit of over 50,000 yuan within a year." Within a span of 10 minutes, Lu Jinghua recounted his impressive resume. Yi Qing listened quietly and finally asked, "Mr. Lu, would you mind telling me why you resigned?" "Workplace bullying has existed since ancient times. It's like cooking a hunting dog and putting away a good bow. No business can operate without these unspoken rules." Lu Jinghua spoke to Yi Qing in a serious and methodical manner, just like a soldier. Yi Qing nodded and got straight to the point. "Mr. Lu, our company is a newly established technology company, not a family business. Our company has solved the key problems in graphene and 3D technology. You know what that means. The company's guiding principle is the wolf's way: defeat and swallow other companies. Regarding compensation, the annual salary is 1,000, and I will consider allocating shares to you at my discretion. Chapter 13: Relatives. After Yi Qing finished speaking, she picked up her coffee, took a sip, and quietly waited for Lu Jingguo's reply. Lu Jinghua pondered quietly for a moment and finally nodded. Boss, from now on I'm your subordinate. Haha, let's work together and look to the future, Yi Qing said happily. Seeing that the two had reached a consensus, Walton's Arissa offered her congratulations. Congratulations to President Yi on gaining such a good general, and congratulations to Mr. Liu on realizing your ambitions. Seeing that this foreigner, Arissa, could deliver such a fluent blessing, Yi Qing was greatly surprised and said generously, "It is all thanks to Miss Arissa's help that I was able to gain such a fine general. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope Miss Arissa will accept it." After saying that, he took out an envelope and handed it to the other party. Arissa has been in China for over a decade and is well-versed in Chinese drinking culture and unspoken rules. She accepted the envelope without hesitation, and as she touched it, she could feel the firmness of the banknotes inside. It must be 50 yuan. Mr. Yi, you are truly a generous man. I won't disturb you any longer. Have a pleasant afternoon. After saying that, he got up and left the private room. After seeing Arissa leave, Yi Qing took out the plan he had prepared in advance and handed it to Lu Jinghua. Brother Lu, why don't you take a look first? I have a technical background. After you review the information, see what kind of people the company needs and hire them accordingly. We'll also sell whatever we need to sell. We'll allocate 1,000 yuan as initial startup capital. Lu Jinghua didn't expect Yi Qing to delegate power so quickly, actually putting him in full charge. Wasn't he afraid that Yi Qing would sideline him in the future? With a face full of emotion, he said, "President Yi, there's a saying that goes, a scholar will die for one who understands him. Since you trust me so much, I will definitely not let you down." After speaking, he carefully examined the plan on the table. Half an hour later, Lu Jinghua said with a shocked expression, "President Yi, I am so glad that I joined your company. With such leading technology at my disposal, I am confident that I can dominate the entire Chinese film and television market within a year, and then enter the international market, making those arrogant foreigners kneel at our feet and sing conquer." Yi Qing looked at Lu Jinghua, who was trembling with excitement, and said nonchalantly, "This is just the beginning. In the future, our company will stand at the top of the world." Brother Lu, what kind of people does the company need to hire? The two chatted freely in the private room. At 6 p.m., the two, who had envisioned their future together, parted ways at the coffee shop. As Yi Tian drove to pick up his girlfriend for shopping, he unexpectedly received a call from his second uncle. Yi Tian isn't from Shanghai, he's from Sichuan. Since graduating from university, he's been struggling in this international metropolis of Shanghai. When his second uncle called him, he was quite curious and asked him about it. "Second uncle, what is it?" "Yi Tian, I'm calling you to ask how things are going in Shanghai." Having lost both parents at a young age and raised on the charity of many families, Yi Tian had no feelings for his nominal second uncle. He said indifferently, "Things are all right, uncle. Just tell me what's wrong." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before someone spoke. "Uncle wants to borrow some money from you. Your cousin is getting married, but he doesn't have enough for the bride price. Also, your cousin is still in school. Uncle really has no other choice, so I'm asking you for help." Good heavens, we haven't been in touch for 4 years, and now he's calling to ask for money, Yi Qing said bluntly. "Uncle, where would I get the money to lend you? You have no idea how high the prices are in Shanghai, how high the housing prices are. My monthly salary is only a few cents, barely enough to get by. I'm always broke every month. How could I possibly lend you any money?" Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, there was silence on the other end of the phone, and finally the call was abruptly ended. As always, Yi Qing was straightforward and used to his second uncle's attitude, so he headed straight for the boxing gym without being affected at all. Bashu, Longtu Village. A farmer in his 50s hung up the phone, cursing under his breath. "I thought Yi Qing had become something after not coming home for several years, but I didn't expect him to still be the same old rascal. You're hopeless. I shouldn't have made that call. What a waste of phone credit." No sooner had he finished speaking than a shrewish-looking middle-aged woman cursed. "Yi Jun, what nonsense are you spouting? Don't you know what kind of person your nephew is? You actually want to borrow money from him? I think you're a complete idiot. Now that things are really urgent, can't you think of a solution? The woman's belly is getting bigger and bigger. She says if we can't come up with 10 yuan for the bride price, she'll sue Huan Huan for rape. What do we do now? We can't just watch Huan Huan go to jail. As she spoke, she began to sob. Yi Qing's cousin, Yi Jihuan, had gotten a girl from the next village pregnant. Now the girl's family had given her two options: either give them 10 yuan as a bride price or send Yi Jihuan to jail for 20 yuan. Yi Jun's family, whose total annual income was no more than 3 yuan, was simply unable to pay this huge sum. They borrowed from all their relatives and friends, but were still short 4 yuan. In desperation, they could only call Yi Qing, hoping that this college student who had been working hard in Shanghai for 3 years could help them. The result was predictable. Yi Jun took 2 puffs of his pipe and said in a low voice, "Huaner is hiding outside and doesn't dare to come back. For the sake of the Yi family line, shouldn't we marry Yi Min off? Let's get married as soon as possible, so the groom's family can give us 8 yuan as a bride price. That way, we can raise enough for our son's bride price and still have some left over to buy some furniture for Huaner." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman nodded and said, "That's right. Why should girls study so much? I'm going to get married eventually anyway, so I'll go find a matchmaker now." After saying that, she stormed out the door. Yi Min, who was in her final year of high school, was completely unaware of this. In Shanghai, at the entrance of the Ironman boxing gym, Yi Qing waited quietly for a while before seeing his girlfriend, carrying a handbag, walk out with her colleagues. A sharp-eyed female colleague spotted Yi Qing leaning against a Ferrari not far away. She jokingly said to Enya, "My goodness, Yi Qing has changed so much. Enya, you're so lucky. Don't forget your sister when you become successful." Enya blushed and clenched her fists, saying, "Are you asking for a beating?" Upon hearing this, the other female colleagues scattered and waved to Yi Qing. After all, they had been colleagues before. Only Enya remained, and she gently brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, asking softly, "Yi Qing, what brings you here? Have you finished with your work at the company?" "I just finished dealing with things at work today, so I came over to spend some time alone with you. Let's have dinner together tonight, and then go see a movie. I'll spend some quality time with you," Yi Qing said happily. Chapter 14: A Triumph. Enya felt a surge of joy upon hearing Yi Qing's words. No matter how busy or tired the man in front of her was, he still thought of spending time with her. She said softly, "Okay, then I'll call my mom." After getting on the bus, Enya began contacting her mother. After a short while, she put down her phone and said apologetically, "Yi Qing, my mom wants us to go home for dinner." As the saying goes, no one knows a mother better than her daughter. Having lived with her mother for over a decade, Enya knew exactly what her mother was thinking. She just wanted to show off in the neighborhood. This surprise came so fast. They're already meeting the parents. "Okay, let's go to the mall to buy some things." After Yi Qing finished speaking, he turned the car around and drove towards the nearby shopping mall. Enya hurriedly said no, but she couldn't persuade Yi Qing otherwise. Inside the Century Garden residential complex, Wang Shuzhen spoke to her father and son at home. "Our daughter is bringing her boyfriend home for dinner later. You two, father and son, should tidy up the house properly. I'm going out to buy some groceries. I want my future son-in-law to feel how much our family values him." After saying that, he picked up his bag and hurriedly left. The father and son, Yin Tianzhong, were left staring at each other in bewilderment. Finally, it was Enya's younger brother, Yin Zhong, who picked up the broom first and spoke. "Dad, my brother-in-law is coming. Let's get moving. My brother-in-law is so rich, I should try to leave a good impression." Mr. Yin felt that his son's words made a lot of sense, so he began to clean diligently. Inside the residential compound, Wang Suzhen was carrying large and small bags and was about to go upstairs when she saw her old rival, Li Hui, getting out of her son-in-law's Mercedes-Benz. She immediately put on a smile and asked, "Sisterly, your son-in-law is so nice. Did he take you shopping and then bring you back?" Li Hui lost face last time and stayed up all night at home. Finally, she thought, no matter how rich Wang Shuzhen's daughter's boyfriend is, he's not married yet, and things are still far from settled. Maybe it will fall through in the future. I can completely regain my face from this point. As soon as the two met, Li Hui immediately retorted, "Yes. My son-in-law just took me shopping. What do you think of this gold bracelet of mine? It weighs 50 grams and costs a little over 2 yuan. Sister Wang, a good son-in-law is one who treats you well. I've heard that rich men are all womanizers. You'd better keep a close eye on Enya to avoid losing both her and your money later. Jihong, this is Aunt Wang. Quickly greet her. Lu Jihong, a bespectacled man who appeared quite quiet, looked Wang Suzhen up and down after hearing his mother-in-law's words, and said in a strange tone, "Hello, Aunt Wang. Buying so much seafood must have cost quite a bit." He Qian, arm in arm with her husband, also spoke up. "This seafood is expensive. It's rare to see you so generous, Aunt Wang. Aren't you saving money for Yinzheng to buy a house?" As Wang Suzhen listened to the family's complaints, her face flushed and her neck thickened. She was about to explode when she heard the roar of a motor coming from inside the community. A white, lightning-fast sports car quickly appeared in front of them and finally came to a steady stop in the parking space. Yi Qing's tall figure and Enya's beautiful figure appeared before them. Upon seeing this, Wang Suzhen, whose throat was practically burning with anger, immediately smiled and said, "Sisterly, you're right. We need to be dedicated. Look, my future son-in-law has come to visit me. Jihong, you're all young people. Let's get to know each other." After saying that, he waved to Yi Qing. "Xiao Yi, you're here. Come on, let me introduce you." Hearing this, Yi Qing, carrying large bags and small packages, glanced at Enya, who looked speechless, and finally walked up curiously. Looking at the group in front of her, she asked them questions. "Auntie, who are these people?" Wang Suzhen said with a smile. "Xiao Yi, you're here now. Why did you bring a gift? It must be heavy. Let me help you carry it. This is Aunt Li, and these two are Aunt Li's daughter and son-in-law. You're both young, and I figured you'd have a lot in common. So why don't you two chat?" Hearing Wang Suzhen's boastful words, the three members of the Li family curiously looked at Yi Qing. He was carrying 2 bags of expensive luxury goods, labeled with items including Romanikani wine, Chow Tai Fook gold jewelry, luxury watches, and expensive health supplements. They were all shocked by what Yi Qing was holding. Did he really need to buy so many expensive things just to go out for a meal? How rich is he? Yi Qing put down what she was holding, extended her hand, and said, "Hello, it's nice to meet you." The expensive Vacheron Constantine watch was studded with diamonds, and the blue starry sky-themed watch base was almost blindingly bright under the setting sun. Lu Jihong, bewildered, extended his hand and shook it. "Hello, hello. Sisterly, what does Jihong do again? I heard you say he's a designer last time. I wonder if the two of you will have any work-related interactions in the future." Wang Suzhen spoke to Li Hui in a very arrogant manner. Li Hui looked like she had just lost a child, her face dark as she stared at Wang Suzhen. Seeing this, Yi Qing understood the situation and chimed in, "I run a technology company, which has nothing to do with design. However, I'm planning to buy some land in the western suburbs to open a factory. If you need anything then, I can have my secretary contact you." He Qian and her husband were stunned by Yi Qing's words and didn't know how to respond. He kept talking about buying land. This was too extravagant. Enya gently patted Yi Qing, nodded to He Qian, and said, trying to save face, "Aunt Li, are you going home to cook?" "Yes, it's getting late, and I'm busy getting home to cook, so I won't bother you any longer." "Enya, you found a great boyfriend. You'd better keep a close eye on him. Qian, let's go." After Li Hui finished speaking, she took the lead and walked towards the apartment building. The two people who had been humiliated by Yi Qing immediately followed her and quickly disappeared from Yi Qing's sight. Feeling cheerful, Wang Suzhen quickly picked up the gifts from the ground and said with a smile, "Xiao Yi, you're too kind. You must be tired. Let's talk about it when we get home." After saying that, she enthusiastically led Yi Qing upstairs. Walking beside Yi Qing, Enya whispered, "Yi Qing, my mom isn't a bad person. She just likes to argue about everything. Please don't take it to heart." "It's okay, I understand," Yi Qing said nonchalantly. After all, he had seen these things since he was a child. Enya's home is on the 5th floor. It's a small apartment with 3 rooms and a bathroom. The wallpaper on the walls is a bit faded, and the furniture is an old-fashioned style. "Xiao Yi, we come from a humble family. Please don't mind us." "Zheng, hurry up and pour some tea. Call them. Honey, Xiao Yi is here." As soon as Wang Suzhen entered, she called out to the 2 people in the hall. Yi Qing also saw the two people in the house and greeted them politely. Hello, uncle. Hello, Yinzheng. Chapter 15, The Debut of 3D Instruments. Hello, Xiaoyi. Please don't stand there. Brother-in-law, hello? Please have some tea. Yin Tianzheng and his son hurriedly spoke up. Yinzheng took the things from his mother's hands and then ran off to pour tea. Yi Qing was immediately warmly received by the whole family. Yin Tianzheng sat on the sofa and started chatting with Yi Qing. Yinzheng, a young man who was about to graduate, sat next to him and curiously looked at his brother-in-law. Xiaoyi, you can leave the kitchen matters to your mother and uncle. Let's talk about how you and Xiaoya met. When did you officially become a couple? Father Yin uttered a question that seemed to pierce the soul. Yi Qing gently put down his teacup and said, I've known Inya for over a year. I pursued her for a year before she finally agreed to be with me. Just 3 days ago, we officially became a couple. Uncle, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Inya and will not let her down. The two men started chatting about Inya. After chatting for a while, the delicious-smelling food was served. The five of them ate and chatted, with Wang Shuzhen doing most of the talking and Yi Qing answering, while the other three took turns watching. At 10 p.m., Yi Qing said goodbye. Wang Shuzhen tried her best to persuade him to stay. Xiaoyi, why don't you stay at home? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing and Inya were both stunned. The former immediately started to have wild thoughts, while the latter said with a flushed face, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Qing, I have work to do tomorrow, and besides, there aren't any extra rooms at home. Father Yin quickly added, Xiaoyi, you can sleep in Zheng's room. Wang Shuzhen glared at her husband, but before she could say anything, Inya pulled Yi Qing towards the door. Mom, I'll go see Yi Qing off. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. As Yi Qing descended the stairs, she could vaguely hear things like, you brat, and you're going to drive me crazy. Inya blushed and quickly pulled Yi Qing to the parking lot. Yi Qing, there are some things I need to tell you. You know what kind of person my mom is, you've known her for a while. She's a bit materialistic, likes to compare herself to others, and she's mentioned my younger brother to me more than once before. Let me marry a rich man so I can help my younger brother buy an apartment. You saw my brother's situation before. He's a very lazy person. Just now in the kitchen, my mom told me to arrange for him to work at your company. But I refused. If you're with me, you'll face a lot of problems. Think about it carefully. Upon hearing Inya's heartfelt words, Yi Qing smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, What I care about is you as a person, and I believe you are a good girl who can distinguish right from wrong. Whatever problems arise, we'll face them together in the future. Yi Qing's sincere words moved Inya so much that she offered him a kiss. After a long silence, Inya's face turned as red as a ripe apple as she shyly spoke. Yi Qing, then I've chosen you. If you ever dare to do anything to betray me, I'll beat you to death. After saying that, he gave a haughty snort and ran quickly upstairs. Having savored the delightful sensation of their tongues clashing, Yi Qing blinked his lips with a wistful grin and said, Almost there, almost there. After saying that, he drove away from the residential area. The next day at dawn, Yi Qing got busy. The paper had been published and had already attracted the attention of a number of big names. He was just waiting for it to take off. Lu Jinghua also started to get busy, and all sorts of people began to appear in the empty company. Yi Qing also started working on it in his study. They created the world's first 3D naked eye device. Yi Qing, who possesses comprehensive technical skills, stayed at home and worked busily for 3 days. During this time, Lu Jinghua reported on the progress of the company's framework construction and how many people had been recruited. Yi Qing dismissed him, saying it was a trivial matter and he could handle it himself, as he was busy with experiments. 3 days later, when the instrument was about to be completed, Yi Qing received 2 phone calls. One of them was Lu Jinghua, who invited Yi Qing to a high-end party on Friday night. The party would be attended by many big names, including those involved in investment, finance, and filmmaking, all to help Yi Qing expand his network. The second call was from Lu Xia, who had been missing for almost a week, inviting Yi Qing to a class reunion on Sunday. The reunion was to be held in Shanghai and was organized by their former class monitor, Zhou Lei. Yi Qing, who had never attended a class reunion in 3 years since graduation, immediately agreed. He was doing quite well now, and it was time to show off to his former classmates. To have something to show off, but not do it is like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Wealth and honor will not lead to a return home. After answering the two questions, Yi Qing went back to work as usual. Friday arrived, and Yi Qing looked at the high-tech 3D instrument in front of him and said excitedly, "After so much effort, I finally made it. And I made it based on the blueprints in my head. How lame of me. Our first pot of gold in conquering Shanghai depends on you." After speaking, she gently packed her things away and went to wash up and change her clothes. After all, Lu Jinghua had already contacted her, and the car was on its way. Inside a Phantom, Lu Jinghua checked the time and said to the driver, "Faster. Don't keep President Yi waiting." After saying that, he turned to a beautiful girl in an evening gown sitting in the back seat. "Zheng Lu, when you meet President Yi later, you must make a good impression. Tonight, you will be President Ye's dance partner. Mr. Yi is a tech guy, and there are many things he doesn't understand about things at the ball. You have to keep an eye on him." The girl named Zheng Lu is the administrative supervisor recently recruited by Lu Jinghua. She is 28 years old, 1.73 meters tall, graduated from a well-known foreign finance department, and has a model's figure and a fair complexion. Both in terms of ability and appearance, she is one of the best in the company. Upon joining the company, he was immediately given high hopes by Lu Jinghua and appointed as the administrative supervisor. "Uncle, I know," Zheng Lu said irritably. "How many times have I told you not to call me uncle in public? What will people think? They'll assume you got in through connections." Upon hearing Zheng Lu's address, Lu Jinghua immediately flew into a rage and began criticizing her. "Yes, I understand, Mr. Yi." Zheng Lu rolled her eyes and said. Yi Qing had no idea what had happened inside the car. After changing into formal clothes, she picked up the equipment she had set up and waited at the entrance of the residential area for a while. Then she saw a luxurious black Phantom parked steadily in front of her. Just as Yi Qing was wondering what was going on, he saw Lu Jinghua quickly get out of the passenger seat, take the lead to the back seat, open the door, and say, "Mr. Yi, have you been waiting long? Please get in the car." Chapter 16, Attracting Investment. Looking at the Phantom in front of him and the pretty girl sitting inside the car, Yi Qing asked curiously, "Brother Lu, what's this?" "Mr. Yi, this is Zheng Lu, a newly recruited employee of the company. He's also the company's administrative supervisor. Consider me his deputy." After Lu Jinghua's explanation, Zheng Lu, who had been curiously observing Yi Qing, also spoke up. "Hello, Mr. Yi. Hello, let's drive." Yi Qing carried her things into the car. Lu Jinghua and the other man looked curiously at the wooden box in Yi Qing's hand, but both of them adopted the attitude of observing more and saying less, and did not ask any questions. At 8 p.m., the Bellagio Hotel was illuminated by lights, creating a unique scene, with luxury cars lined up at the entrance. Sitting inside the illusion, Yi Qing looked at this iconic building unique to Shanghai, his heart filled with endless longing. The doorman kindly opened the car door. "Brother Lu, let's go." After saying that, Lu Jinghua got out of the car first. He gave the driver a few instructions, then quickly got out of the car and stood a step behind Yi Qing. He said considerately, "Boss, tonight's party is hosted by the Shanghai government. Chongqing Technology is also among those invited. Many business tycoons will be there today. I was worried that you might be too busy, boss, and hadn't prepared a dance partner, so I specially invited Zheng Lu." Hearing the words in his ear, Yi Qing nodded and said, "Brother Lu, thank you for your trouble." After speaking, he looked at Zheng Lu, who was dressed in an evening gown and dressed in a flamboyant manner. She asked, somewhat bewildered, "I've never attended a cocktail party before. Should I hold your hand now?" Hearing Yi Qing's words, Zheng Lu almost burst out laughing. A young man walking not far from Yi Qing said bluntly, "Look at you, you loser. Even in a dragon robe, you don't look like a prince. Do you really think you can act all high and mighty just by wearing Armani? What kind of nobodies or shell companies dare to attend this party?" After saying that, he left with his female companion. Watching the other person's retreating figure, Yi Qing asked with an unchanged expression, "Brother Lu, who is that person? So arrogant." Lu Jinghua, whose face was equally grim, said resentfully, "The other party is Lu Wei, the second young master of Universal Pictures." "Oh, you work in film and television. We'll see about that." After speaking, she walked towards the second-floor lobby first. Zheng Lu watched curiously, offering no opinion and fully playing the role of a decorative vase. In her heart, however, she was thinking that President Yi was publicly humiliated but not angry at all. He must be either a magnanimous person or a very shrewd one. Zhenglu leaned towards the latter. In the second-floor lobby, champagne and desserts were laid out, and waiters in neat uniforms mingled among the crowd, while groups of 3 or 5 people gathered together, holding glasses of red wine and chatting. Under Lu Jinghua's guidance, Yi Qing began to get to know some business people. Boss, this is General Manager Tian from Wanxing Company. This is General Manager Huang from Qihong Foreign Trade. Yi Qing wasn't intimidated at all, even though it was his first time talking to these CEOs who were worth tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. His system was his biggest source of confidence, and he chatted with them while holding his wine glass. Hello, Mr. Tian. I am Yi Qing from Chongqing Technology. I am a junior colleague. There are many shortcomings, so I'm specifically seeking advice from you senior colleagues. Yi Qing's attitude won the favor of the two men. Among the CEOs present, who wasn't a boss worth tens of thousands? Who else could be as proper as Yi Qing, referring to himself as a junior? Mr. Tian, who was overweight and balding, said politely, Mr. Yi is too modest. Let's get to know each other and create a win-win situation. The tall, thin Mr. Huang, who wore glasses, chimed in, I wouldn't dare to ask for your advice. Mr. Yi, you've built a company at such a young age. You must have some extraordinary abilities. Maybe we old guys will have to learn from you in the future. A brief chat brought the three of them closer together. After chatting for about 5 minutes, Mr. Tian said, Mr. Yi, you've seen Goldman Sachs' Shenan Road. If you have any good technologies and need to attract investment, you can go and talk to him. Tonight, not only Goldman Sachs, but also Sequoia Capital, SoftBank, IDJ, and other companies will be here. However, these investment companies are not benevolent people. Mr. Yi, you must be careful. Yi Qing nodded and said, Thank you for your concern, brothers. My purpose in coming here is to attract investment. I'll go talk to you, Brother Lu, and you, Mr. Tian, and the others. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he glanced at Zheng Lu, who was carrying a wooden box beside him, and gestured for her to follow. Lu Jinghua glanced at Yi Qing and his niece as they left, feeling quite worried. Shun Nen was chatting with his friends when he noticed a young man staring at him. His sharp gaze swept over Yi Qing and Zheng Lu. Sir, is there something you need from me? Yi Qing nodded and said, Mr. Shan, I apologize for bothering you, but could you give me a few minutes? This was the first time Shun Nen had met such a direct person. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be there to solicit investment, but his blunt tone made him seem a bit like a hothead. Zheng Lu was also dumbfounded by Yi Qing's actions. That was way too blunt. Didn't he see she was chatting with her friends? Seeing that the other party did not speak, Yi Qing continued to speak. Mr. Shun, I'd like to talk to you about 3D glasses-free technology. Zheng Lu, give me those things. A bewildered Zheng Lu saw her boss roll up his sleeves and get to work, so she obediently handed the wooden box to Yi Qing and whispered, Boss, the others are having a party and chatting. Why don't we come back later? I need a lot of people to get the effect I want. If there are fewer people, the visual effect won't be as good. After glaring at Zheng Lu to signal her to shut up, Yi Qing prepared to start showing off. Shen Nan and his group shook their heads when they heard Yi Qing's words. Naked Eye 3D is just a concept, yet they're already trying to attract investment. These young people are really too bold. They're practically treating Shun Nen like a blind man and a complete idiot, trying to scam him. Even the well-mannered Shun Nen had a dark expression and was about to scold the other party when someone jumped out from the crowd not far away and lectured Yi Qing. Hey kid, it's you again. Mr. Shun, I am Lu Wei. We've met before. I saw this little swindler at the hotel entrance before. He's a liar. How dare he try to cheat Mr. Shun? Security. Security. There's a liar here. Lu Weichong, acting like a double agent, said to Yi Qing. Hey, you're the liar. Can't you speak properly? My boss is definitely not a liar. I think you're the liar. You're using your company's name to pick up girls everywhere. Aren't you afraid of getting a sexually transmitted disease? You scoundrel, you're a real piece of work. I just saw you hit on 10 girls. You even went after the waitresses. He's an absolute beast. Zheng Lu, a beautiful girl, started criticizing Lu Wei. People at the party, upon hearing this vulgar, cursing voice, immediately turned to look with curiosity. Chapter 17 Highlight Moments. Lu Wei, embarrassed by Zheng Lu, immediately retaliated, creating a scene reminiscent of a quarrel in a vegetable market. Shen Nan had met countless people trying to attract investment, but he had never encountered a situation like this before, where the other party actually started arguing in public at the party. Those who looked unwell were ready to leave. Yi Qing took out his small instrument, didn't even glance at Lu Wei, and spoke to Shen Nan. Mr. Shen, if you leave now, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Since I dared to come, I'm not someone who talks the talk. Investors here, you are about to see the world's first naked-eye 3D device. I spent 3 years and countless amounts of money to bring this thing, which existed only in concept, to the world. Yi Qing said confidently that Goldman Sachs was never his only option. When Yi Qing acquired this technology, he had already considered that his own company was too shallow and lacked a deep network of connections to reach overseas markets. In contrast, these investment companies had deep networks of connections, and if they could carve out even a small share of the pie, they could quickly monopolize the entire world. After taking a few steps, Shen Nan stopped and looked at Yi Qing with curiosity when he heard Yi Qing's confident tone. Yi Qing held the instrument in his hand and began to explain loudly. The most difficult aspect of 3D glasses-free display technology is aerial imaging. As we all know, air humidity and density can cause image instability. My instrument contains advanced artificial intelligence that can intelligently and quickly analyze the air humidity in 0.001 seconds to handle all air-related issues before the human brain can even process them. Compared to manual operation, the effect of fixed shooting is many times better. Now I'll demonstrate. After saying that, he gently tapped the door, as if opening Pandora's box. The cylindrical sphere of light emitted a futuristic glow, which then rapidly illuminated its surroundings. At the huge party venue, countless dinosaurs began to appear, and the scene changed rapidly, making everyone feel as if they had entered Jurassic Park. The sudden change in the scene caused everyone to gasp in terror. The timid person crawled under the table and cried out in terror, "Tyrannosaurus Rex! Oh my God, Tyrannosaurus Rex! I'm going to die! I'm going to die! I'm going to be eaten! Oh my God, a velociraptor is pouncing on me!" What should have been a pleasant event turned into chaos under Yi Qing's manipulation. Ladies in evening gowns, socialites, heiresses, and self-proclaimed gentlemen all stared helplessly at the lifelike dinosaur in the arena. Among the crowd, Huang Yuding, as beautiful as a goddess under the moon, stared blankly at Yi Qing, who was holding a crystal ball as if casting a spell. A beautiful woman standing next to Huang Yuding, her face pale, stammered, "It's over. It's all over." The woman's once fair and jade-like skin now appeared so pale, coupled with her utterly despondent expression, making her seem as delicate and fragile as Lin Daiyu herself. Yi Qing looked at the expressions of the people in the arena with satisfaction. When he saw that the time was right, he gently tapped the screen, and as if closing Pandora's box, the scene in the arena returned to its original state. He said this to Shen Nan, whose mouth could swallow a goose egg. "Mr. Shen, Yi Qing, don't play games. I must have made a breakthrough before I came to find you." After saying that, he handed the crystal ball-like object in his hand to Zheng Lu. Zheng Lu hugged the precious object to her chest, her bright eyes fixed on Yi Qing as if she were looking at an alien. Not just one person was staring at Yi Qing. Hundreds of people present were all staring at him. Having weathered many storms, Shen Nan had never seen such an impressive person who actually brought a finished product to attract investment. Damn it, if you have this kind of technology, why are you even looking for investment opportunities? We investment companies would be begging you, practically begging you to invest some money. We'd treat you like royalty by now. Mr. Yi, I'm Lu Li from Sequoia Capital. Could I take a moment of your time? Mr. Yi, I am Qing Tianxiao from SoftBank. Can we talk privately? Mr. Yi, I am Paul, the Asia-Pacific president of IDJ. I can act on behalf of headquarters. Can I take up 3 minutes of your time? In the few seconds that Shen Nan was stunned and shocked, all the investment company personnel present crowded around Yi Qing, vying to speak to him. Mr. Yi, it's a misunderstanding. Everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. We at Goldman Sachs are willing to reach a comprehensive cooperation with Mr. Yi, and all resources will be devoted to him. I apologize again for my previous rudeness. Yi Qing in front of him was a gold mine, an inexhaustible gold mine. As long as he could cooperate with Yi Qing, he could dig out countless gold. He would be willing to apologize verbally, or even make Shun Nan kneel down and sing conquer. Having achieved his goal for the night, Yi Qing looked around and said, "It's not convenient to chat here, so I won't disturb everyone's dance time. Besides, the time is too rushed. Chongqing Company welcomes everyone to arrive at 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you have any needs now, you can ask my company's CEO, Mr. Lu Jinghua. Zhenglu, let's go." After Yi Qing finished speaking, he pointed at the stunned Lu Jinghua, then left the hall with Zhenglu, who was holding a priceless treasure, and walked outside without glancing at Lu Wei, who was hiding under the table the whole time. Seeing that the person in charge had left, countless investors flocked to Lu Jinghua. Lu Jinghua, who was holding a glass of red wine with President Tian, was instantly swallowed up by the crowd. As Yi Qing walked out of the hotel, she hailed a taxi. He asked Zhenglu, whose eyes were sparkling, "Zhenglu, where do you live? I'll take you home first." Zhenglu, who has very high standards and has remained single to this day, said admiringly, "Boss, you're amazing. When I was studying abroad, a classmate told me that turning a concept into reality requires countless failures before there's even a sliver of a possibility. I've been following 3D naked eye display technology before, but I don't know how many years, or even decades, it will take for it to become real. I never imagined that you, boss, could overcome such a world-class challenge all by yourself. I absolutely adore you." The beautiful Zhenglu, dressed in an evening gown, was now like a little fangirl, hugging Yi Qing's shoulders and swaying wildly, almost saying that she wanted to have his babies. And because the person was excited and moved too much, Yi Tian looked down and saw a large expanse of the other person's chest exposed. "It must be a 36C, that's too big." As Yi Qing looked around, she felt her nose getting wet and reached down to touch it. "Holy crap, I'm getting a nosebleed." Yi Qing felt like dying. He had completely lost face. Chapter 18. All Sleepless Nights. Zhenglu also felt as if a water droplet had dripped onto the tip of her nose, and when she reached out to touch it, she found it was blood. Looking at Yi Qing, who had her neck tilted back and was pinching her nose. Then, glancing at her exposed chest, she shyly straightened her clothes and took out a tissue to wipe Yi Qing's nose. 3 minutes later, inside the taxi. "Boss, I'm sorry, I was just too excited. I caused your nosebleed. Are you all right now?" Yi Qing, with 2 tissues stuck in his nostrils, gave a pale explanation upon hearing this. "It's all right, I'm fine now. Sorry about what happened earlier. I know why. I suddenly got a nosebleed." The driver almost burst out laughing. Hearing Yi Qing's explanation, he said, adhering to the principle of men helping each other, "Beautiful lady, you found a great boyfriend. He looks like a pure and honest man who's almost extinct. You'd better cherish him from now on." When the two heard the driver's words, Yi Qing hurriedly tried to explain, but Zhenglu spoke first. "Uncle, you're absolutely right. There aren't any men as good and outstanding as boss these days. They're rarer than pandas. Just drop me off at Lujiazui later." The driver nodded and focused on driving. Half an hour later, Zhenglu got out of the car, waved goodbye to Yi Qing, and then ran into the residential area. "Master, could you please take me to Thompson Riviera?" The driver was a little confused. He had picked up a wealthy young couple tonight. One lived in Lujiazui and the other in Tangpinichen. No wonder they could find such beautiful girlfriends. When Yi Qing arrived at the entrance of the residential area and paid the bill, he explained, "Master, she's not actually my girlfriend. I have a girlfriend. She's my colleague, my subordinate." The driver, after taking the money, wore a knowing smile that all men understand, and said, I know, we're colleagues. I used to do this too. Young man, you need to take care of your health, or you'll know what it means to be young and carefree when you're my age." After saying that, he drove off. Yi Qing was speechless upon hearing this. The old driver truly lived up to his name. He pulled the tissue off his nostril, threw it in the trash can, and headed home. Back home, Yi Qing put the equipment away and then washed up and rested. Half asleep, Yi Qing hung up on countless harassing phone calls and continued to sleep soundly. Meanwhile, international investment firms such as Goldman Sachs, Sequoia Capital, and SoftBank were holding meetings with their lights on. At Goldman Sachs headquarters, Shun Nan began reporting on the events of tonight's meeting. The entire conference room was filled with dozens of people listening quietly. After a long silence, Goldman Sachs president He Gang spoke. Speak up, everyone. What are your thoughts? The forecast report has just come out. Under the condition that 3D technology matures, its impact on the world will be comparable to a world-changing event. Conservatively estimated, this technology will cost at least $300 million. Furthermore, I just asked my classmate abroad, and this young man, Yi Qing, has already published his paper in a world-renowned newspaper and should now have the patent firmly in his hands. Most of the business owners who invest in 3D technology abroad are thinking of jumping off buildings. Tell me your thoughts. To put it in perspective, in 2016, the entire country's annual tax revenue was only 260 million yuan, which gives you an idea of just how much wealth Yi Qing possessed in terms of technology. Everyone present lowered their heads to think, and one of them spoke first. Yi Qing originally wanted to talk to Shun Nan alone. Unfortunately, Shun Nan, this seasoned investor, failed to seize this opportunity, causing Goldman Sachs to miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Therefore, Mr. He, I humbly request that I lead the team to negotiate this time. I am confident that this cooperation will be successful. Shun Nan frowned as he heard his old rival attacking him. Li Wen, you've never even met Yi Qing. Are you confident you can secure this cooperation? Moreover, this was an accident. May I ask everyone here, has anyone encountered someone trying to solicit investment like this? He Gang slammed his fist on the table and yelled, "What kind of time is this? Our own people are fighting amongst themselves. Tomorrow I'll personally lead the team, and Shun Nan, you'll come with me. Li Wen, you come along too. I want to see your report analysis report tomorrow." Meeting adjourned. After saying that, he stood up and walked outside. Tonight, most of the well-known investment institutions in China, along with senior executives from Goldman Sachs, have gathered to discuss important matters. The next morning, Yi Qing's biological clock woke him up naturally. He turned on his phone and looked at the time and countless text messages, all from unfamiliar phone numbers. There was also a text message from Lu Jinghua among them. After Yi Qing finished washing up, she contacted Lu Jinghua. "Brother Lu, notify the company to prepare for the reception. A large number of investment companies will be coming to the company today. I'll be there in a bit." Lu Jinghua's voice rang out, sounding both haggard and excited. "Boss, our company's meeting room is too small. I've already rented a large meeting room outside. Moreover, this incident has blown up to a huge extent. The media knows about it, and they're reporting on it extensively right now. Luckily, no one took a picture of you at last night's party. Otherwise, boss, you'd never have a peaceful day again." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing replied confidently, "Brother Lu, you're my right-hand man. I have complete confidence in you handling things. See you at the company." After saying that, Yi Qing ate something casually and drove straight to the city center. Inside Chongqing Company, Lu Jinghua addressed the dozens of employees in the company. President Yi and his team will be coming to the company soon to discuss a cooperation agreement with a globally renowned investment firm. This contract is worth at least tens of millions. You need to bring out your best and not let me down at this crucial moment. Do you understand? When the employees heard Lu Jinghua's words, they all gasped. A contract worth tens of millions of yuan. That's terrifying. They all patted their chests and said there was no problem. Before 9 o'clock, Yi Qing had not yet arrived at the company when He Gang from Goldman Sachs arrived with his two henchmen, Shun Nan and Li Wen, along with their entourage. The receptionist, who had been with the company for less than 10 days, looked at this unexpected big shot and said nervously, "Mr. He, please come in. Our general manager Lu is already waiting for you." Looking at the small company and the brand new office supplies in front of him, He Gang suddenly understood many things. He nodded to the receptionist and walked inside under the guidance of the receptionist. Lu Jinghua looked at this investment tycoon and excitedly went to greet him. "Mr. He, please come inside and have a seat. President Yi will be here shortly." Before Mr. He could speak, the voice of his old nemesis, Wang Shi from Sequoia, rang out from the front desk. "Damn, you're here so early too." Chapter 19, Making Money is So Easy. Wang Shi nodded to the receptionist and said in a bold manner, "Hello, miss. Has your Mr. Yi arrived yet?" "President Yi hasn't arrived yet, but you've come quite early. It's rare to see you out so early on business, Wang Shi. Aren't you going to do your usual morning exercises for self-cultivation?" He Gang came out and said to Wang Shi with an unfriendly look. Same here, Wang Gang, you're different too. Wang Shi smiled and said to his old rival. Lu Jinghua, who was standing next to him, saw that both sides were looking at each other with hostility, like needles clashing against weed-ons. The air was relatively quiet at this moment. Lu Jinghua boldly said, Gentlemen, please come in. President Yi is on his way and should arrive soon. Both groups, led by Wang Shi and He Gang, tacitly gave Lu Jinghua face and each led their people to the adjacent lounge. Soon after, people from SoftBank arrived. Within half an hour, people from investment companies and film and television companies of all sizes arrived at Yi Qing's company one after another. Seeing these big names appear in person before them, the company's employees were in an uproar. Even people from the two neighboring companies crowded around the entrance, watching with curiosity. The underground parking lot of the central building. Just as Yi Qing was about to get out of the car, he saw a silver-white Bentley drift and stop beside him. He said speechlessly, Rich people these days really know how to have fun. They can even drift in a Bentley. After saying that, he got off the bus with the documents he had prepared. Inside the Bentley, Huang Yuding spoke to Shangwan Qingfeng, who was sitting next to her. Qingfeng, hurry up. If we're late, the daylilies will be cold. After saying that, he got off the bus first. Huang Yuding immediately saw Yi Qing after getting off the bus, and the two looked at each other. Yi Qing said generously, Hi, what a coincidence. Huang Yuding, as beautiful as a goddess under the moon, smiled slightly, her eyes like crescent moons, and said, It's not a coincidence, Yi Qing. We've come to find you. Us. Yi Qing wondered curiously. Who else is there? The car door opened, and a girl who looked to be about 1.67 meters tall appeared in front of Yi Qing. The girl's skin was exceptionally delicate, like milk. She had an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and wore a white dress that revealed her exquisite collarbone, which looked as big as an egg. She gave Yi Qing a gentle feeling. Yi Qing was surprised again. The last time he was amazed was when he saw Huang Yuding. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. Among all the women Yi Qing had ever met, these two girls could easily score 96 points or higher. Enya was also very beautiful, but she didn't have the unique temperament of these two. This is my best friend, Shangwan Qingfeng. She's the president of Timmy Studio Group and used to be researching 3D, VR, and holographic technologies. Huang Yuding pointed at Shangwan Qingfeng and began to introduce her. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing politely replied, Hello, my name is Yi Qing. Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Shangwan Qingfeng. I witnessed your amazing feat at the party last night. The scene changed overnight. Is this the magic of 3D equipment? Shangwan Qingfeng spoke to Yi Qing with a tone tinged with admiration. Yes, changing the scene is just one aspect of it. There are other features as well. Let's talk about them as we walk. Yi Qing took the first step, with two beautiful women following on either side of him. Zheng Lu, who had been waiting anxiously at the elevator entrance, wiped the sweat from her palms with a tissue, praying that Yi Qing would arrive soon. After all, there were too many big shots in the company, and her uncle couldn't handle them all. With Zheng Lu's prayers, the elevator doors clicked open. Accompanied by two beautiful women, Yi Qing walked out of the heavenly ladder, explaining the military applications of 3D technology. Mr. Yi, you've finally arrived. All the big shots inside are here. Every minute I spent inside was torture. And who are you two? Zheng Lu was halfway through her sentence when she looked at the two beautiful women in front of her with wary eyes and asked a question. Huang Yuding, Miss Huang. This is Shangwan Qingfeng, the CEO of Tianmei Group. They're both my friends. They all arrived quite early, so let's go to the conference room. After Yi Qing finished her introduction, she walked towards the conference room. The three women exchanged glances and then followed Yi Qing. Inside the conference room, dozens of people sat densely packed together, all looking at each other with wary expressions. As soon as Yi Qing entered the room, he felt as if he were surrounded by a pack of wolves. Mr. Yi, this is Xie Jun from SoftBank. Mr. Yi, this is He Gang from Goldman Sachs. Mr. Yi, this is Wang Shi. Lu Jinghua introduced Yi Qing to Lu Jinghua with great care, and Yi Qing shook hands with each of them in turn, getting to know them. After recognizing the person, Yi Qing spoke. You all probably learned about 3D glasses-free technology last night, and you should have all done and reviewed the market assessment. Then I'll cut to the chase. I plan to sell 31 hundredths of my shares to everyone here. After all, It's hard to get fat by eating alone. Yi Qing's direct words stunned the bigwigs present. In the past, when they discussed cooperation, there was always a lot of haggling, and it would take 10 days or half a month to talk. This time, everyone present was prepared for a long battle, but they did not expect it to be so quick. He Gang spoke first. Mr. Yi, Goldman Sachs has a rich network of connections that can reach all parts of the world. Once we reach a cooperation agreement, it will definitely be a win-win situation. Goldman Sachs is willing to invest $30 million to purchase shares. Tisk, $30 million? He Gang, you have no sincerity at all. We at Sequoia Capital are willing to invest $25 million and offer shares of the company and Tangren Media to cross-share with President Yi, looking towards the future. Wang Shi's opening remarks were like a bombshell, leaving everyone's heads buzzing. He Gang pointed at Wang Shi. Wang Shi. Upon seeing the report, the SoftBank representatives immediately offered their prices, jumping out and saying, Mr. Yi, this is the evaluation report we at SoftBank have prepared. Please take a look. SoftBank sincerely wants to reach a strategic consensus with you, Mr. Yi. We are willing to invest $27 million and cross-share with you, Mr. Yi. Any shares under our company are acceptable. SoftBank has a rich history and extends its reach all over the world. Looking at the forecast table and listening to the information and resources being introduced, Yi Qing felt for the first time that this money was too easy to make. Huang Yuding and Shengwan Qingfeng, who were following behind Yi Qing and were mistaken by everyone as Yi Qing's girlfriend or secretary, were both in a daze. This is terrifying. They're asking for tens of millions right off the bat, plus shares. With my net worth of only a few $100,000, what am I even competing with them for? I could eat the scraps and become a bloated slob. Looking at Yi Qing, who seemed to be surrounded by admirers, she thought to herself, this man is so charming. Chapter 20 Crazy Money Making. After reading the report, Yi Qing handed the documents in his hand to Huang Yuding, who obediently accepted them. He spoke up. I am satisfied with all three of your conditions. If I may ask, are you capable of paying these tens of millions in cash all at once? Because I have an important research project to conduct. Once the barriers to this research are broken, it could rewrite the entire landscape of aerospace, people's livelihood, and electricity. That's why I sold my shares and sought investment. Good heavens, everyone present was stunned when Yi Qing said this. It turned out that he was only willing to come out to seek investment for another research project, and he even brought the finished product with him to seek investment. They were all very curious about what kind of research Yi Qing was talking about. After all, with the 3D naked eye device as a shining example, everyone was quite convinced of Yi Qing's terrifying scientific research capabilities. Those with clear minds are already planning whether to invest in Yi Qing's research in advance, because once the research results are released, the profits will be huge, hundreds or even thousands of times the initial investment. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, He Gang, who was well-funded, quietly asked his two henchmen, Shun Nan and Li Wan, before speaking. Mr. Yi, 30 million is an unimaginable sum of money. We cannot come up with it in a short time, and I believe none of you here can either. Goldman Sachs plans to settle the debt in 6 installments. Furthermore, Goldman Sachs is very interested in Mr. Ye's research and plans to further our cooperation with him. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing wanted to spit in the other person's face. This was a classic case of eating from one's own bowl while eyeing another's pot. He was using my technology to make money, then recouping his investment, and then giving it back to himself. He's playing a clever game. Later, I will give everyone a copy of my recent research materials. Now let's talk about 3D technology. Mr. Wang, is this also the case for you? After Yi Qing finished speaking, his eyes scanned the surroundings like radar. The result speaks for itself. Everyone present boasted loudly, but not one of them could actually pull out a sum of more than 10 million at once. Wang Shi was an open-minded person. Seeing that President Yi was so insistent on cash, she said to Yi Qing, Mr. Yi, could you give us a little time to discuss this? Yi Qing nodded, glanced at the time, and said, Mr. Wang is absolutely right. Besides, it's getting late. Let's talk again after lunch. After speaking, he gestured to Lu Jinghua and led his men to the hotel to take their seats. The group of people walked in a dense mass toward the hotel next door. Huang Yuding, who had been following behind Yi Qing, gestured to her best friend to speak. The latter was completely unaware and still looked at Yi Qing with infatuation. Having no other choice, Huang Yuding took the initiative and said to Yi Qing with a sweet breath, Yi Qing, actually, Timmy also intends to reach a consensus with you. Yi Qing asked curiously, is your company Tianmei? No, my company is Tianxiu, which is a cosmetics company. Tianmei is Qingfeng's company. Huang Yuding explained with a smile. Wow, no wonder they're best friends. One is Tianxiu, the other is Tianmei. Together they're Xiaomei. That's some really clever names. Yes, Yi Qing, my company doesn't have that much money. But the business scope is very broad. I don't need that many shares. Just give me the right to sell in Shanghai. Once she came to her senses, Shangwan Qingfeng looked at Yi Qing with a hopeful expression, her delicate and tender demeanor making it impossible for anyone to refuse her. It's nothing. It's just an authorization. Since we're friends, let's have someone come over tomorrow to sign the contract. I have some important business to attend to. Excuse me for a moment. Yi Qing said this with great confidence, and then walked towards Lu Jinghua. His domineering presence almost brought a tender light to Shangwan Qingfeng's eyes. Seeing her best friend's emotional expression, Huang Yuding tugged at her sleeve and whispered teasingly, don't you think he's very charming and stylish? You love him to death. As if her secret had been exposed, Shangwan Qingfeng rolled her eyes at Huang Yuding and said happily, so what? Just now, the way he was fawned over, didn't you get tempted? Now that we've finished our business, let's go. Don't bother him. After saying that, he took Huang Yuding's hand, and the two walked away whispering to each other. Inside the hotel, Yi Qing booked 2 private rooms. After a satisfying meal, everyone went to the huge conference room that Lu Zhen had already booked to discuss things again. Mr. Yi, we just discussed it, and the 3 of us, Goldman Sachs, Sequoia Capital, and SoftBank, will jointly invest 20 million, plus shares worth 8 million, to buy your 3,100 shares. This is our greatest show of sincerity. Everyone present was stunned when they heard this. What the hell is going on with the 3 of you joining forces? What are we supposed to talk about? They all looked at Yi Qing anxiously, hoping he wouldn't agree. Yi Qing had also seen the forecast report. The patents he held were valued at around 200 million, but it would take a long time to develop them. If 30 out of 100 could be exchanged for a huge sum of 28 million, he wouldn't be at a loss. Finally, he nodded and said, okay, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, the 3 big shots breathed a sigh of relief, while the others looked constipated. The 3 people all stood up and shook hands with Yi Qing. It's a pleasure doing business with you. It's a pleasure doing business with you. After shaking hands for 3 minutes, He Gang spoke up, saying, Mr. Yi, the funds will gradually arrive in your account within the next 2 days. You will soon be the youngest multi-millionaire in China. Yes, President Yi is truly a young and promising individual who single-handedly rewrote the entire landscape of the film and television industry. I am truly ashamed of my own abilities. I just don't know what research Yi Qing mentioned earlier. Wang Shi was from He Gang's family, so he knew He Gang very well. After hearing He Feng's words, he immediately asked a question. Xie Jun of SoftBank seemed a little slow to react, but he quickly added, is there any need to question Mr. Ye's abilities? No matter what he researches, SoftBank will always be Mr. Ye's most loyal partner. The soft flattery pleased Yi Qing greatly. He began by saying, graphene technology involves people's livelihoods, aerospace, and electricity. I have some information here. If you're interested, take a look. After saying that, he gestured to Zheng Lu, who was standing to the side, to take out the items. The latter began handing over the documents one by one to the bigwigs present. The meeting room was silent except for the sound of papers being turned. Li Wen, who had previously worked in technology, knew how terrifying this document was. He coughed softly, interrupting He Gang, who was engrossed in reading it. Brother Gang, I really need to pee. Want to go to the toilet together? After speaking, she winked at He Gang with her small eyes, who immediately understood. She then addressed everyone present. Excuse me, everyone, I had a bit too much to drink earlier. I need to go out for a bit. After saying that, he led Li Wen out of the conference room. Chapter 21, My Cousin Who Ran Away from Her Wedding. Watching the other person leave, Wang Shi secretly sent a text message. The person standing outside immediately went to the toilet to wait for them. Yi Qing paid no attention to the other party's little tricks and waited quietly. Zheng Lu secretly watched Yi Qing, and the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Inside the restroom, Liwen locked the door from the inside and spoke while holding the documents in his hand. Boss, this is terrible. Graphene has such a wide range of applications that it is an energy source that is currently only in the realm of fantasy. Once this technology is available, the government will definitely step in to help. For example, graphene coating technology can stabilize voltage and current, which can save a huge amount of money in countries with high electricity consumption. You know how much electricity China spends every year? 200 million yuan. With this technology, at least half of that can be saved, and that's a conservative estimate. Li Wen, holding the documents, began discussing them with He Gang in the restroom. Inside the restroom, a man was recording everything with a voice recorder. 20 minutes later, He Gang and his companion returned to the conference room. Are you still urinating? Why does it take you so long to go to the toilet? Seeing this, Wang Shi jokingly said, Can I have the larger size? He Gang said in a rude tone. Seeing that it was about time, Yi Qing stood up and said, This is the direction I want to research. I'm sure you all understand now. You can go back and discuss it. If you're interested, you can talk to me. Deeply moved, everyone nodded and then left one by one. Inside Yi Qing's luxurious office at Chongqing Company, the company's legal team scrutinized the contract meticulously and after a long while, nodded to Yi Qing. Yi Qing readily signed his name and shook hands with the three groups of people in front of him to express his gratitude. After signing the contract, SoftBank left first. Wang Shi looked at He Gang with a mysterious smile, as if to say, If you don't leave, I won't leave either. He Gang was so angry he wanted to curse, but in the end he said to Yi Qing, Mr. Yi, could we talk in private? Yi Qing looked at the other person curiously upon hearing this. Had they made up their minds so quickly? He nodded and led the Goldman Sachs representatives to the previous conference room. Upon entering, He Gang got straight to the point. Mr. Yi, Goldman Sachs has now decided to stand with you. We're investing in this research. I've already instructed my staff to start working on the plan. The initial investment is 1 million. That's a bold move. After reviewing just one document, Goldman Sachs dared to invest $1 million. Their vision and strategic thinking far surpassed those of others. So what do you need? Shares? Yi Qing asked curiously. No, I don't want shares, I just want authorization. Once graphene, this epic-making technology, appears, the country will definitely control it. I want authorization for the Southwest region. He Gang clearly has a far-sighted vision and strategic thinking, and wisely chose to grant the license. Once this product is released, Goldman Sachs, which obtained the license, will be able to make a fortune. Mr. He is very generous. It's settled then. Haha, let's create the future together. I hope Mr. Yi will give me more guidance in the future. Having reached a consensus, He Gang chatted with Yi Qing for a while, then left with his men, completely satisfied. Back in his office, Yi Qing saw Wang Shi drinking tea and said with some surprise, President Wang? Mr. Yi, Sequoia Capital has decided to invest in this graphene research. 1 million in investment capital. All we need is authorization from the Southwest region. Holding the recorder, Wang Shi said the exact same thing as He Gang. Yi Qing said speechlessly, Brother Wang, the authorization for the Southwest has been given to General Manager He. Why don't you find another location? The Southwest region is a major energy producer, so once graphene is developed, the Southwest will be the largest user area. Therefore, both of them have their eyes on the Southwest region. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Wang Shi was so angry she wanted to curse. That damned He Gang beat her to it again, adding, Then let's go to the north. Yi Qing nodded, repeating the same words he had said before, and bid farewell to the other party. Sitting in his CEO's chair, Yi Qing couldn't stop grinning foolishly. He thought to himself with a smug smile, Just half a month ago, I was a penniless nobody, but now I have tens of millions in cash flow, making me incredibly wealthy. Having a beautiful girlfriend is practically the pinnacle of life. It would be even better if I had a couple more close female friends. Thinking of this, Yi Qing's ordinary face was filled with a silly smile. Zheng Lu, carrying a cup of coffee, walked into the office and immediately saw Yi Qing's silly, squinting face. He said with a smile, Mr. Yi, you must be tired. Have a cup of coffee to wake up. Upon hearing Zheng Lu's slightly seductive voice, Yi Qing immediately regained his previous confident expression and stared at her with wide eyes. You didn't even know to sneak in through the door. You didn't see anything before, did you? Zheng Lu shook her head vigorously, like a drumbeat, and hurriedly said no. Taking the coffee and taking a sip, Yi Qing said, "That's good. Everyone worked hard today. Tell the finance department to give each of them 50 cents as a hardship allowance. All right, go ahead and do your thing." Zheng Lu looked at Yi Qing, who was pretending to be calm, and skipped to the office door. She turned around and said, "President Yi, you looked so cute when you smiled earlier." After saying that, he ran out of the office as if he were fleeing. "This girl, she's teasing me. I'll deal with you later." After saying that, he squinted and pretended to doze off. Bashu, Hanqing bus station. A simply dressed girl, her feet covered in mud, squatted beside a phone booth, weeping bitterly. The girl was no more than 18 years old, with a single braid tied in her hair, and tears streamed down her pretty face. The girl was Yi Qing's cousin, Yi Min. Yesterday, Friday, after she returned home, she was locked in her house and told by her mother that she was getting married to a nearly 40-year-old bachelor, and the wedding was scheduled for Sunday. Upon hearing this sudden news, Yi Min was stunned. She was only 17 years old and had no intention of marrying a 40-year-old man. She cried and shouted that she did not want to get married. As a result, her mother said that the bride price had been received and the chef had been hired. They were just waiting for the other party to come and pick her up on Sunday. There was no way to back out now. She also told Yi Min to be a good wife and mother after marriage and to try to have a son next year. Then she locked Yi Min in the house. Young Yi Min was unwilling to marry just like that. So with the help of her childhood friend from the same village, she ran away. After staying up all night and walking dozens of miles of mountain roads, I arrived at the Seoul bus station. Feeling lost and confused, Yi Min didn't know where to go and was too afraid to go home. She hid by a phone booth and burst into tears. Yi Min wiped away her tears and said, as if to encourage herself, "Yi Min, you can't cry. You have to be strong. If I go home, I can only get married. Right? I should go find my cousin. I should go to Shanghai to find my cousin." After saying that, he went to the phone booth and started making a call. Chapter 22. Picking up people. Yi Qing, who was lying in the CEO's chair pretending to doze off, was awakened by his phone ringing. Looking at the unfamiliar Sichuan Chongqing number, he asked curiously, "Hello, I am Yi Qing. May I ask who you are?" "Cousin, it's me, Yi Min Hua." Hearing that familiar voice ring in his ears, Yi Qing recalled all the things that had happened in the past. "Cousin, don't cry. What happened? Tell your cousin." Yi Min's voice rang out, trembling with sobs. "Cousin, my parents want to marry me off to a 40-year-old bachelor. If I don't agree, they'll lock me up. I ran away last night, and now I don't know what to do." Wah! Damn it. Hearing this, Yi Qing felt a surge of anger rising within him. His second uncle's family were utterly inhuman. Anyone with a brain could tell they were just trying to raise money for his son's dowry. "Cousin, don't cry. Your cousin is here. My cousin is doing quite well in Shanghai. I'll bring you here." Yi Min's sobbing voice rang out. "But I have no money. Where are you now? Your cousin will try to find someone to pick you up." "I'm at the bus station in Seoul." Yi Qing pondered for a moment and said, "Stand still. Your cousin will find a way to pick you up right away. Wait for his call." After hanging up the phone, Yi Qing began to contact He Gang, who had just left not long ago. He Gang, who had just become partners and was truly in the honeymoon phase, immediately agreed to Yi Qing's small request. He instructed his staff near Seoul to pick up Yi Min. Meanwhile, in Longtu village, Yi Jun's family was in an uproar. A burly man said angrily, "Dad, my sister is such an insensible child. She doesn't even think about her brother. She's a girl. She'll get married sooner or later. It doesn't matter whether she gets married early or late, but now she's run away." Yi Jun, who was smoking a pipe, slammed the pipe down hard and cursed. "That brat. The betrothal gifts have already been paid, and they're coming to pick her up tomorrow. How are old Wang and I supposed to explain this? Go find her now. Where could a little girl like her have gone? And you silly old woman, you can't even look at a person properly." After scolding his wife, Yi Jun took his relatives out to look for people. After arranging everything, Yi Qing called Yi Min to let her know that everything was ready and that she should just wait patiently for a while, as someone would be coming to pick her up soon. Hearing her cousin's words, Yi Min calmed down a bit and waited patiently. 2 hours later, a black Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of the Seoul bus station and two men got out. After one of the men got out of the car, he looked around and immediately spotted Yi Min squatting on the ground. He then led the driver toward Yi Min. "Excuse me, are you Ms. Yi Min?" When Yi Min heard someone calling her, she looked up and realized that she didn't recognize the person at all. She said nervously, "I am Yi Min, may I ask who you are?" "I am Liu Qihong, the head of Goldman Sachs in Sichuan. I'm here to pick you up. President Yi just contacted our president He. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Girls are generally more perceptive." After hearing the other person's introduction, Yi Min looked at their clothes and said, "Let me ask my brother." Liu Qihong smiled upon seeing this. Why would he, the head of Bashu, bother to deceive a little girl like her? He proactively took out his phone and handed it to Yi Min. "Use my phone to call." Yi Min timidly took the phone and began contacting her cousin. 2 minutes later, Yi Min handed the phone to the other person and said, "Uncle, thank you. My brother will talk to you." Liu Qihong perked up and said, "Hello, Ms. Yi. I am Liu Qihong from Goldman Sachs." Okay. I guarantee that I will get Ms. Yi to Shanghai safely." After hanging up the phone, Liu Qihong said with a smile, "Ms. Yi, please get in the car." Yi Min followed the other person toward the Mercedes-Benz not far away. But in her heart, she was thinking that the other person called her cousin President Yi. And his attitude was just like the way a bad student in her class would see the homeroom teacher and be afraid of her cousin. "It seems my cousin has really made it big in Shanghai. Please." Liu Qihong opened the car door and said to the simply dressed little girl in front of him. Looking at the luxurious interior of the car, Yi Min glanced at her shoes covered in mud and said timidly, "Uncle, my shoes are very dirty." Liu Qihong said kindly, "Miss Yi, your shoes aren't dirty. It's people's hearts that are dirty. Get in the car." Only after hearing what the other party said did Yi Min dare to step into the car. Yip Kaifun, who is also Yip Man's older brother and Yip Qing's cousin, shares the same name as a notorious gangster who roams Hong Kong Island. He was riding a dilapidated motorcycle when he saw his sister from afar as she got into a Mercedes-Benz. He shouted angrily, "Yi Min, you stop right there. If you dare to leave, don't ever come home again." After saying that, he twisted the accelerator and sped towards the Mercedes. Upon hearing her brother's voice after getting on the bus, Yi Min trembled all over like a frightened rabbit. Liu Qihong glanced at Yi Jihuan, who was chasing after them, and said to the driver, "Drive." The Mercedes-Benz sped toward the lane. Yip Kaifun's little motorcycle could never catch up with the Mercedes-Benz, and he could only watch helplessly as the Mercedes drove further and further away. He grew increasingly anxious. His younger sister was involved in his life's most important matter. If he hadn't given her a good beating, he wouldn't have known she'd come to the bus station. He was also incredibly curious about when his sister had met these important people driving Mercedes-Benzes. After memorizing the other party's license plate number, Yi Jihuan stopped his motorcycle. "This is strange. Let's go home and discuss it with Dad. If all else fails, call the police." After saying that, he turned the car around and headed home. An hour and a half later, inside Chengdu Airport, Liu Qihong pointed to the private jet in front of him and said, "Miss Yi, I'll leave you here. Mr. Yi is already in Shanghai to pick you up." Yi Min, who grew up in the mountains, was stunned when she saw the unusual airplane in front of her and then looked at the passenger plane in the distance. Accompanied by the flight attendant, she boarded the plane step by step. The flight attendant closed the door, and the Gulfstream 450, like a sharp sword piercing the sky, soared into the blue sky and headed towards Shanghai. 2 flowers bloom, 1 class schedule. Yi Jihuan returned home and told his father everything he had seen. His father, puffing on his pipe and clicking the ash, said, "Driving a Mercedes to pick up Yi Min? Are those rich people after my daughter?" "Huan, it's good that you can remember the other party's license plate number. These rich people all have some quirks. If we call the police, they'll definitely have to pay us a few dozen dollars. Or we'll send him to jail." Chapter 23: The Youngest Millionaire. As the saying goes, bad people come from poor and remote places, and Yi Jun's family was clearly a bad family. After discussing it, they realized there was something to gain and immediately called the police. Liu Qihong, who had just dropped Yi Min off, received a summons from the police before he even returned to the company. Meanwhile, Yi Qing, in Shanghai, had no idea that his second uncle had gotten into this mess again and was standing at the airport picking up passengers. After a flight of more than an hour, The Gulfstream 450 landed smoothly at Shanghai's Pudong Airport. Yi Min got off the plane in a daze and met Yi Qing, who was different from the Yi Qing in her memory. Like a fledgling swallow throwing itself into Yi Qing's arms. "Cousin, it really is you. I can't believe it." It's all right, it's all right. With your cousin here, you can focus on your studies and life in Shanghai. Your cousin will take good care of you. Don't go back to your second uncle's house for now. Okay, I'll listen to my cousin. Yi Min had also given up on her parents. When she learned that they were marrying her in order to raise money for her brother's dowry, she gave up. "Come on, let your cousin show you around." Yi Qing led Yi Min out of the airport, and they drove to the parking lot and headed towards the shopping mall. Sitting in the car, Yi Min looked curiously at the skyscrapers outside and said excitedly, "Brother, the buildings outside are so tall. They're even taller than Longtu Mountain in our hometown. By the way, is that a sports car? I've heard of it back in school." "Cousin, what are you doing right now?" "The uncle who picked me up in Seoul called you President Yi and even sent a plane to pick me up. It's like a dream." After speaking, her bright eyes stared intently at Yi Qing. "I now run a company, and I'd say I've achieved some success. You'll never have to worry or live in fear again. Come on, bro. I'll take you to buy some delicious food and fun things." Yi Qing's words gave Yi Min a strong sense of security, and everything that happened today left an indelible memory for this 17-year-old girl. Half an hour later, Balenciaga. Yi Qing led the introverted Yi Min inside and said to the sales assistant, "This is my sister. Please get her a few outfits." The sales assistant had long since developed a keen eye. Looking at Yi Qing's clothes and the expensive watch on his wrist, she smiled and said to Yi Min, "Little sister, please come with me." After saying that, he took the drab Yi Min to try on clothes. Yi Qing sat on the sofa, bored, and waited. The news playing in the store caught her attention. China Daily. "My country's largest single transaction has created Yi Qing, the youngest billionaire." Just today, renowned investment firms Goldman Sachs, Sequoia Capital, and SoftBank invested $28 million to acquire the 3D glasses-free technology developed by Evergreen Technology. 3D glasses-free technology is about to enter our lives. According to reliable sources, the four parties have already signed a contract. The host's magnetic voice recounted the ins and outs of the matter in detail and showed the 3D scene that Yi Qing had shown while showing off last night. When Yi Qing saw this news, he was filled with pride. This was just the beginning. One day, the world would be conquered by him. Inside the Ironman boxing gym, Inya had just finished teaching her students when she saw her mother calling her. As soon as the call connected, Wang Suzhen's excited voice rang out. "My daughter is watching the news, reading the China Daily. Xiao Yi has become a multimillionaire. You need to go home right now, pack your things, and take care of his daily needs. You can quit this lousy job." When Wang Suzhen saw the news, she was so excited that she almost had a stroke and immediately called her daughter. Inya was speechless when she heard her mother say that. What was her mother doing now? "Mom, I'm busy right now. I'll talk to you later." He hung up the phone as soon as he finished speaking, and before he could even put his phone in his pocket, he heard his colleague Xiaomei's excited voice. "Inya, my goodness, you're going to be a rich wife from now on. The largest single transaction in the country is your boyfriend, Yi Qing. He's worth over 20 million, wow." Lu Xia, Huang Yuding, Shengwan Qingfeng, and others who were acquainted with Yi Qing all watched the news report on TV with gleam in their eyes. This person, who was featured in national news for just a few minutes, immediately topped the trending search list, drawing the attention of countless people. Meanwhile, in Bashu, inside the Seoul police station, Lu Qihong pointed to the television report and said, "This is President Yi. After receiving President Yi's call, I immediately came to Seoul to receive Ms. Yi Min, and I put her on my company's CEO, his private jet. She should have arrived safely in Shanghai by now. He's not the liar and pervert they're calling him." When Lu Qihong arrived at the police station for investigation, he explained the situation to the police officers in a clear and articulate manner. The Yi family, who were hoping to extort money from the other party through their daughter, looked at the name mentioned in the news and said with disbelief, "You mean my daughter was taken away by my nephew Yi Qing? Is he a multimillionaire now?" "That's right. Otherwise, why would I have come all the way from Chengdu to pick up Miss Yi?" "Officer, this matter is quite clear. Miss Yi Min is only 17 years old and has been forced into marriage by her family. This has violated the law, Miss Yi Min, unwilling to be persecuted by her parents, contacted her cousin Yi Qing. So the molestation and sex mania that Yi Jun mentioned could not possibly have happened. The investigating officer pondered for a moment and then said, "A simple phone call will clarify things, Mr. Liu. Thank you for your cooperation." "It's all right. It's just police community cooperation," Liu Qihong said nonchalantly. Yi Jun also came to his senses and took out his old-fashioned mobile phone to contact Yi Qing. After the call connected, Yi Jun's tone was completely different. He said in a fawning tone, "Yi Qing, it's me, second uncle. Did you pick up Xiaomin?" "Yes, I had someone pick them up. I'll take good care of her. That's all for now, bye." Yi Qing's cold voice made Yi Jun's family feel as if they were in an ice cellar. Yi Jun slapped his wife across the face and cursed, "You bitch, it's all your fault. I told you to be nicer to Yi Qing before, but you abused him openly and secretly. Now look what's happened. Yi Qing has made it big and doesn't even recognize me as his second uncle anymore." Yi Min's mother, who was seeing stars after being hit, was a shrew to begin with. She raised herself up and pounced on him, shouting, "You bastard Yi Jun! How dare you hit me? I'll fight you to the death. You were the one who said before that Yi Qing was a jinx, bringing bad luck to his parents, and that we should stay away from him. Now you're taking it out on me." After saying that, they started fighting in the police station. Upon seeing this, the police officers immediately stepped forward to break up the fight. Liu Qihong watched the farce unfold before him, shook his head speechlessly, and walked out. Chapter 24. Yin Ya's lack of confidence. Yi Qing had no idea about the farce at her second uncle's house and was now looking at her cousin with a shocked expression. Before my eyes, Yi Min had transformed like an ugly duckling into a swan, wearing a well-fitting white dress, her rosy cheeks glowing under the light. Long-term farm work has made her figure firm and shapely. Her dark eyes hold a unique, girlish simplicity and kindness, and her delicate oval face is like a flower bud about to bloom. Yi Qing was starting to wonder if her second uncle's family really had such good genes. Seeing her cousin staring intently at her, Yi Min asked shyly, "Brother, is it pretty?" Yi Qing nodded in agreement. "She's beautiful, just like a princess from a fairy tale. Wrap up all these suitable clothes." Upon hearing this, the sales assistant's eyes lit up immediately, and she excitedly went to pack up and pay. "Sir, that's 22 yuan in total." Yi Min was stunned when she heard the sales assistant's price quote. These clothes were so expensive. She was about to stop her when she saw her cousin pull out a huge wad of 100 yuan bills and casually hand her 50 yuan. Then Yi Min became even more stunned. Her small world was greatly shocked. After all, she had never seen so much money before, not even when she was on a plane or in a Mercedes. After paying, Yi Qing took Yi Min, who was still in a daze, home. Back home, the luxurious decor once again stunned Yi Min. Looking at the floor so reflective it reflected her image, Yi Min asked blankly, "Brother, is this your home? Okay, go pick any room you like. Later, I'll take you to meet your wife, and we'll go out for a big meal." Yi Min, who was initially overjoyed, became dejected upon hearing these words. Every girl dreams of love, and Yi Min was no exception. Seeing her cousin's perfect appearance, it would be a lie to say she didn't like him. Lying on the sofa, Yi Qing had no idea what the little girl was thinking. He took out his phone and started contacting Inya. "Inya, are you free tonight? We had dinner together, my sister was there too, and I have some good news to share. The 3D naked eye device I developed has officially been launched, and I've made a whopping 20 million in cash." Inside the Iron Man boxing gym, Inya felt a pang of bitterness upon hearing Yi Qing's words. She was just an ordinary girl. What did she have to deserve such a perfect boyfriend? Just now, the gym owner had met with her, humbly asking her to arrange a meeting with Yi Qing. Before she could answer the boss, her classmate Zhao Jili arrived later and invited her and Yi Qing to dinner. Having only had a moment of peace and quiet for 2 minutes, Inya received another call from Yi Qing. Feeling extremely insecure, she whispered to herself, "Yi Qing, I'm scared. You are so unattainable now, like a star in the sky, while I am like dust on the ground. I am afraid that you will go further and further away, while I will stay in the same place. Can you leave me alone?" Holy crap! Upon hearing this, Yi Qing was immediately dumbfounded and hurriedly said, "Inya, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm willing to stay by your side as a handyman in order to pursue you. You should be happy for me for my achievements today. Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well. Before she could finish speaking, Inya hung up the phone and took a taxi home, her mind preoccupied, wanting to be alone and have some peace and quiet. It's not hard to understand Inya's thoughts. Her boyfriend is too outstanding, and she's intimidated by him. When your boyfriend or husband is 1 or 2 times better than other men, you feel happy. When he is 10 times better, you feel that you have made a wise choice and found a very good husband. When he is 1,000 or 10,000 times better than others, you only feel fear. This is the case for Inya. Sis, I have to go out for a bit. There's food in the fridge. Make yourself whatever you want to eat. Remember to call me if anything happens. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he hurriedly went out, went to the garage, and drove quickly towards Inya's house. Yi Min overheard Yi Qing and Inya's conversation, and her disappointed mood turned into a pleasant one. She got up and walked towards the kitchen, preparing to cook a delicious meal for her brother. Upon returning home, Inya locked herself inside, ignoring the calls from outside. What's wrong with that brat? She actually came back and gave me a hard time, Wang Suzhen said to her husband with dissatisfaction. Yin Tianzheng asked curiously, could it be because of work? With Xiao Yi as your boyfriend, why bother going to work? In my opinion, you should settle things as soon as possible, have a son or daughter with Yi Qing, and live the life of a rich wife. Why do you have to argue with me? Listening to the incessant chatter outside the door, Inya felt even more irritated. The knocking interrupted Wang Suzhen's rambling. When she opened the door and saw Yi Qing, she said with a big smile, Little Yi, what brings you here? That brat Inya didn't even tell me beforehand, so I could have prepared. Yi Qing, who had run up to the 5th floor in one breath, said urgently, Annie, I'm looking for Inya. Has she gone home yet? Go back inside. Stay in your room. Come in first and have some tea. It breaks my heart to see you thirsty. After inviting Yi Qing into the house, Wang Suzhen called out to Inya's bedroom. Inya, Yi Qing is here to see you. You brat, why aren't you coming out? Inya, it's me. Can I come in and have a chat with you? Yi Qing spoke to the tightly closed door. Wang Suzhen, who was initially curious, immediately realized that the two had a conflict when she heard Yi Qing's words. Her blood pressure soared to her head, and she felt like she was about to lash out at Inya. Before she could unleash her fury, Inya's door clicked open. Upon seeing this, Yi Qing immediately opened the door and went inside. He saw Inya wearing pajamas, and without saying a word, he walked up to her in a domineering manner, pounced on her on the bed, and forcibly kissed her. Inya stared wide-eyed at Yi Qing, and as she felt Yi Qing's tongue enter her mouth, she suddenly elbowed him in the waist. Yi Qing was struck dumb and sat down heavily on the floor, clutching her lower back and gasping for breath in pain. You hit her so hard. You're trying to murder your husband. Can you feel my love for you? With mixed feelings, Inya looked at Yi Qing and asked, Does it hurt? It hurts me so much. You said you were committed to me for the rest of your life, but now you have changed your mind. Are you worried that I will go out and fool around now that I am rich? Don't worry, my original intention for you has always remained unchanged. If you dare to change your mind, my wife, you are going to beat me up like this. Yi Qing said to Inya with a grin. He looked at Inya with eyes full of sincerity, trying to make her understand his true feelings for her. Chapter 25. Buy a car and get freebies. Inya hugged her legs with both hands, staring blankly at Yi Qing, who had a silly look on his face. After a long while, he reached out and pulled Yi Qing up, patted his bed, and said, Sit down and chat with me. Yi Qing, worth tens of millions, immediately sat down on the bed. Smelling the unique fragrance of the girl on the bed, his thoughts began to wander, and his back pain subsided. Inya rested her head on Yi Qing's shoulder and whispered, I'm just afraid that I'm not good enough for you, afraid that one day you'll leave me and fall into the arms of another woman. Yi Qing, do you know? You're already being hailed as the young, highly eligible bachelor online. Even Wang Sikong has to step aside. Many girls have left messages saying they want to have your babies. Adding my boss's words and those of my classmates made me think of a lot of things in a short time. Am I really good enough for you? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing hugged Inya tightly. He said firmly, I love you. No matter what the future holds, my feelings for you will never change. I went undercover at the boxing gym for a year before I dared to confess my feelings to you. So you have to believe in me and believe in yourself. After Yi Qing finished speaking, she pouted again and pressed her lips forward. This time, Enya didn't resist. She remembered that Yi Qing had a considerable fortune, yet he honestly worked at the boxing gym. The reason was that he liked her, so he used this quiet and simple method. When she was upset, he would immediately come to comfort her. What else did she have to worry about? Those who wear the crown must bear its weight. Having opened her heart, Enya embraced Yi Qing and responded passionately. After a long while, their lips parted. Just as Yi Qing, who was feeling extremely uncomfortable, was about to take the next step, Enya stopped him. No, Mom and Dad are still at home. And besides, I'm on my period. Enya blushed and said shyly to Yi Qing. Yi Qing felt as if she had been doused with a bucket of ice water in the dead of winter, feeling refreshed and exhilarated. He said to himself, as if trying to comfort himself, "It's okay, just bear with it, and it'll pass. I've endured it for decades. What's a little more? Let's go. My husband is taking you shopping." Yi Qing changed the subject. Enya said apologetically, "Let's go in a couple of days. I haven't been feeling well these past few days." Yi Qing grasped the essence of Chinese characters from this, which translates to, "I'm on my period, experiencing severe bleeding, and it's inconvenient for me to go out." "All right, then you should get some rest. Once you're feeling better, we'll go for a proper stroll." "Okay, chat with me for a while." The two leaned against each other and started chatting. 2 hours later, Yi Qing had a simple meal at the Yin family's house and then drove home. Meanwhile, at Enya's house, Wang Suzhen kept berating her daughter, saying that a man as good as Yi Qing was hard to find even with a lantern, and she was still not satisfied. When Yi Qing returned home, he saw his cousin standing on the sofa waiting for him, with food laid out on the table. "Brother, you're back. Have you eaten? I made you some home-cooked food," Yi Min said happily to her cousin. Seeing his cousin's excited expression, Yi Qing patted his stomach and said, "We haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together." Yi Qing ate another meal at home, then went back to her room to rest, supporting her stomach. The diligent Yi Min cleaned the kitchen before returning to her own room, lying on her soft Simmons bed and drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Yi Qing woke up early and saw the breakfast that had already been prepared on the table. He said to Yi Min with concern, "Little sister, you don't need to get up so early to make breakfast anymore. It hurts my heart. I'll go and hire a maid in a bit. You should review your lessons now. I've already made arrangements for the school, and I'll take you to school tomorrow." Yi Min nodded happily to herself. Her cousin really cared for her, even more than her own brother. After finishing breakfast, Yi Qing drove towards the Shanghai Auto Expo. They were preparing to splurge lavishly. The car park is located in Jiading District, and Yi Qing arrived in just over half an hour by car. Looking at the rows of luxury car dealerships, there were Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Maserati, Ferrari. Yi Qing went straight to the Maserati 4S store, intending to buy a car for his girlfriend, Enya. The roar of the sports car engine told the saleswoman inside that a big customer had arrived. Several girls dressed in their finest attire stared intently at the entrance. Soon, Yi Qing's voice came into their view. A girl with an appearance score of at least 85 points stepped forward and said to Yi Qing, "Hello, sir. I am Deng Shui. It's a pleasure to serve you. Let me take a look and see if there are any models I like." After Yi Qing finished speaking, she walked into the showroom first, with Deng Shui following closely behind. Every time Yi Qing looked at a car model, she would accurately point out the advantages of the vehicle. 10 minutes later, Yi Qing looked at the Maserati CEO in front of him and said, "This one will do. Sir, you have excellent taste. This is the latest 2016 model of the President. Its smooth lines and retro-elegant interior further accentuate your status." Deng Shui said to Yi Qing with a happy smile on her face. "Check out, and please transport this car to the Ironman gym for me. Give this to a girl named Enya. It should be white, and remember to make it a special occasion." Deng Shui, who was in an unusually happy mood, immediately became unhappy after hearing Yi Qing's words. Why could this girl named Enya win the favor of these rich second-generation heirs? But she couldn't. She wasn't bad-looking either. With a professional smile on his face, he said to Yi Qing, "Okay, we will do our best to meet your needs, sir. Please, this way, pay the bill." Upon reaching the counter, he remained as arrogant as ever, pulling out a wad of 100 yuan bills and saying to the cashier, "This is 230 yuan. Keep the change. Consider it your tip." The cashier and Deng Shui, who was following Yi Qing, were both stunned. After paying the bill, Yi Qing took the receipt and walked out of the store. As they approached the door, a girl carrying a file folder twisted her ankle in her high heels as she passed Yi Qing. She lost her balance and fell directly onto Yi Qing, scattering files all over the ground. The girl in the professional suit dress raised her head, revealing her charming face, and looked at Yi Qing with eyes as clear as autumn water. "Sir, I'm sorry. I'm not used to wearing high heels since I just started working here, and I twisted my ankle. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." After saying that, he knelt down on the ground and began to pick up the documents. The white work clothes revealed a deep cleavage, and a glimpse of snow-white skin swayed vigorously in Yi Qing's eyes. The short skirt that reached her buttocks could not hide a pair of long, snow-white legs, arousing people's desire to explore the unknown, such as exploring the source of joy in the depths. Chapter 26 Reward for Kidneys. Yi Qing, lying on the ground, stared blankly for more than 10 seconds before coming to his senses. He was extremely glad that he was wearing jeans today, otherwise he would have made a fool of himself in front of this girl. After glancing at the other person's large expanse of white chest, he quickly said, "I'm fine. I'll help you pick it up." After saying that, he quickly bent down and picked up the things. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the girl's every bend over provided Yi Qing with a feast for the eyes. Strangely enough, no one in the entire Maserati 4S store offered to help. 3 minutes later, the girl brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and thanked Yi Qing, saying, "Thank you, sir. My name is Fei Fei. Thank you for your help today. I'll treat you to dinner another day." After speaking, he generously extended his hand and shook hands with Yi Qing. Looking at the tall, curvaceous girl in front of him, Yi Qing smiled and explained, "My name is Yi Qing." "It was nothing. No need for that." Yes, our teacher taught us to repay kindness with kindness. And besides, it was my mistake that bumped into you today. Mr. Yi, if it's convenient, please leave your contact information. I'd like to treat you to a meal." Seeing how persistent the other party was, Yi Qing took out a business card and handed it to them before leaving the 4S store. After Yi Qing left, the girl named Fei Fei held up her business card, kissed it, and said to her girlfriends, "Thank you all, sisters. I'll treat you all to a big meal after get off work today." The other employees in the store started making jokes. Yi Qing walked out the door and headed straight for the Bentley dealership not far away. He planned to buy a few cars for the company. The 20 million yuan cash flow from the shares should be coming in soon, so if he didn't spend it now, when would he? An hour later, at the Bentley dealership, a girl in a cheongsam with a slit that went deep into her thighs respectfully saw Yi Qing out. Yi Qing's pocket was missing another business card, and a dozen or so large bills were also missing from his pocket. As soon as Yi Qing stepped out the door, he quickly contacted Lu Jinghua, claiming that he had bought 2 Bentleys for the company and would deliver them to the company later. He also asked what other vehicles the company needed for transportation, saying that he would buy them as well. Lu Jun hurriedly said no need. This small matter can be handled by the subordinates. Yi Qing, who was eager to have some fun, couldn't agree to that. He said he would buy it himself and then hung up the phone. He turned around and walked into the Mercedes-Benz dealership not far away. In less than half an hour, 10 Mercedes-Benz vehicles were acquired, 6 sedans and 4 minivans. Yi Qing, unsurprisingly, lost another business card. He sighed and said, "These city girls are different. They all trip and fall easily. They don't even know how to be careful when they walk." Having witnessed 3 wrestling matches and enjoyed the spectacle, Yi Qing turned and walked towards her dream store, where a large B-shaped sign hung at the entrance. The store only has 3 employees, one of whom is a woman, and she is excellent in both appearance and temperament. Upon seeing Yi Qing enter, a long-nosed foreign shop manager very politely asked, "Sir, what service do you require?" Yi Qing glanced inside the store and saw 3 expensive sports cars. He pointed to the Veyron he had always dreamed of buying. "I really like this one. Can this car be registered and driven on the road in 2 hours?" When Jobs heard Yi Qing's words, he looked at Yi Qing with disbelief. "Sir, I guarantee with my life that all the paperwork for this car will be completed within 2 hours." In the 2 years that Jobs visited Yanxia, Yi Qing was the most generous customer he had ever met. "Okay, swipe your card," Yi Qing said in a very domineering manner, as if he were buying a cheap toy rather than a car worth 2,500 yuan. The two beautiful women in the shop exchanged a glance, then quickly walked towards Yi Qing to build rapport with him. Jobs thought to himself, looks like I'll have to hire some new employees again. 2 hours later, Yi Qing drove home in his new car, completely satisfied, with the help of two beautiful saleswomen. Don't get me wrong, the service is real service, like feeding Yi Qing fruit, pouring her coffee, chatting with her, and giving her a head massage. Yi Qing drove his Bugatti Veyron recklessly on the road, with no other car approaching within 50 meters of him. As Yi Qing drove across the Rainbow Bridge, he heard that familiar ding sound in his mind. Byte. Dominating the region, the host company's turnover reached 28 million in a short period of time. Successfully earn a huge amount of startup capital. Current progress, 25 out of 100. As a special reward to the host, a kidney assist device, abbreviated as for kidneys, will greatly enhance the host's kidneys, allowing him to be more energetic and better able to devote himself to his work. P.S. Mom no longer has to worry about me staying up late. After the system finished speaking, Yi Qing felt as if he had been pricked by a needle in his kidney, experiencing intense pain, as if he had been cut open and had undergone surgery. Damn it, what kind of nonsense is this system doing? The pain in his body made Yi Qing curse loudly. He prepared to stop the car and take a good look at his kidneys. If it got too bad, he would call an ambulance. As soon as I parked the car, the pain in my kidneys disappeared. It emits a comfortable coolness, making you feel as if you've been fully recharged and your whole body is full of energy. Holy crap, this feels even more intense than taking Viagra. In the system's words, it's like I've added 4 kidneys, making a total of 6. Holy crap, I'm awesome. Yi Qing pulled up his t-shirt, touched his waist, and said with a smug look. Before the excitement could last long, Lu Jinghua called, saying that the funds from Goldman Sachs, Sequoia Capital, and SoftBank had arrived, and that they had arranged a time for him to attend a shareholders' meeting on Wednesday with Tangren Media, Universal Pictures, and more than a dozen other companies. Let the employees of these companies get to know Yi Qing, the new young shareholder. The two chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. It's a win-win situation. The reward of 4 kidneys is in place, and the funds are also in place. I'm just waiting to realize my ambitions. But today is Sunday, and I have to go to a class reunion. This is what makes me happiest, Yi Qing said excitedly. This is also why I came to buy a Bugatti today. Some of my former college classmates are quite wealthy and drive either Porsches or Lamborghinis. My Ferrari wasn't enough to impress them before, especially our class monitor Zhou Lei. We'll see tonight. Upon arriving at the company, Yi Qing comfortably sat down in a chair and rested for a while. She looked at the land on the outskirts of Shanghai, then called her cousin to tell her that she was going to a class reunion that evening and would be home late, so she shouldn't leave herself dinner before plunging into her busy work. Chapter 27 Class Reunion is just a show-off session. Yi Min was overjoyed to receive the call. Her cousin always explained everything to her, which made the 17-year-old girl Yi Min fall deeper and deeper into the relationship. Lu Jinghua walked into the office with the project proposal in his hand. He spoke up. As Mr. Ye's company is about to enter a period of rapid development, we have too many shortcomings. The most critical issue is that the company is too small, with too few employees and very few available talents. Brother Lu, don't panic. The company's development can't be achieved overnight. I've already made a plan. We'll buy several hundred acres of land to build the instrument factory. Then we bought land in the city center, built our own company building, and set up a technology department to research new products, a public relations department, an administrative department, a legal team, and network maintenance. Yi Qing mentioned dozens of departments, both large and small. The afternoon passed in discussion between the two. Yi Qing generously allocated 5 million to the company for development. Lu Jinghua also saw a sharp ambition in Yi Qing and happily went back to work on the planning. Yi Qing, whose throat was practically parched from talking, hadn't even had a chance to drink some water when she received a call from Lu Xia. After chatting for a while, Yi Qing took a couple of sips of tea and went to pick up Lu Shihan. At the entrance of Lanting Law Firm, Lu Xia, dressed in her finest attire, eagerly gazed into the distance. Wearing a blue and white porcelain cheongsam, Lu Xia perfectly showcased her figure, with her prominent breasts and buttocks, coupled with her delicate face, frequently attracting the attention of passersby. Feeling the intense gazes of passersby, Lucia was quite pleased. She had prepared for this day for 3 days in advance, meticulously planning her makeup and outfit. Make sure Yi Qing sees you and is immediately impressed. Then have some drinks that night to unleash his animalistic desires, and then you can perfectly take his place. A deep, booming sound, like the roar of a beast, rang in Lucia's ears. Passersby all looked ahead. A shocked shout rang out from the crowd. Look, it's a Bugatti Veyron. This car costs over $2,000. My God, this car is so cool. That's right, look at the car lights. I heard that one car light costs hundreds of dollars, and one tire can buy a house. It's said that the entire car body is made of carbon fiber, and if there's even a scratch, the whole thing has to be replaced. Hearing the loud, envious comments from passersby, Lucia couldn't help but think, what's so special about this? You know, Yi Qing's current net worth is so high that even if he bought your Bugatti, it would be worthless. All I need to do is try my best to keep Yi Qing on my toes. The Bugatti came to a smooth stop beside Lucia, and Yi Qing said with a smile, have you been waiting long? Lucia was genuinely surprised to see Yi Qing driving this car. He said this with a genuine smile on his face. My God, Yi Qing, you actually changed your car. You're going to impress us all tonight. After saying that, she stretched out her snow-white little hand and pulled the truck door. The car was immediately filled with a faint scent of perfume. I recently made a small profit, so I bought a new car. Let's head to the Mido Hotel now. Yi Qing explained with a smile, then turned the car around and drove away into the distance. Female passersby, seeing Lucia's beautiful long legs get into the car, all wished they could take her place. The men wished they were the ones driving. Inside the Mido Garden Hotel, Jolie specially changed into an expensive outfit and wore a Rolex watch. He waited early at the hotel entrance, just to show off to his former classmates and prove that he was doing better than them. Jolie thought to himself, I have the right timing, the right place, and the right people all around me. The hotel belongs to my father, and I am still the deputy general manager of the hotel. The bike is a cheap Lamborghini costing over 300 yuan. It's hard not to show off. Let's try to win over Xiao Yiru tonight. Fully armed, Jolie was determined to be the coolest guy tonight. He would politely greet each familiar classmate he saw and tell them the location of the gathering. Those who are close to Jolie will chat for a while to show off their close relationship with the big boss Jolie, which can be understood as a distorted vanity in men's hearts. They chatted in small groups at the hotel entrance. Here comes a classmate named Zhang Wei, who's doing pretty well. He arrives in a BMW and immediately hugs Jolie, acting like they're very close. Mr. Zhou, I'm not late, am I? Traffic was terrible today, Sunday, especially in Hongkou District. I just went there to look at some apartments, and I was stuck in traffic. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, the other female students at the door immediately exclaimed in surprise, Zhang Wei, I didn't realize you bought a house in Hongkou District. Rooms there aren't cheap. The other students who rented apartments all looked at Zhang Wei with envy. Wei, I never expected you to have bought a house in Hongkou District. From now on, we'll be neighbors. Let's get together for a drink now and then and strengthen our friendship. Jolie said in a very pretentious way that among the classmates present, he only took Wu Zhen and Lu Tao seriously, and the rest were trash. Upon hearing Jolie's words, Zhang Wei was extremely excited, as if receiving Jolie's praise would make him feel superior to others. That's great. Mr. Zhou, let's keep in touch more often in the future. By the way, which classmates are here? I can't wait to catch up with them. Chen Hao, who was clearly Jolie's lackey, immediately spoke up. Most of the students have arrived, except for a few beauties like Lu Xia and Xiao Yuro. By the way, Yi Qing didn't come as usual. He must be doing really badly and is too ashamed to come. Chen Hao singled out Yi Qing to talk about, without mentioning the main character who hadn't arrived yet. This was a typical example of using Yi Qing as the topic of conversation. The students around him felt a sense of balance upon hearing Yi Qing's name. They realized that while they were doing poorly, Yi Qing was doing even worse, and their bad mood improved considerably. Why are you bringing up Yi Qing? He was a loser in school. What future can he possibly have now? I bet you're still out there delivering food to earn a meager living. Yi Qing was dragged out by Zhang Wei, and his corpse was whipped again. Jolie, who was quite in agreement, was about to say something like, don't mention Yi Qing, that spoilsport, when he saw a blue Porsche pull up in front of the hotel. His dream girl, Xiao Yuru, walked in, greeted by the doorman. Xiao Yuru is the most beautiful girl in the Department of Industrial and Commercial Studies. Her white Chanel dress perfectly accentuates her figure, and a sapphire necklace hangs around her swan-like neck. Her flawless features, coupled with her long, snow-white legs, exude a fatal attraction to men, making them unable to resist her. It instantly attracted the attention of a large number of men. Chapter 28. Everyone step aside. I, Yi, am determined to show off. Zhou Lei immediately turned his guns on Zhang Wei in front of the goddess, giving him a critical look. Zhang Wei, what are you saying? We're all classmates, so we should help each other. Yi Qing is doing poorly, but we classmates who are doing well can help him. I can arrange for Yi Qing to work at my hotel. He can earn at least 1 or 2 yuan a month. After speaking, he squinted and looked at Xiao Yuru who walked in. Xiao Yuru heard Zhou Lei's exaggerated voice as soon as she entered the room. A cold voice rang out. Classmates, you're all here quite early. Are you talking about Yi Qing? Upon seeing his goddess asking him a question, Zhou Lei immediately replied, Yuro, you're here? I just heard Zhang Wei saying that Yi Qing's life is not going well, so I was thinking of having Yi Qing work for me. Hearing Zhou Lei address him so affectionately, Xiao Yuru was quite displeased, but considering the presence of so many classmates, she couldn't show it. She said in a colder tone, That's good. Yi Qing is a good person, honest and upright. If you have the chance, classmates should help him out. To be honest, if Xiao Yuru hadn't heard Zhou Lei mention Yi Qing's name, she would have almost forgotten that she had a classmate named Yi Qing. What are you all talking about? A handsome man walked in from outside. He was dressed in dazzling luxury goods, with a Maserati car key half hidden in his hand, Italian imported leather shoes on his feet, an Armani shirt, and an LV belt. Seeing the man who looked exactly like a celebrity walking the red carpet, the students of Class 3 of the Industrial and Commercial Engineering Department all shouted, Wu Zhen. Wu Zhenda called out in a generous manner. Hello, classmates. Hi. Yuro, it's been a long time. Looking at Wu Zhen, who was fully armed, Zhou Lei immediately thought of two things. His formidable rival had arrived. He quickly said, Why don't we go sit down at the class reunion first? Wu Zhen, who was the center of attention, said calmly, Let's chat first. After all, I haven't seen my classmates for a long time, and I miss them very much. I can catch up with them and also host some classmates who couldn't come. Besides, Zhou Lei, aren't you the vice president of Midu Hotel now? I doubt anyone is foolish enough to chase us away. Wu Zhen's words seemed casual, but they were a veiled criticism that Zhou Lei was a spoiled brat who could only work as a deputy general manager in his father's hotel after graduating from university. Damn, it seems Wu Zhen is here to cause trouble tonight. Thinking of this, Zhou Lei decided to teach the other party a lesson. He gave his follower Zhang Wei a wink, signaling the other party to make trouble. Zhang Wei acknowledged the message, reached out and patted Wu Zhen's clothes, loudly proclaiming, Wu Zhen, these clothes you're wearing look like counterfeit. Wu Zhen's lips twitched, and he retorted and boasted, Fake goods? Impossible. I earn over 1,000 a year. Would I wear fake goods? Zhang Wei, you've never worn Armani clothes. That's not your fault. But you can't accuse me of wearing counterfeit goods. Do I look like someone who wears counterfeit goods? After saying that, he showed off the key to his Maserati sports car, dangling it in his hand. The silver three-pointed star logo slapped Zhang Wei's face repeatedly. Seeing his brainless underling spouting such low-level nonsense, Zhou Lei was about to personally challenge Wu Zhen to an arm wrestling match when a flashy, blood-red Ferrari roared into view at the hotel entrance. A mature-looking man stepped out of the car with impeccable posture. The man was Lu Tao. He took out his wallet and said to the parking attendant, Park my car for me, this is your tip. After saying that, he casually pulled out more than a dozen 1-cent bills from his wallet and threw them at the waiter one by one. The way he casually tossed the money instantly drew everyone's attention, successfully putting an end to Zhou Lei and Wu Zhen's earlier confrontation, and they both glared at Lu Tao with hostility. Both of them were thinking to themselves, this is such a good show-off. Why didn't I think of that? Meanwhile, the students with average incomes looked at the parking attendant with envy. They thought, this money is too easy to earn, and Lu Tao is too rich. Hi everyone, it's been a long time. I wonder if you've missed me. We must have a good get-together tonight. Yuru, it's been so long. You're back from studying abroad. Lu Tao, who is clearly also an actress, spoke to the crowd with exaggerated expressions. Xiao Yuru nodded and said, I haven't been back long, and it just so happens to be a class reunion. So I came to get together with my classmates. As the most beautiful girl in the department, Xiao Yuru knew these three men all too well. They had been fighting over each other since college. She never expected that 3 years later, the three of them would still be the same as before, always fighting whenever they met. The only change was in the three men's identities. Zhou Lei inherited his father's business and began to take over his father's assets, while Wu Zhen and Lu Tao started their own companies with the help of their parents. None of them were Xiao Yuru's ideal partner. Her family background was similar to theirs, with a net worth of over 100,000 yuan. Therefore, Xiao Yuru hesitated to accept the three men's advances, her purpose being to wait for the right price. All right, most of the students have arrived. Let's go inside and chat. I specially reserved a top-tier private room. It has everything. After Zhou Lei saw that all the important figures had arrived, he spoke up, showing off his influence at the hotel. Let's go? I'm pretty tired too. Xiao Yuru agreed, saying that she wasn't a greeter and it would be embarrassing to stand there like this. When Goddess Xiao spoke, everyone immediately nodded in agreement. As the crowd walked into the lobby, a roar like that of a beast echoed throughout the hotel entrance, and a black and red sports car sped in from a distance, illuminated by lights. The B-shaped logo on the front of the car and its dazzling headlights drew the attention of everyone in the hotel lobby. The Bugatti Veyron came to a smooth stop at the hotel's revolving entrance. As everyone watched, the passenger door opened, revealing a pair of long, slender legs, and then Lu Xia's haughty figure and alluring face appeared before them. Seeing Lu Shihan step out of the Bugatti Veyron, the students of Class 3 of the Industrial and Commercial Department all cursed inwardly. Damn, could the guy driving the Bugatti Veyron be Lu Shihan's boyfriend? With that in mind, everyone turned their attention to the driver's seat. A familiar figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone stared at Yi Qing in disbelief, thinking in unison, the person driving the Bugatti Veyron is Yi Qing? Holy crap, am I dreaming? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to film something like this. The loser and poor guy from before can actually drive this car. After getting off the bus, Yi Qing looked at his classmates who were all stunned and felt even more that he had made a worthwhile purchase. Just by looking at their expressions, he felt that the fare was well worth it. Chapter 29, the most stylish guy in the whole place. Looking at the stunned classmates at the reunion, Lu Xia spoke frankly. Hi, dear classmates, it's been a long time. I've missed you all. Look who I brought here, Yi Qing. After saying that, he very proactively and naturally took Yi Qing's hand and whispered, Yi Qing, Zhang Wei has been pursuing me. Could you please pretend to be my boyfriend tonight? I'll treat you to a seafood feast afterwards. Upon hearing Lu Xia's words, Yi Qing nodded, not rejecting her ambiguous gesture, and addressed the classmates. Long time no see. I was busy with work abroad the last 2 class reunions, so I couldn't attend. To show my remorse, I'll pay for everything tonight. Yi Qing's domineering words pulled the collectively stunned crowd back to reality, and they all stared at Yi Qing in disbelief. The most cunning Xiao Yuru was the first to come to her senses. She looked at Lu Xia, who was tightly holding Yi Qing's arm, and nodded to Yi Qing. Yi Qing, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to have changed so much. With Xiao Yuru taking the lead, the rest of the people started chatting with Yi Qing. Some talked about interesting things at school, and some talked about how they used to take care of Yi Qing. This is the reality of life. In this materialistic society, if you do well, even relatives from 3 generations back will come knocking on your door. Yi Qing responded enthusiastically to her classmates, acting as if she were the center of attention, which made Zhou Lei very unhappy. He extended his right hand, revealing a gleaming Rolex gold watch, and said to Yi Qing, long time no see. Yi Qing retaliated by showing off his Vacheron Constantine commemorative edition watch. The sapphire crystal case and the diamond-encrusted dial were so dazzling that they almost blinded the surrounding students under the light. Zhou Lei was utterly defeated and slunk back to Wu Zhen's side. His prized Rolex had become nothing more than a foil to Yi Qing. Wu Zhen, who was driving a Maserati, didn't go forward and invite trouble. With a smile, he said, Yi Qing, it's been a long time. Let's have a good get-together tonight. As he spoke, he gripped his Maserati car keys tightly, as if afraid of leaving even the slightest gap. Yeah, tonight we're drinking until we drop. Yi Qing said happily. How could I not be happy? The three outstanding students in the class in the past are now completely crushed by me, and they have no power to resist at all. Lu Tao changed the subject. Today is a happy day. Xiao Yuru, whom we haven't seen for a long time, is here, and Yi Qing is here too. It's worth celebrating. Let's go to the private room and chat. After speaking, he winked at Zhou Lei, who nodded slightly and led the group towards the private room. Lu Xia remained silent, holding Yi Qing's hand tightly and staying close to him. The private room is called Eternal Spring, and it's 280 square meters in size. It's elegantly decorated and fully equipped, a luxurious room that combines leisure and dining. Some of the students who arrived early have already started singing and having fun in the KTC. The students who arrived early had no idea that Yi Qing had driven a Bugatti Veyron, and they were all surprised and teased him when they saw him. Yi Qing, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to come today. Are you wearing Armani? It's not rented, is it? The tags are still on. You're wearing it tonight, and you'll have to return it later. Brother Wu Zhen, take a look and see if Yi Qing is wearing the real thing. When classmates meet, can we please refrain from saying such unpleasant things? Yi Qing, come and sit here with me. Don't stoop to their level. Yi Qing listened to the jumbled sounds around her, some good and some bad. She nodded to the classmate who had called her over to sit down, then smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, "That's great. I was wondering if I bought a fake. Could Wu Zhen help me take a look?" Wu Zhen was the first to be implicated, glaring at the classmate who had asked him to check Yi Qing's clothes earlier. He explained loudly, "Xiang Chao, do you think Yi Qing is still the same as before? I guarantee that Yi Qing isn't wearing counterfeit or knockoff clothes. Would someone who drives a Bugatti Veyron wear fakes? Yi Qing, don't you think so? What is a class reunion? It's a time to compare and prove yourself. Being good at school doesn't mean you'll be good at society. School is an ivory tower, while society is a crushing ground, shattering these naive ideas." After seeing Yi Qing's car worth 2,500 yuan and her watch worth over 800 yuan, Wu Zhen couldn't muster any desire to compete with Yi Qing and immediately bowed his head in defeat. Xiang Chao was stunned when he heard Wu Zhen's words and looked at Yi Qing with disbelief. Not only was Xiang Chao confused, but the students who arrived earlier were also confused. Yi Qing said nonchalantly, "Clothes are just external things. As long as they can be worn, why care whether they are designer brands or how expensive they are?" Yes, Yi Qing is right. Clothes are just for covering up. Why worry so much? Soon, voices of agreement arose from the crowd. It'll only take a few minutes. The students quickly took their seats, gathered around the C-shaped sofa, and started chatting. Someone quietly told their friend about Yi Qing arriving in a Bugatti Veyron. The female classmates whispered among themselves about Yi Qing, frequently glancing at him. A classmate who was close to Lu Xia looked at her with envy and asked her why she was with Yi Qing and what Yi Qing was doing. However, Lu Xia was determined to keep it all to herself and didn't reveal a word, only saying that Yi Qing was running a company. Xiao Yuru, who was sitting not far from Lu Xia, immediately started thinking after hearing this and took out her phone to search for something. The three industrial and trade giants, these three old friends, stayed together very harmoniously. Wu Zhen whispered, "It seems we can't beat Yi Qing tonight. I never expected that poor kid from before would turn things around so quickly." Lu Tao retorted, quite unconvinced, "It's just a Bugatti Veyron. It might be rented." Wu Zhen said speechlessly, "Do car rental companies in Shanghai rent Bugattis?" And Zhou Lei, what do you think of the watch on Yi Qing's wrist when you shook hands with him just now? Smoking a cigarette, Zhou Lei said with a look of dissatisfaction, "I think it's very exquisite and elegant. My Rolex can't compare in terms of appearance. How could it not be exquisite? Go check out Vacheron Constantine's official website. This is a limited edition commemorative watch. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy it. It costs at least 800 yuan, enough to buy a Lamborghini Aventador." Wu Zhen explained to the two of them with an envious tone. After hearing Wu Zhen's explanation, the two fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Lu Xia, who was sitting next to Yi Qing, suddenly needed to urinate. Her female classmates, who were envious and jealous of her, frequently toasted her. After downing 2 bottles of beer, Lu Xia felt a sudden bloating and pain in her bladder. He said to Yi Qing very affectionately, "Honey, I'm going to the restroom. I'll be right back." After saying that, he walked towards the toilet. Chapter 30. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After Lu Xia left, Yi Qing shook his arm, recalling the bittersweet experience he had just gone through. The bitterness came from being held by Lu Xia the whole time, leaving his arm stiff. The pleasure came from the soft spot he would touch whenever a classmate came to toast him, causing him to sway and touch her. As soon as Lu Xia left, Yi Qing felt completely relaxed and chatted with the classmate next to her about interesting things that happened at school. We had only exchanged a few words when I suddenly felt a weight around me and a jasmine scent wafted to my nose. Turning his head, Yi Qing saw Xiao Yuru's beautiful face under the dim KTV lights. He wondered why Xiao Yuru looked at him so excitedly when he and Xiao Yuru were not familiar with each other at all. Xiao Yuru, who had researched online beforehand, was quite certain that the classmate she hadn't seen for the past 3 years was none other than Yi Qing, the youngest multimillionaire whose name was causing quite a stir online. So after Lu Xia left, he immediately came over. As for what they came here for, it's obviously to steal men. No woman could resist a man like Yi Qing, who is worth tens of millions, even if she is a goddess who is high and mighty. Yi Qing, it's been a long time. How have you been these past 3 years? Xiao Yuro cleverly and proactively started the conversation. I felt lost for a while after graduation, but then I figured out the path I wanted to take and worked hard towards it. Fortunately, I've achieved something now, Yi Qing said very modestly. Everyone goes through a period of confusion. I used to be confused, wondering what kind of man I would meet and what kind of man I would build a family with. After thinking it through, I gradually let it go, and I felt much more at ease. Besides, you were already very capable when you were in school. You worked part-time while studying, which none of your classmates could do. Most of them relied on their families for help and lived a life without worries about food and clothing. So your achievements are inevitable. Xiao Yuru took the initiative to flatter him. After hearing this, Yi Qing was speechless. If she hadn't worked part-time while studying, she would have starved to death on the roadside. She had no choice but to do it because life forced her to. I was lost for 3 years and struggled at the bottom for 3 years. I got deeper and deeper into it. If it weren't for the system suddenly appearing in my body, I would still be a punching bag in the boxing gym. So I still need to keep working hard to realize my life goals and values. Yi Qing took a swig of beer and said to Xiao Yuro. The two started chatting like that. The students present were filled with jealousy as they watched as goddess Xiao actually took the initiative to talk to Yi Qing. Especially Zhou Lei, who had been licking Yi Qing's boots for almost 5 years without ever holding her hand, almost gritted his teeth and swallowed it all when he saw his goddess beaming with joy in front of Yi Qing. He glared at Yi Qing with hatred in his eyes, wishing he could devour him whole. You already have Lu Xia, yet you still try to seduce my goddess, you scumbag. The two chatted for a short while when Xiao Yuru saw Lu Xia return. She smiled and nodded at her, then gracefully walked back to her original spot. Upon seeing this, Lu Xia became more vigilant and looked at Xiao Yuro with ill intent. She had met a formidable opponent. She hadn't expected that Xiao Yuro's usual pure and innocent demeanor was just a facade. Now, she was eagerly offering herself up to Yi Qing. Yi Qing, you weren't familiar with Xiao Yuru before. Why is she looking for you? Lu Xia asked curiously, making it sound as if she and Yi Qing were very close before. It was just casual chatting, Yi Qing said nonchalantly, but he was actually curious in his heart why he hadn't gotten drunk at all after drinking so much alcohol. Was it because of the system's reward of 6 kidneys? Did that make him drink more fiercely than others? Classmates, let's eat first. We can catch up over drinks and then have a drinking contest. Before Lu Xia could ask any more questions, Zhou Lei's voice rang out in everyone's ears. Dozens of people began to walk towards the restaurant. 3 tables were set up in the huge restaurant, and everyone took their seats in turn. Yi Qing was unsurprisingly seated at the table where he was doing well. To his left was Lu Xia, and to his right was Xiao Yuru, who had a smile on her face. Then, in order, were his classmates Zhou Lei, Wu Zhen, Lu Tao, and Zhang Wei. Zhou Lei, who wasn't particularly shrewd, quickly poured Yi Qing a full glass of wine. He said, "Yi Qing, it's been 3 years since we last met. Tonight, we're drinking until we drop." After saying that, he tilted his head back and downed the drink in his glass in one gulp. Yi Qing, who had 6 kidneys to his side, was not intimidated at all and downed the glass of white wine in one gulp. Seeing this, the surrounding classmates thought to themselves, "This is a real showdown. You have a great capacity for alcohol, Yi Qing. I'd also like to toast you to celebrate our reunion." Lu Tao stood up, poured Yi Qing a glass of wine, and began to speak. "What I was thinking was, so what if you have money? I'll still drink you under the table and make you look bad. Who told you to show off in front of us?" Yi Qing accepted all offers and started drinking with the other party. The atmosphere in the entire private room was enlivened. Seeing Yi Qing's incredible drinking capacity, the students at the next 2 tables mustered up the courage to come over and toast him a couple of times. Lu Xia looked at Yi Qing with a worried expression. She wasn't worried that Yi Qing would get drunk, but that if Yi Qing didn't get drunk, her plans for tonight would be completely ruined. Sitting on the right, Xiao Yuru still looked like a lady as she looked at Yi Qing, occasionally raising her glass to Lu Xia while holding a glass of red wine. An hour and a half later, Zhou Lei was vomiting violently in the toilet, almost vomiting up his bile. Wu Zhan was lying under the table, hugging the table leg and humming the song, "Where's the road? You carry the load, I'll lead the horse." Lu Tao was slightly better, lying on the table looking like she was fast asleep. Zhang Wei, holding chopsticks and tapping his bowl, accompanied Wu Zhan. The entire private room was a scene of utter chaos. Yi Qing was also completely drunk, relying on his 6 kidneys to drink without hesitation. He had no idea how much he had drunk that night, and was now lying motionless on the table. Seeing Lu Xia, who was drunk and motionless, and who was also Yi Qing's girlfriend, Xiao Yuro suppressed the intense dizziness in her head and said, "Yuro, I can't drink anymore. I have to take Yi Qing home. He has an important meeting tomorrow. Excuse me, I'll treat you another day. Let's drink again. Everyone, please enjoy your drinks. I'll take Yi Qing home now." After saying that, she got up and struggled to pull Yi Qing up, preparing to leave. Xiao Yuru's skill level was clearly higher than Lu Xia's, and she spoke to Lu Xia without showing any signs of drunkenness. "Then let me see you off." Before Lu Xia could refuse, Xiao Yuru reached out and helped Yi Qing walk outside, leaving behind a pile of wet tissues. It turned out that Xiao Yuru had been faking drinking all along. She would drink some wine, wipe her mouth, and then spit the wine onto a tissue, or take a sip of tea and spit it into the teacup, successfully making Lu Xia drunk. Chapter 31, Making a Wedding Dress for Others. Yi Qing said in a low voice, "I, Yi Qing, am not an irresponsible person. Things that shouldn't have happened last night happened, so I have to take responsibility for you. I don't have feelings for you now, but I can cultivate them in the future. And your girlfriend? I'm not willing to share a man with other women. I, Xiao Yuru, am not bad off. Many men have pursued me. I'm not that humble." Xiao Yuru pressed her advantage, saying. Yi Qing fell silent upon hearing this. He had blurted out those words in a moment of impulse, but now, reminded by Xiao Yuru, he immediately remembered his past with Enya. "My mind instantly turned into a complete mess." After a long while, Xiao Yuru found a way to save face and said to Yi Qing, "Yi Qing, I'm not forcing you to break up with your girlfriend. I'm giving you time to think it over carefully. You have the right to choose who you want to marry in the future. Let's do it your way for now." After saying that, she lay naked next to Yi Qing, resting her head on Yi Qing's chest, looking at Yi Qing with tender eyes. Xiao Yuru's words were immediately clear to a smart person. To put it bluntly, she meant, "I'm your girlfriend now. You should think carefully about who you want to marry in the future." Yi Qing was surprised that the other party was so easy to talk to, and did not force her to choose between 2 options. She did not have to do anything like crying, making a scene, or threatening suicide. She just got away with it like that. "You should rest for a bit. I need to go to the company later. I've been quite busy lately." Yi Qing took out her phone and looked at it with some curiosity. She wondered when she had turned it off. When she turned it back on, she was surprised to find that it was already 10 a.m. Moreover, the message bar showed 99 plus messages, all sent by Lu Xia. Xiao Yuru, lying on Yi Qing's chest, showed no sign of feeling guilty and patted Yi Qing as she spoke. "Go take a shower first, You reek of alcohol. Yi Qing nodded, put down her phone, and walked towards the bathroom. Before her phone was locked, Xiao Yuru picked up Yi Qing's phone and whispered, Lucia, you think you can compete with me? Even if you can win over Yi Qing, so what? With your used and decrepit body, do you think you can achieve that? After saying this, he looked like a victor and dialed Xiao Yuru's cell phone number. Lucia, who was so angry last night that she almost called the police, didn't go to work today and is now lying in bed with a dizzy head, cursing people. Her heart was filled with endless regret. She should never have left Yi Qing's sight. Everything she had done had been intercepted by that bitch Xiao Yuru. She hoped that nothing bad would happen last night, and that Xiao Yuru, that green tea bitch, would succeed. Yi Qing, you must hold on. Lucia, who was cursing Xiao Yuru, saw her phone, which had been silent all night, suddenly ring. Looking down, I saw it was Yi Qing calling. He answered the phone with great excitement. Hey, Yi Qing, are you alright? Where did you go last night? I was so worried about you. Yi Qing is taking a shower. Sure yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving me such a good man. If Yi Qing and I get married in the future, I will definitely treat you to a good drink. After all, you are my matchmaker. The sound of Xiao Yuru's languid voice on the phone sent Lucia shivering. Damn it, Xiao Yuru, you bitch. You stole my man. I'm not done with you. I'll tell Yi Qing everything you've done. Lucia immediately started cursing. She felt that all her efforts had been in vain, and that anyone would find it unbearable. Xiao Yuru didn't care at all about the loser's wailing. After hanging up the phone, she quickly flipped through her contacts and wrote down the numbers of all the suspicious people, especially the woman named Inya, who had been in frequent contact with Yi Qing. Yi Qing quickly finished washing up, wrapped himself in a bath towel, and came out to say to Xiao Yuru, Chapter 32, I'm not human. I have 2 girlfriends. Don't tell our classmates about what happened. I'm afraid they won't be able to accept it. Xiao Yuru rolled her eyes at Yi Qing, then said in a sweet, coquettish voice, Look at how smug you are. Are you afraid that your classmates will be envious and jealous if they find out that I'm with you? And another thing is that I think you're a womanizer. Last night you were Lu Xia's boyfriend, and now you're mine. This statement was both cryptic and deceptive. The main purpose was to find out where Lu Xia stood in Yi Qing's heart, so as not to ruin his plans later. Yi Qing, wiping her hair, explained speechlessly. Lu Xia and I are just classmates. Last night, she said that Zhang Wei has been pursuing her and asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend so that Zhang Wei would give up. Hearing Yi Qing's explanation, Xiao Yuru knew that Lu Xia was also quite skilled and had planned everything in advance, making her a formidable opponent. However, since she had the upper hand now, the other party shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Oh, I see. Are you going to work now? Don't you want to spend more time with me? Xiao Yuru's words sounded so pitiful that they instantly broke down Yi Qing's defenses. He thought to himself, I've already done all this, and now I don't even recognize him. Leaving him all alone in the hotel is just too inhuman. I'll skip work this morning and spend time with you. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Xiao Yuro excitedly pounced on him, clinging to him like an octopus. Upon being touched by Xiao Yuru, a beautiful woman with fair skin and delicate features, Yi Qing immediately lost his composure. A major battle has begun. Xiao Yuru was like a delicate flower, being relentlessly tormented by Yi Qing, who had 6 kidneys. Yi Qing also truly experienced the joy of being a man. I was in a deep sleep last night and didn't feel anything. An hour later, Xiao Yuru lay limply like a lump of mud, her face flushed, and said to Yi Qing, Yi Qing, you're amazing. I'm so tired, let me rest for a bit. After saying that, she laboriously turned over, broke free from Yi Qing's long whip, and immediately fell asleep on the bed. Yi Qing, who hadn't had enough fun yet, had no choice but to give up. He lay on the edge of the bed and lit a cigarette afterward. His mind started wandering. With his 6 kidneys, he was afraid 1 girlfriend wouldn't be enough. And now he had 2 girlfriends. What a jerk. He needed to think about how to explain this to Inya. Time passed by like this, while Yi Qing, that scumbag, smoked a cigarette after the deed was done. A truck carrying a Maserati CEO car, protected by transparent glass on all sides, arrived at the Ironman boxing gym. The expensive Maserati CEO was decorated like a carefully wrapped gift, adorned with balloons, colorful hearts, and words of love. It attracted a lot of attention during her 4-week term. People pointed and gestured at the Maserati reflected in the glass, muttering, "I wish my boyfriend would give me a Maserati. That would be so romantic." Chapter 33. Zhou Sky has collapsed. Inside the Ironman boxing gym, Enya had just finished drinking the brown sugar water when she heard her friend Xiao Mei's panicked voice. Her petite figure appeared beside Enya as quickly as a gust of wind, and she said with an envious look, "Enya, your boyfriend gave you a gift. Come with me to see it." After saying that, he grabbed Enya and quickly walked towards the door. Completely bewildered, Enya was led to the door by her younger sister. There, she saw her colleagues from the boxing gym gathered, looking at her with envy. A girl in work clothes walked over with a file bag, looked Enya up and down, and then said with a smile, "Hello, Ms. Enya. I am Deng Shui, an employee of Maserati 4S store. This car is a gift from Mr. Yi. Please sign for it now. All the vehicle's documents are in the file folder. Please take a look now. On behalf of all the staff of Huaxing Maserati 4S store, I extend my sincerest blessings to you and Mr. Yi, wishing you a long and happy marriage. This is a small gift that our store manager has prepared for you." After saying that, he took out another box and respectfully handed it to Enya. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people, Enya accepted the gift and began to sign it. My heart was filled with a sweet and happy feeling. Yi Qing was so thoughtful. Half an hour later, after Enya finished signing, the white and sleek Maserati CEO was unloaded from the delivery truck and parked in front of her. After giving the gift, Deng Shui left with an envious look on her face. "Enya, Yi Qing is so romantic. He actually bought you a Maserati, and he's the CEO. I'm so envious. You should call him right now and show him some concern." The female colleagues all gathered around Enya and spoke to her. Filled with happiness, Enya began to contact Yi Qing. Yi Qing, who was smoking a cigarette afterward, felt guilty as soon as he saw his girlfriend's call. Looking at Xiao Yuru, who was fast asleep, he answered the phone like a thief. "Yi Qing, are you busy? Thank you for the gift. Let's go out for dinner together tonight." Upon hearing Enya's words, Yi Qing thought of the Maserati he had bought yesterday. He hadn't expected the delivery to be so fast, arriving this morning. He said happily, "You're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well?" A new Michelin restaurant just opened in Putuo district. "Let's go there together tonight. It's been so long since we went shopping together." The two chatted for a while before hanging up. With a slap, Yi Qing slapped himself and muttered, "Yi Qing, you're a scumbag. You said you only loved Enya, but now you're lying in Xiao Yuro's bed. Ugh, you're not even human." After he finished cursing, he fell into deep thought. Xiao Yuru woke up slowly around noon, feeling weak all over and unable to muster any strength. She glanced resentfully at Yi Qing, who was full of excitement and showed no mercy. Feeling extremely uncomfortable under the other person's gaze, Yi Qing said with a fawning expression, "I'm a newbie. I got too excited. I promise I won't do it again next time." Xiao Yuru, a new wife, encountered Yi Qing, who had 6 kidneys to rely on. Whether this was unfortunate or fortunate was unknown. He explained in a low voice, "Yi Qing, I'm not blaming you. You don't need to feel guilty. I'll just go home and rest for a few days. I'm sorry to have disappointed you." Xiao Yuru looked apologetically at Yi Qing, her delicate tone making everyone feel sorry for her. Yi Qing, who found the food so delicious, had no choice but to abandon her idea. The two ate takeout and spent some time together, mainly while Yi Qing was researching human physiology. Then we took a taxi to the Midu Hotel. Zhou Lei, who had been drinking heavily all night, was driving his Nissan Lamborghini home to freshen up when he saw his goddess, whom he had been admiring for years, getting out of a taxi and being helped by Yi Qing to walk limping toward the parking lot. Seeing Xiao Yuru's difficult walking posture, Zhou Lei, a regular at the bar, knew exactly what had happened last night. He pounded his steering wheel in anguish. No, Yuro, how could you do this to me? How am I inferior to Yi Qing? I refuse to accept this." After shouting, he got out of the car and excitedly ran towards the parking lot. Xiao Yuru, who had just sat in the passenger seat of Yi Qing Wei Long, saw Zhou Lei sprinting up to her at top speed. He stared at Yi Qing and Xiao Yuro with bloodshot eyes. She asked expectantly, "Yuro, what is your relationship with Yi Qing?" Yi Qing was speechless. "Damn it, I just told my classmates not to know, and now they've found out. Is my mouth cursed?" Xiao Yuru was delighted with the situation and wished the whole world knew that she was Yi Qing's girlfriend. He said to Zhou Lei in a cold tone, "Zhou Lei, please address me by my name, so as not to cause any misunderstanding with Yi Qing. As for what kind of relationship I have with Yi Qing, can't you tell?" After saying that, she raised her neck and gave Yi Qing a light kiss on the lips, then turned to Zhou Lei, who looked utterly defeated, and said, "I am Yi Qing's girlfriend. Please don't have any illusions about me anymore. Zhou Lei, I wish you happiness in the future." Zhou Lei felt as if his heart had been pierced by a needle. No, not a needle, but a knife that had shattered it. He stared blankly at his opponent, realizing he had lost so inexplicably. Xiao Yuru, who was single last night, had gotten out of singlehood today and had transformed from a girl into a woman. "This is too fast, I can't believe it." Yi Qing saw a glimpse of her former self in Zhou Lei and comforted him. "Zhou Lei, with your qualities, you'll meet even better girls in the future. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." After saying that, he drove off quickly. Upon hearing Yi Qing's victorious statement, Zhou Lei felt as if his spine had been ripped out. The events of the previous night, where the goddess had been beneath Yi Qing, flashed through his mind, causing him to completely break down. He frantically pounded the ground, screaming in anguish. Yi Qing dropped Xiao Yuru off in Pudong and watched her limp into the residential area before driving towards the central building and making a phone call to his cousin. He explained that he had drunk too much the night before, which was why he hadn't come back. The other person was very concerned about his cousin's health and said a lot of things to show concern for Yi Qing's health before the two hung up the phone. Upon arriving at the company, Yi Qing got busy again and asked Lu Zhen how the school search was going. The latter stated that the school arrangement had been finalized. It was the Shanghai Ditsai Girls' High School, a prestigious private school, and admission was guaranteed once a large tuition fee was paid. After discussing their personal matters, the two started talking about the company, dealing with the details of its future development before getting back to their own tasks. Chapter 34: Delicious Steamed Buns. After all that work, Yi Qing didn't feel tired at all. Thinking of this, he touched his kidneys and said, "My darling, since I had you, I've become incredibly successful at work and in bed. I wouldn't trade you for a fortune." After sighing, Yifeng contacted Enya, then drove home to pick up his cousin. Meanwhile, after get off work, Enya no longer took the bus home as usual. Instead, she drove the Maserati that Yi Qing had given her, and amidst the envious glances of her colleagues, she roared into the driveway and headed home. Coincidentally, Qianqian also saw her husband's Mercedes-Benz come home today. The parking lot happened to be between two buildings. Just as Qianqian parked her car, she saw a brand new Maserati roaring towards the parking space and stopping right next to her. She said with a jealous tone, "I can't believe someone in our neighborhood bought this car. With that money, they should buy a house outside. He's obviously a brainless nouveau riche." After saying that, he opened the car door and prepared to go home. As soon as Qianqian got out of the car, she saw Enya's familiar figure getting out of the driver's seat, and she felt instantly uncomfortable. You see, the two of them had lived in the same neighborhood since they were little, and they had been competing with each other since childhood, then with each other in their jobs after graduation, and even with each other in their marriages. Qianqian, who had always been superior to Enya, suddenly discovered that her former rival had turned the tables and was doing even better than her. With a forced smile, she greeted him. "Hi, Enya, is this your new car?" Enya nodded and said, "This was given to me by Yi Qing." "Qianqian, are you off work?" Hearing Enya's answer, Qianqian wanted to cry. Her husband Jihong's car loan was not yet paid off, and Enya's boyfriend was already giving her a sports car worth more than 200 yuan. Why didn't she meet such a good man before? The malice in his heart was, "So what if I give you a car to drive?" I've seen too many rich people use this tactic. They give you a car to drive, make you lose your head, and then when they're done with you, they kick you to the curb, return the car to you untouched, and you end up with a miserable end. With a calm expression, she said, "Your boyfriend is really good to you. The car registration is under your name, right?" "Yes, it's registered under my household registration." "What's wrong?" Enya asked curiously. As soon as she said that, Qianqian felt jealous. Women are naturally jealous, especially when they see a friend who used to be worse off than them suddenly doing better. The jealousy in their hearts is like a raging storm. "Enya, you're so lucky. I have something to do, so I won't chat with you any longer. See you later." After Qianqian finished speaking, she picked up her bag and walked towards the apartment building next door. Enya watched the other person leave with a puzzled look, then went home to wash up and change her clothes. At the Yin family home, Wang Suzhen looked at the Maserati car keys on the table and said excitedly to her husband, "See? Your daughter is driving a Maserati that costs over 200 yuan now, all thanks to finding a good man. As the saying goes, a woman's best asset is her marriage. From now on, my husband and I can finally enjoy a peaceful and comfortable life with our daughter." When Yin Tianjing saw his wife looking completely bewildered, he was speechless. What had he done wrong to end up with such a wife? She wasn't like this before. Now she's become obsessed with money. Fortunately, her daughter is not like her and has met a good man like Yi Qing. Half an hour later, after washing up, Enya changed into a pleated dress and said to her grumbling mother, "Mom, Yi Qing and I are going out to eat. We'll be back later." Go on, don't come home if it gets too late." Enya ignored her mother's words and turned to walk out the door. Yi Qing's situation was relatively simple. She had already told her cousin on the phone that she didn't need to cook at home today and would eat out. Upon hearing this, Yi Min cheered happily. But when Yi Qing came home and said that he would introduce her to her sister-in-law that evening, she immediately deflated like a wilted eggplant. He was sitting in Yi Qing's Bugatti Veyron, staring blankly at the roadside. Yi Min's focus shifted with the car's speed. While waiting at a red light, she happened to see a lipstick placed next to the passenger door. "Cousin, is this your wife's lipstick?" Yi Min held up the lipstick that Xiao Yuru had accidentally left behind and asked Yi Qing a question. "Holy crap, Xiao Yuru's lipstick is on my car. How careless of me. Luckily, my cousin saw it. Otherwise, if Enya found out, I'd be in real trouble." He explained with a smile. "Sis, this was left behind by a classmate when I went to a class reunion last night. Don't let your sister-in-law know about this, or they'll have a big fight." "Oh, I see." Upon hearing her brother's explanation, Yi Min put the lipstick into her pocket, her mind racing with thoughts. TV dramas always say that men change when they get rich. So will my cousin turn bad? Will he cheat on me with other women? Will my cousin stop loving me now that he has a wife? The little girl started having random thoughts. After a half-hour drive, Yi Qing brought her cousin to the restaurant. We were greeted by a host and then went inside. As soon as Yi Qing entered, he saw two exceptionally beautiful acquaintances sitting together having a meal and thought to himself, what a small world this is. Huang Yuding and Shangwan Qingfeng also saw Yi Qing and waved to him warmly, saying, "Hi, Yi Qing. Would you like to have a meal together?" Yi Qing led his cousin over and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. This is my sister Yi Min. Yi Min, quickly greet them." Yi Min obediently called her sister twice, then curiously looked at Huang Yuding and Shangwan Qingfeng, who were even more beautiful than celebrities. "I have plans tonight. Let's get together another day, okay?" Yi Qing explained to the two of them with a smile. After all, he's not the kind of person who can't resist beautiful women unless he's drunk. Upon hearing Yi Qing's answer, Shangwan Qingfeng felt a subtle disappointment, while Huang Yuding asked curiously, "Is she your girlfriend?" "Yes, I'll introduce you to him later." Yi Qing spoke frankly, chatted with the other party for a few words, and then, led by the waiter, walked towards her reserved table. After Yi Qing left, Huang Yuding joked with her best friend. "It's all over. My sweetheart has been snatched away by another woman. My Qingfeng is going to have a sleepless night tonight." After learning that Yi Qing had a girlfriend, Shangwan Qingfeng fell silent. She stopped arguing with Huang Yuding as before and felt a tightness in her chest, as if she couldn't breathe. "Yuding, I'm feeling down. Will you have a drink with me?" Shangwan Qingfeng looked distressed and told her best friend that she wanted to get drunk. Chapter 35. I never imagined you were this kind of girl. Seeing her best friend's gloomy appearance, Huang Yuding looked around and said in a low voice, "Qingfeng, what's so good about men? Yi Qing is a very perfect man, but you can't ignore the nature of men. They're all prone to fickleness. But I'm different. I'll only be devoted to you. If you're in a bad mood, I'll have a drink with you. Come to my place and rest after you've finished drinking." Shangwan Qingfeng knew exactly what her best friend was up to. The two had known each other for decades and understood each other's thoughts perfectly. They showered together and did intimate things together. They could be considered best friends, or they could be considered boyfriend and girlfriend. Moreover, Shangwan Qingfeng has always disliked boys since she was a child. She would feel resentful if boys took her things. As time went by and she grew up, her aversion to men deepened. She hated the smell of men, the smell of cigarettes, and their fickleness. Then she met Huang Yuding, who shared a similar plight, and they became close friends. From then on, they embarked on a path of no return. The first man who didn't discuss Shangwan Qingfeng was Yi Qing. He was even ridiculed by Huang Yuding. Look at you, with that lecherous look on your face. If someone you know saw you, they'd think you were a female pervert. My house is nearby. Come to my place after you've finished drinking. Despite her delicate appearance, Shangwan Qingfeng uttered such bold words and ordered a bottle of red wine, which the two then began to drink. Yi Qing had no idea that Huang Yuding and Huang Yuding were lesbians. If he had known, he would have been shocked and cursed God for being blind and wasting the good looks of these two girls. After ordering a few appetizers, I received a call from Enya. Cousin, I'm going to pick up your sister-in-law. Wait for me here. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he walked towards the door. A few minutes later, Yi Qing returned with Enya, who was dressed in a ladylike manner. He said to his cousin, Sis, this is your sister-in-law, and Enya is my cousin. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. Looking at Enya's appearance and figure, Yimin sincerely spoke her mind. Hearing Yimin address her like that, Enya felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey and said with a smile, Yimin, your sister-in-law knows about what happened to you. From now on, you should study hard in Shanghai, and your brother and I will take good care of you. From now on, you can talk to your sister-in-law about anything. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of her who cared about her but had also stolen her cousin away, Yimin felt a mix of emotions, resentment mixed with a long-lost sense of concern. She nodded and said, Thank you, sister-in-law. The three of them began their meal to the accompaniment of music. Overwhelmed by maternal instincts, Enya frequently served food to Yimin and said caring words, completely ignoring her boyfriend, Yi Qing. Yi Qing, however, didn't care at all and watched the two getting along harmoniously with a smile. After finishing her meal, Yimin said sweetly, Brother, sister-in-law, I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, he left the table, giving the two of them some time alone. Yimin is such a sensible child, Enya praised, and then the two chatted about other things. When Yimin arrived at the restroom, she unexpectedly encountered the older sister who had greeted her cousin earlier. She politely greeted her, sister. Shangwan Qingfeng nodded and said jokingly, Hello, little sister. Judging from your accent, you're from Sichuan. The two started chatting, with Shangwan Qingfeng asking questions and Yimin answering. Through a brief chat, Shangwan Qingfeng learned that Yi Qing was not a local, but a native of Sichuan and Chongqing. He had lived in a small mountain village since childhood. His parents died in a car accident when he was 10 years old. Later, through his own efforts, he successfully got into Shanghai University and showed a different kind of life. Yi Qing's realistic and inspiring life deeply moved Shangwan Qingfeng, who felt an overwhelming sense of protectiveness and wanted to hold Yi Qing in her arms and care for her properly. I never imagined Yi Qing would have such a life. It's good that he made it through. He's the best man I've ever met. Amazing. Shangwan Qingfeng said with a face full of emotion. Shangwan Qingfeng, who had intended to chat with Yimin, saw Enya walk in, nod at her with a slight smile, and then say in an elegant voice, Yimin, you haven't come out for so long. I came to see you. It's getting late, we should go. Yimin nodded obediently, said goodbye to Shangwan Qingfeng, and followed Enya out of the restroom. Yimin, who is the other party? Enya asked. She's my brother's friend. I've met her before. Upon hearing Yimin's words, Enya immediately tensed up. Friend, such a beautiful girl is actually friends with Yi Qing. Could there be some deeper connection between them? Yes, when my brother and I came in to eat earlier, they even invited my brother to eat with them. But he declined, saying he wanted to have dinner with you, sister-in-law, later. Yimin was clearly a shrewd person, and she spoke honestly. Hearing this, Enya relaxed a lot and patted Yimin's head, saying, Let's go. Don't keep your brother waiting. After saying that, he led Yimin out. Yi Qing had already paid the bill. As a generous man, Yi Qing also paid the bill for Huang Yuding's table. He was now chatting with Huang Yuding. Upon seeing Enya approaching with her younger sister, he introduced her with a beaming smile. Enya, let me introduce you. This is Huang Yuding, Professor Huang Yuguang's granddaughter. This is my girlfriend, Enya. Yi Qing didn't try to hide anything, successfully putting Inyo at ease. Looking at the exceptionally beautiful Huang Yuding, he shook hands with her generously, introduced themselves, and then said goodbye. After seeing his girlfriend off in the parking lot, Yi Qing drove home. After returning home, Yi Qing told her cousin that she would officially start school the next day, and then went to her room to rest. As soon as Yi Qing lay down on the bed, he received a call from Xiao Yiru. The two chatted briefly before Yi Qing finally drifted off to sleep. While Yi Qing was playing chess with Zhou Gong at Shangwan Qingfeng's house, two exceptionally beautiful women were doing what best friends would do. After a long while, Shangwan Qingfeng opened her tightly closed mouth wide, looking like she had a fever, and her face was red and thick-necked, and she whispered Yi Qing's name. Huang Yuding immediately fell silent, glaring at her best friend, and snapped, "You're going to die? You actually called Yi Qing. I'm not playing anymore." After saying that, she got out of bed in a huff, revealing her jade-like skin as she walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 36 Major Shareholders. Shangwan Qingfeng watched her best friend leave silently until the sound of a shower came from the bathroom, at which point she turned her gaze away. For some reason, I couldn't be as focused as before this time, and my mind would subconsciously conjure up images of Huang Yuding as Yi Qing. He said bitterly, "What's wrong with me?" After speaking, the images of Yi Qing and Huang Yuding appeared in his mind. Yi Qing's intelligence and growth history were like a plum blossom standing proudly on the snow, destined to reach the highest peak. My best friend's companionship, care, and understanding to this day. The images of the two people lingered in his mind. Shangwan Qingfeng was conflicted. Meanwhile, Huang Yuding, in the bathroom, recalled what had happened earlier and said through gritted teeth, "Damn Yi Qing. How dare you steal my girlfriend? Well, then I'll steal your girlfriend. This is never over between us." After quickly washing up and changing his clothes, he slammed the door shut and left Shangwan Qingfeng's house. Yi Qing, who was playing chess with the Duke of Zhou, had no idea that he had unknowingly provoked a love rival and a lesbian with a natural advantage. Time flies like an arrow. The next day, the first thing Yi Qing did after waking up was to take his cousin to school. After a simple breakfast, Yi Qing drove towards Desai Girls' High School. The Bugatti Veyron's domineering presence was on full display during the busy morning rush hour. What should have been a 40-minute journey took less than half an hour to complete. Yi Min, who got out of the car, stared in astonishment at the school, which was decorated in a lavish style and had a gate that was dozens of meters wide. She pointed at the school, which was built like a university, and asked, "Brother, am I going to study here from now on?" "Yes. This is the best girls' high school in Shanghai, with a fully enclosed management system. Let's go. The principal should be waiting for us." After Yi Qing finished speaking, he took his cousin's hand and walked towards the headmaster who was waiting for them. The dean of students, Zhu Jiaming, received a call from the principal yesterday and waited at the school gate early this morning. When he saw Yi Qing getting out of the Bugatti Veyron, he immediately walked out quickly. Before he even got close, Zhu Jiaming greeted him warmly. "Mr. Yi, you've arrived. This must be Yi Min, classmate Yi. Come in quickly. School uniforms and books are all ready. I'm just waiting for you." The head of the teaching department, who looked very serious, immediately bent down and gestured for Yi Qing and Yi Min to enter after he finished speaking, and then reached out to take the school bag that was slung over Yi Min's shoulder. There was no way around it. Yi Qing's background was too powerful. The person who came to register was General Manager Liu of Chongqing Technology Company. As everyone knows, Chongqing Technology Company had just reached a cooperation agreement worth tens of millions with several business tycoons. Yi Qing, this newly minted multimillionaire, was dominating the top of the trending search list. It was obvious to anyone who this young man in front of them was. Yi Qing nodded, took his cousin's hand, and walked into the school. Accompanied by the dean of students, they arrived at the principal's office. Yi Qing chatted with the principal for a few minutes with a smile on her face. He claimed that his cousin used to study in a rural school in Sichuan and might be falling behind in her studies, and asked the principal to be understanding. "Secondly, my cousin is a transfer student, and if she suffers any unfair treatment at school, I asked the principal to take good care of her." The brilliant but balding principal immediately patted his chest, indicating that this was no big deal. Yi Qing took out a red envelope that she had prepared in advance and handed it to the principal. After repeated refusals, The other party finally couldn't refuse Yi Qing's kindness and reluctantly accepted. After receiving the red envelope, the principal saw Yi Qing take out a bright green 50 yuan bill from his wallet and hand it to Yi Min. Cousin, don't use the money at the supermarkets and convenience stores at school. Take this money and use it. Don't be stingy. Buy whatever you need, and I'll get you more when you're done. After saying that, he put the money in Yi Min's pocket. Yi Min, who was carrying a huge sum of money, stared blankly at her cousin, completely speechless. I had only one thought in my mind. This money is too much. Just how rich is my cousin? The balding principal was also stunned by Yi Qing's generosity. This is outrageous. 50 yuan a week's allowance. How are the other students supposed to survive? After Yi Qing's repeated instructions, Yi Min was taken away by the head of the teaching department, who was waiting outside the office. Yi Qing also left the school and headed to her company. You begin a busy work life, dealing with urgent matters at the company, such as hiring new people, buying land in the suburbs, and auctioning land in the city center. Before Yi Qing knew it, it was Wednesday. As soon as Yi Qing stepped into her office, Lu Xinghua and his men rushed in. President Yi, today is the day of the handover of Tangren Group, and I have prepared the vehicles. This is the itinerary. We'll go to Tangren in the morning and Universal Pictures in the afternoon. If we can complete the share transfer of Universal Pictures before 4 p.m., we can also go to Tianqing Fashion Company. Yi Qing glanced at the schedule. It was clear that every minute was being squeezed to its fullest potential. Nodding, he said, "Let's go then." After saying that, he led the group toward the parking lot. Tangren Media, the most famous film and television company in Shanghai, has hundreds of artists under its umbrella, including 4 Best Actor and Best Actress winners. Today, countless artists received notices from the company and rushed to the company early in the morning to meet the new shareholders. The big and small stars on screen all gathered in their offices, ready to meet the company's future major shareholders at any moment. A well-informed agent was whispering something to one of the artists under his management. There were also clever people who visited each other and chatted. Inside the artist-exclusive room B301 on the 13th floor, a well-maintained and voluptuous woman whispered to her newly recruited sweetheart goddess, "Sweetie, you have to remember everything I told you. I heard from upstairs that our new boss is Yi Qing, the multimillionaire Yi Qing who was reported on TV. From now on, he will be our shareholder. Sequoia Capital will transfer its 46,100 shares to Yi Qing for 3 million yuan because it bought the technology from Yi Qing. From now on, he will be the largest shareholder of Tangren Media. Yi Qing is young and rich, and you are the newly crowned sweetheart queen. If you and Yi Qing develop something, your resources in the entertainment industry will come one after another, and becoming a triple-threat actress will be a piece of cake. If you could marry Yi Qing, you'd be like a phoenix rising to the sky. Do you understand what I mean?" Chapter 37: Many Scheming Women. Pan Tian is a slender, pure-looking, and lovely girl. She is 23 years old this year and is a female celebrity who debuted in recent years. With her pure and lovely face and her extraordinary bust, she has successfully captured millions of fans and can be considered a second-tier actress in the entertainment industry. The middle-aged woman who gave Pan Tian the instructions earlier is her agent, Wang Li, who is considered a well-known agent within Tangren Media. Hearing Sister Wang's words, Tian's eyes lit up, her innocent face filled with endless thoughts about the future. Her mind raced, trying to figure out how to win Yi Qing's heart. A chance encounter, a honey trap. "Sister Wang, there are so many artists in the company, and I bet many others have the same idea. How can I get close to President Yi?" Sweetie fully demonstrated her ability to ask questions when she didn't understand. Sister Wang pondered for a moment and said, "When President Yi comes to the company later, he will meet with all the artists under the company. Try to perform well at that time, and it would be best to impress President Yi. Leave him with a deep impression, and then you'll do this, and in the end, you'll do this." Sister Wang started talking quietly with Tian. In fact, all the artists, big and small, in the company were whispering to their managers, and the vast majority of them had the same idea as Sister Wang: to build a relationship with Yi Qing and create some rumors so that they could take things further in the future. The entertainment industry is a deep and murky place. At 10 a.m., all the artists, big and small, from Tangren Media came downstairs to wait. Looking around, Rows of beautiful screen goddesses stood together, dressed in gorgeous clothes, as if walking on a carpet. Some were dressed sexily, some were dressed alluringly, and some were dressed innocently, like 100 flowers in bloom. The entire hall filled with countless perfume scents. 5 minutes later, Tangren's current director received a phone call and whispered a few words to the person next to him. The CEO addressed the artists under his management, saying, "President Yi will be here shortly. Everyone be on your feet." After he finished speaking, a convoy of cars began to appear at the company's main entrance. Leading the procession was a Phantom extended wheelbase commemorative edition, followed by a series of Bentley Arnages, and then Mercedes-Benz driven by security personnel, totaling more than 12 vehicles. The convoy alone was worth over 20,000 yuan, giving the impression that it belonged to a very important person. This attracted the attention of all the artists present. The board members of Tangren Media and the Sequoia Capital representatives present began to head outside to prepare to receive Yi Qing, the newly arrived largest shareholder. The convoy came to a steady stop. A burly security guard quickly got out of the car, walked to the front, and opened the door. The other security personnel quickly dispersed around the area, vigilantly watching their surroundings. A group, led by Wang Luo, the representative of Sequoia, quickly walked up to Yi Qing. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wang Luo. My uncle often mentions you. On behalf of all the employees of Tangren, I welcome you to Tangren. Please come in." Yi Qing nodded and said, "What a coincidence. It's all familiar faces. Senior Wang, she is the person I admire most." Yi Qing started chatting with Wang Luo. With Wang Luo's introduction, Yi Qing shook hands with Tangren's management team one by one, and then each led their respective groups into the hall. Yi Qing, walking at the front and accompanied by Wang Luo, briefly spoke to the artists present, offering nothing more than words of encouragement. Looking at the various goddesses on the screen, all dressed to the nines and appearing before him, Yi Qing felt a sense of unreality. "I guess I can be considered someone who can set the rules now." The female artists present all had a kind of indescribable look in their eyes. If one had to describe it with an idiom, it would be fierce as wolves and tigers. After the reception work was completed, a few young and beautiful artists remained, while the others dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Before leaving, they all looked at the artists who were still standing there with considerable envy. Because they were going to the company's upper-level meeting to do some work such as serving tea and water, they would have the opportunity to get close to Yi Qing, this eligible bachelor. Zheng Lu, who was carrying her briefcase the whole time, felt a strong sense of unease as she looked at the glamorous female celebrities in front of her. As a woman, she knew how attractive Yi Qing's current status was to these women. The remaining artists followed at the back of the crowd, heading towards the company's 66th floor. Sweetie was one of those who stayed behind, her adorable eyes scanning the surroundings for anyone who might pose a threat. 10 minutes later, inside the huge conference room, with the witness of a notary, the equity change of Tangren officially began. The female celebrities who accompanied them acted as waitresses, serving tea and water to the VIPs present. Just as Tian poured herself a cup of coffee and walked toward Yi Qing, she saw another sweet-looking girl carrying a glass of juice toward Yi Qing with a smile on her face. Looking at the juice in the other person's hand, and then at the coffee in her own, Tian really wanted to slap herself. Now was the time to race against time. Why was she stupidly making coffee and wasting time? Look at Zhang Wenwen. She brought out the juice right away. As soon as Yi Qing wrote down his name, a tall girl came up to him and said sweetly, "Mr. Yi, are you thirsty? Please have some juice." Yi Qing nodded, took the juice from the other person, said thank you, and took a big sip. He had just talked for a long time and his throat was sore, so this juice was just in time. After delivering the juice, Wenwen left and stood prettily behind Yi Qing, ready to serve him at any time. There is a huge interest relationship between Sequoia and Yi Qing, so this change of equity was very easy. An hour later, Yi Qing successfully became Tangren's biggest antique dealer and joined the board of directors. The remaining task was to hold a press conference to acknowledge Yi Qing as Tangren's largest shareholder. After finishing his business, Wang Luo shook hands with Yi Qing and said, "President Yi, we have prepared a luncheon. Please do us the honor of attending." Seeing the other party's sincerity, Yi Qing couldn't refuse them, so he nodded and said, "President Wang, then I'll take good care of you." Mr. Yi, you flatter me. In our own company, how can you say I'm bothering you? It's more like I'm bothering you. This way, please. After Wang Luo finished speaking, he led Yi Qing outside, intending to have a private talk with her. Wan, who had been standing behind Yi Qing, happily went downstairs. She was sure her performance today had left a deep impression on President Yi. She needed to go back and have a good talk with her agent about the next steps. The other female artists watched Wan leave with resentment in their eyes, cursing her inwardly for being so inconsiderate. They thought Wan was a company employee and didn't care about their colleagues at all, standing by Yi Qing's side the whole time and not giving them any opportunities. Chapter 38: The Rulemakers. Yi Qing went to his own board office and began to talk to Wang Luo alone. Wang Luo didn't talk about work matters, but chatted with Yi Qing about hobbies and interests, which made it easier to quickly improve their relationship. After chatting for a while, Wang Luo changed the subject and asked, "Mr. Yi, what do you think of the girl who brought you juice earlier?" The change in tone is too drastic. They were just talking about playing golf together sometimes, and now they're talking about girls. What a clever girl. He's good-looking, that's great. Yi Qing said politely. Wang Luo nodded with a mysterious smile, and then began to chat with Yi Qing about things on the internet. The two chatted idly for a while, and then went to the luncheon together. The atmosphere reached a climax during the meal. Yi Qing's glass was constantly filled with wine, and the Chongqing technology staff, led by Lu Jinghua, all came to help Yi Qing fend off the drinks. Even Zheng Lu, a girl, drank 4 ounces of baijiu. The luncheon lasted an hour, after which Yi Qing, accompanied by Wang Luo, arrived at the large office they had previously visited. Wang Luo said mysteriously, "President Yi, this will be your office from now on. If there's anything you don't need, just tell Luya and he'll replace it for you. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon, so please excuse me. I hope you have a pleasant lunch break, Mr. Yi." After Wang Luo finished speaking, he patted Yi Qing on the shoulder like a close friend and left. Yi Qing said speechlessly, "Cultural people speak differently." After saying that, he opened the office door and prepared to walk into the lounge. Wang Luo previously introduced the office layout. The entire office covers an area of 280 square meters and includes an office area, a rest area, and a tea room. As soon as Yi Qing entered the lounge, she saw a white dress and a pair of women's high heels on the sofa, and the sound of a shower was coming from the bathroom. Yi Qing froze on the spot, wondering what the hell was going on. Jiang Wanwan, who was in the bathroom, also heard the sound of the door opening outside and quickly rinsed off the shower gel. When I received the notification from my agent, I was completely stunned. The agent's exact words were, "Mr. Yi has had too much to drink today and needs someone to take care of him." Having been in the entertainment industry for several years, Jiang Wanwen was well aware of the unspoken rules behind those words. She nodded happily in agreement, willing to be Ye's mistress as long as she could serve him. After changing her clothes, Wanwen went to the board's office alone. Coincidentally, the door was not closed. Knowing everything was going on, Wanwen entered naturally. After quickly washing up, Wanwen walked out completely naked. A pair of bright, large eyes gazed at Yi Qing with watery eyes. The girl's delicate, almost translucent skin radiated a milky white glow, making her look like a fine statue. She said shyly, "Mr. Yi, you're here? Let me give you a head massage to help you relax." Wanwen's words made Yi Qing's head buzz. It was too damn terrifying. He had just walked in and encountered such a scene. After Wanwen finished speaking, she swung her long, fair legs and walked towards the stunned Yi Qing. With 6 kidneys to his side, Yi Qing's adrenaline surged, and he watched the other person walk towards him step by step, his mouth dry. What's most infuriating is that Yi Qing is just a newbie who's only just eaten meat, and he's not even full yet. Jiang Wanwen's status as a top-tier celebrity is like adding fuel to the fire for Yi Qing, making it even harder for him to resist. "Wait, I don't need you to serve me. I have a girlfriend." Yi Qing spoke with difficulty to Jiang Wanwen. The latter said nonchalantly, "President Yi, you are the person I admire most. I don't need you to be responsible for me. I just want to do my duty as an employee and help you solve your problems." After saying that, he appeared in front of Yi Qing. The air felt heavy. They could both hear each other's breath. After a fierce internal struggle, Yi Qing made a painful decision and turned to leave. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. If he stayed any longer, These demons would devour him without leaving a trace. Seeing that Yi Qing was about to turn and leave, Jiang Wanwen ignored Yi Qing's identity and pounced on him with her arms outstretched. If I don't do anything with Yi Qing today and let him leave, Yi Qing will definitely hate me afterwards, and my life will be ruined. As the largest shareholder, Yi Qing could plunge himself into an abyss with just a single word, rendering all his efforts over the past few years futile. Yi Qing had just turned around when he felt something soft behind him. Before he could even curse, a pair of red lips sealed his lips. Jiang Wenwen's methods are far beyond what Xiao Yiru can match. Yi Qing's resolute heart immediately began to crumble, and she became wavering. In the end, Yi Qing, this tough guy, became as gentle as silk under Jiang Wenwen's methods. More than an hour later, Yi Qing lay on the bed, sneezing, while Jiang Wenwen, along with her staff, considerately massaged Yi Qing's head. "Mr. Yi, you're amazing. You must be exhausted from just now. Let me give you a massage to help you relax." As Yi Qing smoked his post-coital cigarette, he wanted to slap himself again. Damn it, he was a complete and utter scumbag. After extinguishing his cigarette, Yi Qing turned to ask, "How many men do you have?" Upon hearing Yi Qing's question, Jiang Wenwen's flushed face turned pale at a visible speed, and she explained in a daze, "President Yi, I've only had 3 boyfriends in my life, but that was all in the past. Now I'm wholeheartedly devoted to you. Please believe me." Hearing the other person's explanation, Yi Qing felt quite irritated, but she couldn't exactly beat them up and ask why they shouldn't have 3 boyfriends. Every man has a little bit of a fantasy, and Yi Qing was no exception. However, he couldn't be unreasonable and take his anger out on the girl who had just served him. Besides, what's done is done, and Yi Qing was prepared to give her a good warning to prevent her from cheating on him in the future. "Remember what you said today, or you'll regret it." After Yi Qing finished speaking, he got up and walked towards the bathroom. He quickly washed up, changed his clothes, and went out to Universal Pictures to teach Lu Wei, this spoiled brat, a lesson. Yi Qing was not a magnanimous person. She remembered all the things Lu Wei had said at the banquet. He was prepared to vent all his frustration on young Master Lu Wei. Chapter 39, The Domineering Yi Qing. Lying on the bed, Jiang Wenwen wiped her eyes after Yi Qing left, then walked towards the bathroom. Recalling the shocking scene earlier, she said with lingering fear, "Mr. Yi, you are truly a terrifying man." 10 minutes later, Jiang Wenwen finished washing up, her face flushed with a knowing blush, opened the office door, and walked outside. As soon as Jiang Wenwen stepped out the door, they encountered another shareholder from the board of directors, who bowed and greeted him. "Hello, Chairman Zhang." Chairman Zhang's real name is Zhang Shiqing. In front of Yi Qing, he is just a small shareholder, but in front of these celebrities, he is an unapproachable big shot. Zhang Shiqing witnessed Jiang Wenwen leaving Yi Qing's office the entire time, and upon seeing Jiang Wenwen's flushed face, he immediately knew that something must have happened between the two of them. He smiled and said, "Oh, it's Wenwen. Keep up the good work. The company is preparing to shoot a big-budget film. You could give it a try." Hearing Chairman Zhang's blunt words, Jiang Wenwen couldn't help but get excited, even though she was already somewhat prepared. All the resources in the company are controlled by the upper echelons. If an artist wants to get a role, it's just a matter of a word from someone above. That's why many artists are desperate to get close to these people. Most of the most popular celebrities have a powerful figure behind them. Now that he's on Yi Qing's side and has become Yi Qing's exclusive possession, resources are already coming his way before he even has a chance to speak. Jiang Wenwen said happily, "Thank you, Chairman Zhang. I will definitely work even harder." "Yes, I believe in your abilities, Wenwen. Do your best. Please arrange for me to meet Chairman Yi for a cup of tea." After Chairman Zhang finished speaking, he turned and left, and Jiang Wenwen also went back to prepare. Yi Qing, who had already left, was already in the Phantom, and the convoy headed towards Universal Pictures. Lu Xinghua had also drunk quite a bit of alcohol today and rested for a while at noon. Now that he had come to his senses, he picked up the documents and spoke. "President Yi, Tangren excels at producing TV dramas, while Universal Pictures is a full-fledged big-screen company with 78 artists under its umbrella, including big-name stars such as Li Feifei, Guli, Tang Yan, and Luo Long. These actors have signed contracts with Universal for as long as 5 years and as short as 3 years. They have a huge number of fans. Lu Jinghua gave Yi Qing a detailed introduction to the background of the two companies and showed her a thick stack of documents containing detailed information about the artists of the two companies. In short, the men are handsome and the women are beautiful. It's like a gathering of stars. Looking at the photos of the increasingly beautiful female celebrities, Yi Qing frantically warned herself. Yi Qing, you can't make this mistake again. Yi Qing, who was frantically telling himself these things, arrived at Universal Pictures. With the exact same formula as Tangren, all the employees came to the company to greet Yi Qing, and all the bigwigs nervously watched Yi Qing, the new chairman. Yi Qing looked around and saw many big-screen stars, as well as Lu Kai following behind the crowd. Lu Kai, who was following behind his father, also saw Yi Qing's sharp gaze. He started sweating profusely and prayed countless times that Yi Qing would be magnanimous and let him go like a fart. But things often don't go as planned. After shaking hands with Shun Nan with a smile, Yi Qing jokingly said, "Young Master Lu, you look so pale these past few days." Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Lu Kai's father, Lu Shichong, put on a fawning expression on his old face. He apologized, saying, "Mr. Yi, my son is unworthy and has made you laugh at him." After saying that, she angrily shouted at her son, "Get over here now." Seeing his father's murderous expression, Lu Kai trembled and walked pale-faced to Yi Qing. Smack! A slap rang out as Lu Shichong forcefully slapped his son across the face, causing the latter's cheek to swell visibly. "I have always taught you to be a person of integrity, but you take advantage of my name and often mess around outside. I won't say any of that, but I never expected you to offend President Yi. Kneel down and apologize to President Yi." Lu Shichong angrily cursed at his son, trying to find a way to get Yi Qing's forgiveness. There was no other way. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. The Lu family is the fourth largest shareholder in Universal Pictures, with Goldman Sachs above them and other major shareholders holding a large number of shares in between. To have a say in a company, you need to know how many shares you own. Their son was a playboy, and to make matters worse, he had offended Yi Qing, the largest shareholder. If they didn't appease Yi Qing's anger, the Lu family would be sitting on the sidelines from now on. So they put on this show in front of Yi Qing. All the company's employees stared in astonishment at the Lu family father and son. This is a meeting with the new chairman, and they've actually witnessed such a huge show. Everyone's looking on with schadenfreude, watching the Lu family father and son, waiting to see how things unfold. Looking at the Lu family father and son who were putting on a show of feigning suffering, Yi Qing sighed and said, "As the saying goes, if a son is not taught, his father will be blamed. From your conversation just now, Mr. Lu, I know that you usually spoil your son a lot. Everyone's personality and dignity are equal. Lu Kai is taking advantage of your name to fool around outside and deceive innocent girls. You must know this very well." At this point, Yi Qing's voice suddenly rose 3 degrees, and he spoke sternly. "The reason Lu Kai apologized to me today is not because he has genuinely changed his ways. It's because I'm stronger than you that you bowed your head and apologized, deliberately putting on this self-inflicted injury act for me to see. If I, Yi Qing, were just an ordinary citizen, would you still apologize to me? So let's skip all this formality. I, Yi Qing, am going to take down your Lu family. As long as your Lu family is in the company, I will take you down." Yi Qing's murderous words stunned everyone present. Even the veteran investor Shun Nan looked at Yi Qing with a shocked expression, never expecting that Yi Qing, who usually seemed so easy to get along with, would be so ruthless. Upon hearing this, the Lu father and son immediately panicked. Lu Kai, this spoiled brat, blushed and said, "Yi Qing, don't push your luck." Upon hearing this, Lu Shichong wanted nothing more than to beat this damn son to death. Yi Qing was already a young man, and his son had embarrassed Yi Qing twice at the party, making Yi Qing lose face. Now, he was arguing with Yi Qing in front of so many people. Was this guy brain dead? A thump sounded. Lu Shichong jumped up and kicked his troublesome son to the ground, saying apologetically, "President Yi, it's my fault for not disciplining him properly. I've been too busy with work, which has led to this unruly son becoming so lawless. I promise I will discipline him properly from now on." Chapter 40 followed. After Lu Shichong finished speaking, fearing that his troublesome son might say something else, He reached out and grabbed Lu Kai's long hair, which he had been muttering to himself in a dashing manner, and then started hitting him with a crackling sound. They put on a real fight scene in front of everyone, without any Photoshop editing. The punches were brutal and real, a heart-wrenching drama full of highlights. Yi Qing didn't say anything, but Lu Shichong kept beating him. "Dad, please stop hitting me. It hurts, wah." "You unfilial son, have you done anything wrong? Will you ever do these things again? I'll beat you to death, you good for nothing. If you were even half as good as your sister, I'd be content." Lu Shichong cursed and beat his son, while Lu Kai cried and begged for mercy. The people in the audience just watched the show. 5 minutes later, Lu Kai, the handsome young man, lay motionless on the ground, unconscious, while Lu Shichong stood there, looking short of breath and unable to catch his breath. Seeing that the other man looked like he was about to collapse from exhaustion, and that Lu Kai was in such a terrible state, Yi Qing sighed inwardly and said with a heavy heart, "Old Lu, let's just leave it at that. Take him to see a doctor quickly, lest he develop any chronic illness." Lu Shichong, who had been hoping countless times for Yi Qing to stop him, finally breathed a sigh of relief and said jokingly, "President Yi, there's no need to pity this unfilial son. It's just that my physical strength can't keep up. If I were 10 years younger, I would have beaten him to death today." Zheng Lu, who had been standing behind Yi Qing, silently stepped forward, looked at Lu Shichong, took out a baseball bat from behind her back, and silently handed it to him. He kindly said, "Uncle, I see you're tired. Using this will help you save some energy." Lu Shichong, who had just finished making a harsh statement, fell silent when he saw a slender girl with a firm face walking towards him, smiling as she handed him a steel baseball bat. He didn't know whether to accept it or not. Everyone at the scene was stunned again, almost giving Zheng Ruby a thumbs up. Yi Qing never expected Zheng Lu to do this after returning. "Where did you get this baseball bat? Are you trying to make Lu Shichong beat his son to death?" He hurriedly said, "Zheng Lu, don't be silly, old Lu. You should take him to the hospital quickly." Lu Shichong felt as if he had been granted a pardon and dared not utter any more harsh words. He thanked Yi Qing a few times and then called for security guards to carry his son to the hospital. And so, this farce came to an end. After watching the play, the audience once again focused their attention on Yi Qing. Yi Qing glanced at the time, and the expensive Vacheron Constantine bag attracted a lot of attention. Yi Qing then spoke. "It's exactly 4 p.m. now. We'll have a meeting in an hour. All the artists present are welcome to raise any opinions they may have, and I will consider them accordingly. Also, all the artists who have been sidelined should come to the meeting." After saying that, he nodded to Shun Nan and said apologetically, "Brother Shun, I'm sorry to have taken up your time. Let's go and get things done now." Shin Nan saw a sharp edge in Yi Qing and said nonchalantly, "It's all right, let's go now." After saying that, they each led their respective groups into the company. Yi Qing's decisive and efficient methods won the great admiration of the celebrities present. Every female star with a bit of beauty had been harassed by Lu Kai, this spoiled brat. Now, looking at Yi Qing's back, their eyes were filled with starlight. Those who valued relationships quickly contacted those stars who had been sidelined. Yi Qing, who was in front, had been curious about where Zheng Lu got her baseball bat and asked in a low voice, "Zheng Lu, where did you get that baseball bat?" Following closely behind Yi Qing, Zheng Lu explained in a low voice, "President Yi, didn't Lu Kai bully us before? I thought we were going to fight when we met today, so I went to find some weapons. I saw a baseball boy in the display case in the lobby, so I took the baseball bat down." Yi Qing was speechless. "How vengeful are you? If someone offends you, you wish you could kill them. Are women really that vengeful? Damn it, if all women were this vengeful, Enya would skin me alive if she found out about me." Yi Qing felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. A girl shouldn't always be thinking about fighting and killing. Being quiet and gentle is more endearing. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he started chatting with Shun Nan. Zheng Lu carefully considered what Yi Qing had said, wondering if President Yi liked quiet girls, and decided to change her clothes tomorrow. The transfer of shares went exceptionally smoothly. Yi Qing signed the papers, a notary public notarized the transaction, and a video recording was taken to document the event. That was it. After finishing her business, Yi Qing followed Shun Nan to the chairman's office with a pounding heart. Shun Nan pointed to the huge office and said, "Mr. Yi, This place will be yours from now on. You can see the Huangpu River from the floor-to-ceiling windows. When you have free time, you can enjoy a glass of red wine and admire the night view of the Huangpu River. It's quite a unique experience. Yi Qing, do you have a favorite celebrity? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing cursed inwardly. Damn it, here we go again. He had once said something good at Tangren, and now a beautiful woman offering juice had come knocking on his door. Having been fooled once before, Yi Qing said firmly, "No, I'm completely focused on scientific research. How could I have time to chase after celebrities?" Shen Nan sighed with regret and changed the subject to chat with Yi Qing. After chatting for a while, Shen Nan left. From today onwards, Goldman Sachs and Universal Pictures had no connection whatsoever, so there was no need for Shen Nan to stay any longer. It was almost 4 p.m. when the conference room at Universal Pictures was filled with people, including young faces and some unfamiliar ones. In the most eye-catching corner of the conference room sat a beautiful girl. She had a fair complexion and a pair of bright eyes, and her features were full of tenderness, giving people a very direct impression that she was a gentle and affectionate girl. 3 years ago, Bai Shui won the Best Golden Image Award at the 100 Flowers Awards. This girl, who had been out of the public eye for nearly 3 years, reappeared in the film and television conference room. Bai Shui never imagined she would step into the company again. When she received Tang Yan's call, she could hardly believe that the Liu family father and son, who used to be so domineering, would actually be like this. Moreover, the company welcomed a new chairman who summoned all the artists to prepare for a meeting, and Bai Shui immediately rushed over. Bai Shui wasn't the only celebrity who had been sidelined. There were others, totaling 15, most of whom were girls. Now, these celebrities who have returned to the conference room are all eager to meet Yi Qing, the new chairman. She also longs to return to the stage and continue her acting career. At 4 p.m. sharp, Yi Qing led a large group of people into the conference room. Yi Qing's tall and straight figure and confident face instantly attracted everyone's attention, and all eyes were on him. Chapter 41: Bold and Decisive Action. Looking at the rows of celebrities in front of him, Yi Qing felt no emotion whatsoever. His immense wealth and the existence of the system were Yi Qing's greatest sources of confidence. Everyone here probably already knows who I am. I'm always straightforward. If you have any complaints about the company, you can bring them up now. After speaking, he fell silent and looked at the celebrities present. Most of the artists in the conference room fell silent. After all, they hadn't known Yi Qing for long and didn't know her personality or her methods. But those celebrities who have been sidelined don't have as many concerns, a martial arts artist said first. "Mr. Yi, my name is Li Jun. I am an artist under our company, and I am skilled in martial arts. 2 years ago, at the company's annual meeting, I saw Liu Jun molesting other female artists. I stepped forward to stop him and accidentally punched Liu Kai. After that, I was blacklisted by the company and couldn't get any gigs or performances. If I want to terminate the contract, I need to pay an exorbitant penalty fee. Right now, I'm just making ends meet on a meager base salary. I wonder if, Mr. Yi, I could return to the big screen, even if it's just to play a corpse." After finishing his sentence, Li Jun, a burly man in his 30s, had tears welling up in his eyes. Upon hearing Li Jun's words, Yi Qing cursed Liu Kai and his son inwardly and said, "Li Jun, the company will not give up on any artist. I solemnly declare here that any artist who has been treated unfairly can resume acting, and the company's resources will be focused on you. Brother Liu, remember this. Anyone else who has suffered unfair treatment, please speak up." Seeing this, Li Jun sat down with deep emotion in his eyes, repeatedly saying thank you, President Yi. Seeing this, the other artists all stood up and spoke one after another. Yi Qing answered in turn. An hour passed in a flash, and just as Yi Qing was about to adjourn the meeting, Bai Shui's elegant voice rang out from the corner of the conference room. "Mr. Yi, this is Bai Shui. May I speak with you privately?" Upon seeing the other person's appearance and hearing that familiar name, Yi Qing recalled the only female celebrity he had ever liked over the years. The other person's song Struggle inspired me to persevere and strive in this international metropolis of Shanghai. Nodding, he said, "Meeting adjourned. Bai Shui, come to my office." After saying that, he left the meeting room first. The artists present glanced at Yi Qing's departing figure, then at Bai Shui's exquisite and elegant face, and began to speculate about what Bai Shui wanted to talk to President Yi about. Inside the chairman's office, Yi Qing said to Bai Shui, "Sit down. It's just the two of us here, so feel free to speak your mind." Bai Shui looked around the office, her expression filled with memories and inner turmoil, and said in a low voice, 3 years have passed, and nothing here has changed, except that it has welcomed a new owner. 3 years ago, the Liu family brought me here, and that's where I met President Shun. President Shin asked me directly if I would be willing to become a triple-threat film queen. At the time, I naively thought that it was my acting skills and my singing voice that caught Mr. Shin's attention, and he happily said, "I do." After I finished saying something that made me happy, I was plunged into an abyss. I was stunned when I heard President Shin ask me to accompany the guests. Having struggled in the entertainment industry for so many years, I know what President Shin meant. He wanted me to sleep with him, and in return, he would give me a triple-threat Best Actress award. It was a transaction. My acting skills and my voice were worthless in his eyes. All he cared about was my figure and appearance. Upon learning of this outcome, I chose to rebel, and this is the result I've ended up in. So, Mr. Yi, do you still dare to use me? After saying this, Bai Shui looked at Yi Qing expectantly. Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, Yi Qing recalled Shun Nan's righteous expression. "Bah, Shun Nan, I never imagined you were this kind of person. I simply couldn't believe you would coerce a girl into doing something like this. It's utterly beneath your dignity." Yi Qing was silent for a moment before speaking. "Miss Bai, I deeply sympathize with your experience. I cannot control what happened in the past, but I can control what happens in the future. You don't need to worry about the problems left over from Shun Nan's past. No one in the company dares to make things difficult for you now, so just do what you're supposed to do." Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Bai Shui felt relieved. Recalling what she had experienced over the past 3 years, even this strong girl couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi," Yi Qing said with a slight smile. "You're welcome. It's quite a coincidence that we've met. I used to love your songs. Whenever I was feeling down, tired, or wanted to cry, I would listen to your song Struggle. This song helped me get through all the hardships and made me strong enough to keep living." Bai Shui looked at Yi Qing in surprise when she heard him say that. In Bai Shui's mind, Yi Qing should be a rich second generation with a powerful family background. What could be so hard about him? Could it be that his family was fighting for power and there was internal strife? "I never imagined you had such a past, Mr. Yi. The song Struggle was written when I was singing on the street. I never expected it would help you, Mr. Yi, out of your predicament. I am truly honored." Yi Qing smiled and said, "Yes, when I was studying at Shanghai University, I would listen to your song Struggle when I was helping out by delivering packages and food to save up my living expenses." Yi Qing briefly recounted her past experiences to comfort herself about the celebrities she used to admire. 5 minutes later, Bai Shui looked at Yi Qing with an expression of admiration. From the conversation just now, Bai Shui learned about Yi Qing's past. He was a big boy who came from the mountains and, through his unremitting efforts, became a CEO with a net worth of tens of millions. It's practically a tragic yet inspiring story. "Moved," she said, "Mr. Yi, I will definitely be like you, persevering, working hard, and never giving up, striving to return to my former self as soon as possible." Seeing Bai Shui's confident demeanor, Yi Qing knew that her confidence had returned. He checked the time and said, "Miss Bai, it's getting late. You should go home and get some rest. The company's resources will be tilted towards you to some extent. We hope you will once again shine with your beautiful and confident smile at the 100 Flowers Awards." Bai Shui nodded happily, and like a little girl, walked outside. A while after Bai Shui left, Zheng Lu peeked out from the front door and looked inside. She saw Yi Qing sitting obediently on the sofa drinking coffee and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 42: The world's dirt is nothing more than the human heart. Seeing the other person's furtive behavior, Yi Qing said speechlessly, "Zheng Lu, what are you doing?" "Oh, Mr. Yi, Mr. Lu asked me to check if you and Miss Bai have finished your business. It's getting late. We should head back." Zheng Lu was talking about work, but actually she was checking to see what had happened between Yi Qing and Miss Bai. Earlier in the car, Zheng Lu had smelled a faint perfume on Yi Qing. They're keeping watch outside to see if Yi Qing is a man of upright character. "We've finished talking. What Bai Shui wanted to say involved Shun Nan, which is kind of a scandal, so she asked me to speak with her alone. He's a sensible person, let's go. After finishing speaking, Yi Qing stood up and walked outside, preparing to return to her company. Yi Qing felt a sense of unfamiliarity with both Tangren and Universal's offices, unlike the comfortable atmosphere of his own office. After finishing his business, Yi Qing and his men left, escorted by employees of Universal Pictures. An hour later, the convoy arrived at the central building. Yi Qing gathered people together for a short meeting, and then went home to rest. Yi Qing arrived home at 11 p.m. and quickly went to bed to rest. Detsai Women's High School. On her first day of school, Yi Min finished her evening self-study session and walked towards the dormitory with her classmates. In the dormitory, a girl in a short skirt smiled and said to Yi Min, where did you go to school before? Why did you transfer to our class? This morning I saw the head of student affairs personally bring you to our class. What is your relationship with the head of student affairs? Children in big cities love to compare themselves to others, especially after seeing Yi Min, a transfer student, being personally escorted into the classroom by the head teacher. All 40-odd students in the class became curious about Yi Min. It's important to know that those who can attend this school are generally from wealthy or influential families, which fosters a strong competitive spirit among the girls. Yi Min honestly said, I used to study in Sichuan and Chongqing. Later, my cousin brought me to Shanghai and told me to live here from now on. Hearing Yi Min's answer, the three girls in the dormitory were speechless. What's your cousin's name, and what company does he own? Yes, I see you're wearing Balenciaga clothes. Your cousin must be very rich, right? Where do you live? What's your name? A cute girl with short hair asked Yi Min a question. After asking the question, she started touching the clothes in the closet to see if they were counterfeit or fake. Before Yi Min could answer, she heard the girl who had asked the question earlier exclaim in surprise. My God, Yi Min, you're so rich. Your cousin gave you this 50 yuan, right? That's incredibly generous. When Yi Min saw that the money she had hidden had been found by her female classmate named Tong Tong, she immediately walked over and snatched it away. She said in a warning tone, Wang Tong Tong, how dare you rummage through my things? TCH, you think this money is yours just because you say so? I could say it's mine. Besides, you haven't answered my question yet. Yi Min carefully folded the money and put it in her pocket. She ignored the other person and prepared to wash up and go to bed. The remaining three girls were quite dissatisfied with Yi Min's indifferent attitude. They exchanged glances and prepared to teach Yi Min a lesson later. Let her know who's in charge in this dorm. The entire dormitory room fell silent. While sound asleep, Yi Min heard rustling sounds and felt someone rummaging through her things. She immediately woke up and saw Wang Tongtong reaching under her bed sheet to take money. Wang Tongtong, what are you doing? After saying that, he grabbed Wang Tongtong's hand and shouted again. You thief! You're trying to steal my money. What do you mean, your money? This is my money. This money was my allowance from my dad, and it was stolen by this new transfer student. Chi-Chi and Jinjin can testify for me. After saying that, he prepared to shake off Yi Min's hand. Yi Min had done farm work since she was a child, and her strength was far superior to that of Wang Tongtong, a pampered city girl. With a forceful shove, she angrily flung Wang Tongtong forward, sending her crashing into the wall. Wang Tongtong, her head throbbing from the blow, clutched the money clutched in her hand tightly and shouted, Chi-Chi, Jinjin, come help. Yi Min, that transfer student, is really strong. I can't handle her. Wang Tongtong's two friends immediately pounced on Yi Min, saying things like, the villain is the one who accuses first. You bastard Yi Min, Tongtong has been so good to you, and you still stole her money. Yes, let go now and give the money back to Tongtong, or the three of us sisters will beat you up. Yi Min, who was gripping Tongtong's wrist tightly, became furious and started cursing. You liars and thieves, not only did you try to steal my money, but you also tried to slander me. I'll beat you to death. After saying that, he let go of Tongtong's hand and punched her in the eye socket. The latter was powerless to resist, fell to the ground after being punched, and cried out in alarm. Oh my God, it hurts so much my eye. The remaining two were surprised that Yi Min, a girl with a slender figure, would dare to make the first move, and they both pounced on Yi Min in unison. A chaotic fight instantly broke out in the dormitory. Yi Min is a girl with a natural fierceness. If someone punches her, She will endure the pain and fight back. Having fought with boys since childhood, she quickly took down the three men, led by Wang Tongtong, using moves like groin kicks and eye gouges. However, even when fighting three opponents, Yi Min inevitably got injured. She had scratches on her face and neck, and a tooth mark on her arm. Yi Min squatted down and struggled to pull her money out of Wang Tongtong's hand. Like a little wolf cub, she said fiercely to Wang Tongtong, "Wang Tongtong, if you ever dare to steal anything from me again, I'll beat you to death." Just as he was about to teach Wang Tongtong another lesson, there was a loud knocking on the dormitory door. The dormitory supervisor's voice rang out at the door. "What are you doing inside 3018? Open the door." Upon hearing this, Wang Tongtong and the other two immediately shouted loudly, "Someone's been assaulted. Yi Min has assaulted someone. She stole Tongtong's money, and when Tongtong found out, she even hit us." This country bumpkin transfer student. Upon hearing the screams from inside, the dormitory supervisor immediately pulled out her key, opened the door, and rushed inside. As soon as he entered, he saw Yi Min slapping Wang Tongtong hard across the face. "I'll teach you to lie. I'll teach you to lie. I'll teach you to steal my money. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death." Yi Min's harsh words and the sound of slaps were presented to the dormitory supervisor. Chapter 43. When it comes to being domineering, I, Yi, have never been afraid of anyone. When the dormitory supervisor saw Yi Min unilaterally beating Tongtong, a chill ran from her tailbone to her forehead. The dormitory supervisor grabbed Yi Min's small hand and quickly separated the two. "Warning, stop. School rules prohibit fighting." "What are you fighting about?" Wang Tongtong, sobbing, blurted out. "Yi Min, the new transfer student, stole my money, and when I found out, she beat us up. Jinjin and the others can all testify to this." Jinjin and the other woman hurriedly spoke up, giving false testimony and beginning to accuse Yi Min of her atrocities. Yi Min was no match for the other party's three mouths and was quickly defeated. There was nothing else they could do, so the dormitory supervisor also informed the principal about the matter. Soup is served by a minister. Yi Qing woke up on time and was about to go to work when she received a call from the principal. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qing drove quickly towards Detsai Girls' High School. Inside the school office, the balding principal looked at the three unfriendly parents in front of him, and then at Yi Min, who was standing alone to the side. In the end, he leaned towards Yi Min because Yi Qing had a very powerful background, and said, "I have already looked into this fight. That 50 yuan belongs to Yi Min. Her brother handed it to her in person yesterday, right in front of me. So, Wang Tongtong, you're lying. Yi Min stole your money. This was caused by your greed for money." Hearing what the principal said, Wang Tongtong looked at her father with fear in her heart. Wang Fugue already knew the whole story from his daughter, but he couldn't side with outsiders. He said firmly, "Principal, the money wasn't marked or had a name written on it. So how can you be so sure that the money belongs to Yi Min? I, Wang Fugue, dare not say much, but I'm worth over 100,000. Just from the demolition compensation in Pudong district, I got more than 10 houses as compensation. I have plenty of money. A while ago, my daughter took a liking to an LV bag, and I gave her 50 yuan. So I believe this money belongs to my daughter." Wang Fugue's words left the principal speechless. The remaining two parents also began to attack Yi Min. Chi-Chi's mother, with a sharp tongue, said that Yi Min was just a country bumpkin and must be dishonest. Jinjin's father, on the other hand, said that his daughter had been injured by Yi Min and that she must pay a large sum of money for emotional distress, and demanded that the school expel Yi Min, this dishonest classmate. Yi Min was speechless, unable to explain that she hadn't done it. Meanwhile, Yi Min's three roommates looked at her arrogantly, loudly calling her a thief and a liar. Looking at the chaotic situation, the principal felt that he was about to lose a few more hairs from his thinning head. What I fear most is encountering parents who are rich and powerful. They can turn white into black. Outside the principal's office, Yi Qing could hear the cursing coming from inside even before she entered. Enraged, he kicked the door open and saw his cousin standing alone to the side. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, who's the liar? Explain yourself." After saying that, he strode towards Yi Min, stood in front of her, and whispered, "It's all right. With your brother here, they won't dare to bully you." Feeling wronged, Yi Min's composure vanished the moment she saw her cousin. Her eyes reddened as she hugged Yi Qing and said, "Brother, they bullied me. Not only did they steal my money, but now they're framing me, saying that the 50 yuan was theirs. Hey, 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 who's wronging you? This money belongs to my daughter." Wang Fuguwei looked at Yi Min with a fierce expression, as if he had been greatly insulted. "Yes, your sister tried to steal money but failed, so she resorted to robbery and even injured my daughter. My daughter's face is very precious, so how do you think you should calculate the compensation? He must be fired and compensate us." Chi-Chi and Jinjin's parents also spoke to Yi Qing, their tone so certain that it was as if Yi Min had truly committed an unforgivable crime against their daughters. Yi Qing patted her cousin on the shoulder, reassuring her that she was there for her. "The principal has already told me what happened. You say it's your money, then we'll call the police, do a fingerprint comparison, and it'll be clear at a glance whose money it is. This money was for my cousin, so it definitely has my fingerprints on it. If it doesn't, I'll give you 100. After speaking to Wang Fuguwei, Yi Qing turned to the other two parents and continued speaking. "You want compensation, right? Name your price. I, Yi Qing, have tens of millions. I'll give you as much as you want." Yi Qing's irritating words instantly silenced Wang Fuguwei, who remained speechless on the spot. Chi-Chi's mother, however, wouldn't let go of the fact that her daughter had been injured. Hearing Yi Qing's nouveau riche words, she said with a look of disdain, like a toad yawning, "What a big mouth you have. I demand 10,000 yuan in compensation. Can you pay me that?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qing remained silent, took out her wallet, pulled out a neat stack of money, and slammed it onto the table. He said, "Here's 10,000 yuan. Count it. If it's not enough, I'll get more from the car." When Chi-Chi's mother saw Yi Qing pull out 10,000 yuan without saying a word, her made-up face immediately became uneasy. With a trembling voice, he said, "Enough, enough. I'm not going to pursue the matter of your sister injuring my daughter anymore." After saying that, he bent down and picked up the money that Yi Qing had thrown on the table. Yi Qing's extravagant behavior caught the eye of Wang Fuguwei and Jinjin's father. They thought they would only encounter such a foolish and rich person once in their lives, and they were determined to make a fortune this time. "Okay, I understand about my sister injuring your daughter. Now let's talk about your daughter injuring my sister." After Yi Qing finished speaking, he pointed to the teeth marks on Yi Min's wrist and the scratches on her neck. "Tell me, how do you plan to resolve this?" Chi-Chi's mother, who had just received 10,000 yuan, said nonchalantly, "I'll take your sister to the hospital to get checked out, and some medicated wine will do the trick. No, my sister has never been treated like this since she was a child. Everything she experienced today has left an indelible psychological scar on her. We must find the best psychologist to counsel her until she is fully recovered." When Chi-Chi's mother heard Yi Qing's request, she cursed Yi Qing inwardly as being brain dead. She had already received 10,000 yuan, and even if she took out 1,000 yuan, she could still make 9,000 yuan. Besides, hiring a psychologist would only cost a few dozen yuan at most. "Okay, we'll do it your way. Go ahead and say it. You can hire any psychologist you want. I'll pay for it," Kiki's mom said cheerfully, already planning how she would go shopping and spend her unexpected windfall. Chapter 44. I'll bury you in money. When Tongtong's father and Jinjin's father saw that Yi Qing was such an idiot, obediently handing over a huge sum of 10,000 yuan and making such a brainless request, they both rushed to demand compensation. With a smile on his face, Yi Qing said to the two people in front of him, "All right, you both want 10,000 yuan in compensation, right?" Yes, for just 10,000, I won't sue your sister for assaulting my Jinjin." That's right, 10,000 yuan isn't much in Wang Fuguwei's eyes. But you have to pay the price for your mistakes. Look how badly your sister beat my daughter. I don't want you to pay more compensation, just 15,000 yuan. After all, my Tongtong has never suffered such a great injustice since she was a child. The two spoke in turn. Good heavens, these three are all incredibly capable. No wonder they can raise such capable daughters. Before inflation, 10,000 yuan would have been 100 million yuan. And the other one is even more ruthless, asking for 15,000 yuan, which would have been 150 million yuan in the past. Yi Qing stopped Yi Min from speaking and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll go get it from the car now. We'll write an agreement later. Once you get the money, we'll pool our money to hire the best psychologist in the world to treat my cousin." What do you think? The three people on the other end were surprised that Yi Qing was so cooperative, even thinking of putting things in writing. They all nodded in agreement, afraid that Yi Qing might change his mind later. The balding principal seemed to have figured something out, but without offering any warning, he looked at the three people in front of him with a mocking expression. Yi Qing quickly went out to get the money and made a phone call to Lu Jinghua. After a brief conversation, Yi Qing hung up and went inside with the money bag. 5 minutes later, the person holding the money looked at Yi Qing with a beaming smile, much like someone meeting the god of wealth in a temple. You've taken the money and signed the agreement. Now it's time to talk about how my cousin was frightened, Yi Qing said to the three people who were happily counting their money. Wang Fugui said nonchalantly, "It's just seeing a psychologist. I'll go to the city hospital this afternoon to make an appointment, and I'll make sure your sister gets a good look after." Mr. Wang, I think you misspoke. I'm talking about the best psychiatrist in the world, not some quack doctor in some Shanghai hospital that you're talking about. I've already consulted with Dr. Max from Germany, and he can hypnotize a strong man from 3 meters away. My assistant has already booked him. He charges by the hour, $10 per hour. My sister has suffered severe psychological trauma. I plan to pay for her for a year first and see how the medical treatment goes. If it doesn't work, I'll pay for another year. You three, please prepare the expenses first. Yi Qing's words startled the three people who were happily counting their money, causing their hands to tremble. Kiki's mother quickly recalled the exchange rate between US dollars and Chinese yuan, and finally glared at Yi Qing with a cold sweat on her face, angrily cursing. You brat, you tricked me. So what if I scheme against you? Do you really think my money is so easy to take? It's all written down in black and white now. Even if you have to sell the house, you still have to fulfill your obligations. I, Yi Qing, am going to make you all bankrupt. Do you really think you can just let it go like this? By the way, I just notified the police. The people collecting evidence should be on their way. Wang Fugui, I'm not only going to bankrupt you, I'm also going to send your daughter to jail. Yi Qing's words were like knives, stabbing into the three family members. Wang Fugui, in particular, felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at Yi Qing's expressionless face and spoke with extreme malice. Boy, you've gone too far. I, Wang Fugui, am not finished with you. If you still want to make a living in Shanghai, take back what you said before, or I'll have someone kill you. Yi Qing didn't care about Wang Fugui's threat at all. He straightened his clothes, walked up to Wang Fugui, and threw a punch at him. With the added strength of 6 kidneys, Yi Qing's punches were extremely powerful. With one punch, Wang Fugui, a greasy middle-aged man covered in fat, was sent flying off the ground and then fell to the ground. Stunned by the beating, Wang Fugui was enraged when he saw that the other party had attacked him without warning. He endured the pain in his cheek and rushed towards Yi Qing. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "You bastard, I'll kill you." The sounds of fists and feet slapping rang out. Wang Fugui rushed out aggressively, only to return covered in wounds, his white clothes stained with footprints, and his fat face stained red with nosebleeds. Relying on his strong waist, Yi Qing completely overpowered Wang Fugui, squatted down in front of Wang Fugui, and said with a fierce expression, "You think you can fight me? You don't even know who Yi Qing is. I own Chongqing Technology. Believe me or not, I could beat you to death and no one would dare to stand up for you. Don't you like money? I'll bury you in money." After saying that, he got up and walked to the black money bag, unzipped it, and inside were neatly arranged 100 yuan bills, stacked up to 10,000 each, which looked like 4 or 500,000. Yi Qing picked up the money and threw it hard at Wang Fugui, who was lying on the ground, while cursing, "You like money, don't you? I'll bury you in money and kill you. Take it, take it." The bundle of 100 yuan bills, tied together like a diamond, hit Wang Fugui's cheek painfully, causing him to cry out in pain. Yi Qing's terrifying display of throwing money at people stunned everyone present. They also realized how terrifying this young man, Yi Qing, was. Carrying hundreds of thousands of yuan with him was just too frightening. He also remembered Yi Qing's identity, a newly minted multimillionaire whose identity had been constantly reported in the news. Thinking of this, Chi-Chi's mother and Jinjin's father almost collapsed to their knees, looking at Yi Qing with pale faces. "Mr. Yi, please have mercy. We didn't mean to offend you. It was Wang Tongtong who instructed my Chi-Chi to do this. My Chi-Chi is innocent." I don't want the money. Please let my Chi-Chi go. It's sobbing, Chi-Chi's mother said. Yes, yes, it was all Wang Chi-Chi's instruction. Please don't hold it against us, President Yi. The sharp sound also brought the four girls, who had never experienced such a scene before, back to reality. They all had the same thought in their minds. This way of throwing money at people is so cool and stylish. I wish I could find a boyfriend like that in the future. Wang Tongtong dreamt of it all, but then realized that the person being hit by the money was her daddy. She immediately pounced on him and clung to him, enjoying the fun of being hit by money. She loudly explained, "Big brother, stop hitting me. If you keep hitting me, my daddy will die." Chapter 45. The matter is settled. Yi Qing ignored Wang Tongtong, threw away the last few tens of thousands of yuan in his hand, and then looked at the principal, who had a blank expression. He smiled and said, "Principal, I'm sorry, I was rude just now." The balding principal said obsequiously, "President Yi, please don't be rude. Please don't be rude. These people are just too hateful. You had no choice but to do this, and I understand your feelings." The other two parents were also frightened by Yi Qing's violent methods. They looked at Yi Qing in horror and moved their legs back, fearing that the same methods used on Wang Fugue would be used on them. Yi Qing didn't care about the other party's methods at all. He picked up his phone, made a call, and then sat down in his office to wait. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the office door. Yi Qing glanced at the principal, who then ran to open the door eagerly. A large group of people walked in. The leader was Lu Jinghua, followed by two lawyers from Yi Qing's company, and then police officers from the Pudong branch. The large group of people who entered immediately saw Wang Fugue, who was surrounded by piles of money, and all of them stared in astonishment with their mouths agape. Lu Jinghua was the first to react, and asked in a low voice, "President Yi, what's this?" Seeing that everyone who was supposed to be there had arrived, Yi Qing pointed to Yi Min and the other girls and explained, "It's very simple. Last night, my sister was bullied by 3 girls from that group, and they were all injured. Then these 3 parents came to the school and asked me for compensation. The lowest they asked for was 10,000 yuan, and the highest was for the fat guy who was lying in the pile of money. This is the agreement I signed with the 3 parents. Attorney Wang, please take a look." After Yi Qing finished speaking, she handed the agreement in her hand to a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The latter took the agreement and read it carefully. The other 2 police officers stared in astonishment at Yi Qing and Wang Fugue, who was already lying on the ground. Damn, the former is really daring to give, and the latter is really daring to ask for it. Kids fight and get a minor scratch, and they actually demand hundreds of thousands in compensation. Their hearts are just too black. No wonder they can lie in piles of money now. "Hello, Mr. Yi. This is Ma Dong from the Pudong branch. You mentioned that this case involves a large sum of money. Are you referring to this gentleman lying in the pile of money who defrauded you?" A burly police officer cautiously asked Yi Qing. How could you not be careful? Wealth can move gods and ghosts alike. With Yi Qing's terrifying net worth, it would be foolish not to be cautious. Yi Qing began to explain the cause of the whole incident, the 50 yuan. A few minutes later, the 2 officers learned the whole story, then put on gloves, took the evidence of 50 yuan, put it into the evidence bag, and said with a reassuring expression, "Mr. Yi, stealing 50 yuan is a major case. Once the perpetrator is found, they will be sentenced to imprisonment for 10 to 18 years. We will take the evidence and collect fingerprints as soon as possible to solve this high-value theft case and bring justice to everyone." Ma Dong spoke with an air of righteousness, then looked around, putting immense psychological pressure on Wang Tongtong. Thinking about going back to jail in the future, Wang Tongtong could no longer hold back and started crying. "Officer, it was me. I did it. Please don't arrest me and put me in jail. I'm still young. I don't want to go to jail. I just feel resentful. Why does Yi Min have so much money while I don't? My dad gives me 10 yuan a month, which is not enough at all. After buying a bag I like, there's not much left. So when I saw Yi Min's money, I went and took it. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. I apologize, Yi Min. Please, please don't sue me. Please don't send me to jail." With Wang Tongtong taking the lead, the remaining 2, Jinjin and Chi-Chi, also began to explain. All 3 girls were fashion-conscious and vain. When they saw Yi Min carrying a large sum of 50 yuan, they immediately became greedy and tried to steal it. When they failed to steal it, they resorted to robbery. He was certain that Yi Min, this mountain girl, wouldn't dare to make a big fuss, but then she encountered Yi Qing, a ruthless character. When Chi-Chi and Jinjin's parents heard their daughter's words, they looked at Yi Qing with shame and decided to beat their children to vent their anger on Yi Qing and beg for forgiveness. Yi Qing quietly observed the scene in the office and said to Yi Min, "Little sister, look, this is the reality of life. Remember to be more careful when you're out in the future." Yi Min nodded understandingly. "Brother, I understand. I will definitely study hard and become stronger so that no one will dare to bully me." Yi Qing patted his younger sister's head, said a few words to Lu Jinghua, and then took his sister out. The two siblings walked around the school, and then Yi Qing escorted her to the classroom door. "Girl, that's how society is. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell me, and I'll stand up for you. Now you should focus on your studies, and I'll arrange a private room for you in the dormitory." "Okay, thank you, brother. I will definitely study hard." After Yi Min finished speaking, she walked into the classroom. Yi Qing walked towards the principal's office. As soon as she entered, she saw the three parents who had been swaggering earlier lying on the ground picking up money, then neatly stacking it together and putting it into the bag that Yi Qing had previously used to store money. Meanwhile, the three girls who were chasing fashion and were vain sat together crying and writing self-criticisms. Wang Fuguwei, whose belly looked like he was 6 months pregnant, looked up and saw Yi Qing entering the room. He hurriedly said, "President Yi, everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. My daughter was ignorant, and that's why this happened. Thank you for your leniency and for letting us off the hook." Wang Fuguwei no longer had the desire to fight Yi Qing. If the two fought, it would be like an egg hitting a rock. He was the egg, and Yi Qing was the rock, a black iron-level rock at that. He was sure that his egg would shatter immediately upon contact. Looking at Wang Fuguwei, whose face was bruised and swollen, with bloodstains hanging from his nose, Yi Qing felt as if she were seeing the Lu family father and son, Lu Kai and Lu Shichong. The two are so similar. Both are caused by excessive pampering of children. I hope this will teach you a lesson and make you understand that unconditional pampering will only harm your child. Take this lesson and remember it better next time. But you may be spared the death penalty, but you cannot escape punishment. Be careful in the future. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he picked up his money bag and walked outside with Lu Jinghua. Yi Qing left the rest to his company's lawyers. He had no intention of letting the matter rest. Not sending the other party to jail was already more than enough. As for compensation for Yi Min and emotional distress, that depends on the sincerity of Wang Fuguwei and the others. An attorney Wang isn't one to be trifled with. He'll make sure they bleed a fortune. Chapter 46, They're All Drama Queens. After dealing with his sister's matter, Yi Qing took Lu Jinghua and headed towards the company. Sitting in Yi Qing's car, Lu Jinghua touched the sports car seat and exclaimed, "I've ridden in many luxury cars, but this is the first time I've ridden in such an expensive sports car." Yi Qing joked, "Brother Lu, you should buy a sports car and drive it sometime. There are a lot of middle-aged men driving sports cars these days." "Haha, let's talk about it later." "Mr. Yi, there was a recent meeting about a land auction in Pudong District, covering an area of more than 30 acres, but there is a historical issue. With the development of Shanghai, the houses that used to be built on the outskirts of the city have gradually become urban villages. Now the municipal government intends to replan this land and solve this historical problem. A bidding conference will be held the day after tomorrow. Mr. Yi, do you think we should go take a look?" Lu Jinghua looked at Yi Qing with interest and said that with the company's rapid development, renting office space was not a long-term solution, and large companies all had their own office buildings. If Chongqing Technology wants to grow bigger and stronger, it needs its own office building. However, land in Pudong District is too expensive, and Chongqing Technology doesn't have the authority to make that decision, so it has to leave it to Yi Qing. "Then let's go take a look. If it's suitable, we'll acquire the land." Yi Qing said calmly that a piece of land is worth at most a few $100,000, including demolition compensation. With a net worth of tens of millions, he is not afraid at all. You don't necessarily have to focus on Pudong District. You can also check out the western suburbs and Putoa. We can take a longer-term view. The company isn't short of a few dollars. Yi Qing's domineering tone gave Lu Jinghua a lot of confidence, and the two walked towards the company in high spirits. Upon arriving at the company, Yi Qing held a brief meeting, mainly to introduce the new employees, such as the administrative supervisor, security supervisor, and human resources supervisor. Seeing his company thriving, Yi Qing felt a great sense of satisfaction, as if he were raising a child and watching his child grow up healthy and excellent. The feeling in his heart was indescribable. After the meeting, Yi Qing returned to his office and chatted with Enya for a while. The main point was that Enya was talking about how her classmate Zhao Jia had been enthusiastically inviting her to dinner, and that warm attitude made it impossible for Enya to refuse. Yi Qing knew that Lu Zhiping must have been behind Zhao Jia's plans, so she said understandingly, "It's okay. It's just a meal. I'm free tonight. Why don't you invite your classmates and we'll get together?" Hearing Yi Qing consider her feelings so much, Enya felt as sweet as honey. "Yi Qing, you don't have to wrong yourself for my sake. If you're busy, then forget it. Besides, Zhao Jia never comes to me unless she has a reason. I've never seen her invite me to dinner before, but now she calls me repeatedly, asking me to have dinner, go shopping, and get beauty treatments. I know what she's thinking. She just wants to get in touch with you through me." Seeing how clever his girlfriend was, Yi Qing praised her. "Guobin, my girlfriend is so smart. She even thought of this. However, I've known you for over a year, and I've noticed that you rarely see your friends. Now that Zhao Jia is so enthusiastic in contacting you, you should get in touch with her more often and strengthen your friendship. Besides, I don't have anything planned for tonight, so let's just get together." Enya was moved to agree when she heard Yi Qing say that. The two chatted for a while and then hung up. Yi Qing then received a call from Xiao Yuru. "This is like a timely rain. I just hung up and they called right after." "Hey, Yi Qing, what are you doing? I have some good news for you. Guess what it is?" Xiao Yuru, lying on her soft bed, began to speak to Yi Qing. She had given up her chastity, which she had cherished for decades, in order to keep Yi Qing, a multimillionaire, as her. It was a one-off deal, and she had to rely on Yi Qing to keep her firmly in his grasp. The daily greetings were indispensable, and now that Xiao Yuru had just recovered from her injuries, she started flirting with Yi Qing again, laying the groundwork for a future marriage after she became pregnant. Hearing Xiao Yuru's charming tone, Yi Qing asked with a headache, "Did you buy the latest style of clothes?" "No, guess again." "Let me think. Could it be something like cosmetics?" "No, guess again." A few minutes later, Yi Qing said speechlessly, "I can't guess. You'd better tell me." Xiao Yuru said cheerfully, "Silly, it's because my injury is healed. You wouldn't have guessed that. I've been recuperating at home these past few days, so I haven't had time to go shopping. Now that I'm healed, you have to take me shopping and make it up to me." Yi Qing said straightforwardly, "So that's the good news. I've been quite busy lately. How about I show you around properly in a couple of days?" "Humph, I think you just don't want to spend time with me. Do you, as the president of a company, really need to be this busy? Time can be made if you just squeeze it out. What a waste of my happy news." Xiao Yuro said to Yi Qing with a pout, her tone a mix of anger and coquettishness. "I really have things to do. The shares held by Goldman Sachs, SoftBank, and Sequoia will continue to be transferred. It's very complicated to transfer assets worth $800 million. We've been busy with that lately. Moreover, the graphene technology I'm working on has reached a critical stage, and I simply can't spare the time to spend with you." Yi Qing said honestly to Xiao Yuro. "It's all nonsense, just a delaying tactic." Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Xiao Yuru rolled around excitedly on the bed, her eyes practically shining. 8 million in assets being transferred, 20 million in cash, and even more advanced graphene technology in the future. If she didn't hold on to Yi Qing tightly, she would be betraying her chastity. "Yi Qing, why didn't you tell me you were so busy? I'm so worried about you right now. Here's what I'll do. I'll go buy a black-boned chicken and make you a pot of soup later. Besides, I'm your girlfriend, and it's my responsibility to take care of you. Don't worry, I'll make sure you have everything you need and won't feel stressed." Xiao Yuro sweetly told Yi Qing that she actually wanted to go to Yi Qing's company to declare her ownership and let those sluts know that Yi Qing is taken and shouldn't try to take advantage of him. When Yi Qing heard Xiao Yuru's words, his head almost exploded. He was so tired. He regretted going to the class reunion and drinking so much. What a mess. Chapter 47, Lu Xia striving for her dream. Yi Qing quickly thought through the matter, burning countless brain cells, and came up with an excellent answer, speaking in a magnetic voice. Ro, your injury has just healed, so don't even think about making soup for me. Besides, didn't we agree beforehand not to tell anyone about our relationship? I'm doing this for your own good. You should know that there are many people in the business world who covet my technology, and they might use some underhanded tricks to deal with you. You will encounter many dangers at that time. Kidnapping will be commonplace. So you have to understand my good intentions. Xiao Yuru fell silent upon hearing Yi Qing's words, her mind actually racing with thoughts about the credibility of what Yi Qing had said. Having returned from studying in Australia, Xiao Yuru is certainly not lacking in intelligence. She possesses both good looks and high IQ. Thinking that Yi Qing's words were probably a mixed bag, as Yinxia was the safest country, such kidnapping and threatening of others would never happen. It was more likely that Yi Qing didn't want to expose it so early. Men shouldn't be pushed too hard, otherwise it'll be like sand in your hand. The tighter you hold it, the easier it will slip through your fingers. Yes, thank you for reminding me, honey. I didn't think it through. Moi, Xiao Yuru said sweetly to Yi Qing. Hearing this, Yi Qing felt relieved and ended the conversation by saying she had to get back to work. Xiao Yuru, who had just finished the call, quickly searched for information about Yi Qing's company online and found the job posting, a special recruitment for a president's assistant. Seeing this, Xiao Yuru revealed a mysterious smile and began to operate. As Xiao Yuru thought of this, Lu Xia, who had disappeared for several days, appeared at the entrance of Chongqing Technology Company wearing a pure white dress. Lu Xia, dressed impeccably, perfectly embodies the unique charm of a woman from Jiangnan. Upon arriving at the Human Resources Department, Lu Xia greeted everyone with confidence and poise. Hello, sir/madam. I'm Lu Xia, here to apply for the position of President's Assistant. I graduated from Shanghai University. The hiring managers thought Lu Xia was quite good, considering her poised and elegant demeanor. However, one flaw was that her major was not a good fit. It was clearly inappropriate for someone with an engineering and trade background to apply for an assistant position. Especially Zheng Lu, who was sitting next to her, looked at Lu Xia's delicate and tender face, and immediately thought of what Yi Qing had said to her. Girls should be quiet and gentle to be likable. Clearly, Lu Xia, with her gentle and refined demeanor typical of women from Jiangnan, immediately displeased Zheng Lu, who was also a woman. Zheng Lu was obviously not about to invite a wolf into the house. He interrupted Lu Xia's self-introduction directly. Ms. Lu Xia, I'm glad you could come to this job interview, but I regret to inform you that as a graduate of the Department of Industrial and Trade, you are clearly not qualified to be the president's assistant. Having made thorough preparations, Lu Xia had long anticipated this incident. She smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, I used to work as a receptionist at Lanting Law Firm, and I'm confident I can do a good job as an assistant. Besides, Yi Qing and I used to be classmates, and I know his personality and character very well. It's better to have someone I know as Mr. Ye's assistant than some strangers. All right, I've said all. After Lu Xia finished speaking, she lowered her head, appearing very quiet, and waited for the answers from the people in front of her. The HR staff whispered a few words to each other, then nodded to Zheng Lu, who looked displeased, before finally speaking. Congratulations, Ms. Lu Xia. You've been accepted. Our Chongqing Technology Company is a groundbreaking company. We hope you'll take good care of General Manager Yi in the future. Let's work together to create a brilliant future. Upon hearing this reply, Lu Xia's heart raced with excitement. To get closer to Yi Qing, Lu Xia had fought a desperate battle, quitting the job her second uncle had introduced her to, working tirelessly to finally reach him. She wanted to prevent her dream from being shattered. Her next meeting with Xiao Yuru would be the official start of their struggle. Thank you, leaders. I will definitely work hard and do my job well. Lu Xia spoke very sensibly to the people in front of her, and then asked, when can I start work? Anytime you have time. Upon hearing this answer, Lu Xia expressed that she could throw herself into Yi Qing's arms today. No, she should throw herself into her passionate work. Lu Xia thus infiltrated Yi Qing's company without Yi Qing's knowledge. He is currently looking at the documents and studying the construction of the suburban factory. The sound of knocking on the door interrupted Yi Qing's thoughts. Enter. Ever since Zheng Lu saw him grinning like an idiot, Yi Qing has made it a serious rule that he must knock before entering a room. After Lu Jinghua opened the door, he said to Yi Qing, President Yi, this is the new president's assistant, Lucia. From now on, you can delegate your work to her, so you won't be too tired. Yi Qing stared in disbelief at Lucia, who was standing behind Lu Jinghua. Her mind was filled with countless questions. Wasn't she supposed to be working at Lanting Law Firm? How did she end up at my company? Looking at Lucia, who was wearing a black pencil skirt and a white uniform, Yi Qing asked curiously, "Old classmate, it's you. What brings you here?" Lucia said calmly, "The firm's salary is too low. I was just about to change my salary when I saw your company's recruitment notice, so I applied. I didn't expect to get the job. I have to say, Yi Qing, your company's benefits are really good." Looking at your surprised look, do you not welcome me? That's not true. Besides, I knew nothing about hiring an assistant. It must have been arranged by Brother Lu and his group behind the scenes. By the way, Brother Lu, you can go ahead and take care of your business. After confirming that Lucia was Yi Qing's classmate, Lu Jinghua gave Lucia some advice on working hard before leaving. Only Lucia and Yi Qing remained in the office. The former clenched her hands tightly, reminding herself that yesterday's experience was a lesson for today. This was an opportunity she had worked so hard to obtain, and whether she would become a sparrow or a phoenix depended on today. Lucia was about to do something big, drug Yi Qing. "Mr. Yi, are you thirsty? I'll get you a glass of juice. I remember you used to really like drinking juice." Lucia quickly got into a work mode and spoke to Yi Qing with concern. After Yi Qing nodded, Lucia walked towards the wine cabinet next door, picked up a bottle of juice, and poured it into a glass. Then, with sweaty palms, she pulled a packet of suspicious drugs out of her bra. Chapter 48: High Risk, High Return. Lucia's palms were sweating with nervousness as she muttered to herself, "This is something I bought at a high price, so it can't fail me at this crucial moment." Having learned from Xiao Yuru's experience, Lucia experimented on her own pet dog after receiving the product. The results were very satisfactory. The pet dog is still lying in the veterinary hospital. Now, she is nervous because the moment is approaching, and she is conflicted and afraid that she will not be able to fulfill her dream. As Lucia finished speaking and was about to pour out half of it, she suddenly heard Yi Qing shout, "Why isn't he here yet?" Startled, my hand trembled, and the whole bag spilled in. Lucia was stunned. "Oh no, we poured too much." "Never mind. Humans and animals are different. Yi Qing is young and strong. He should be fine." It must be said that Lucia is a person who is capable of great things. After calming herself down, she carried the juice toward Yi Qing. He said apologetically, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm a little nervous because it's my first time at work. These are all minor matters. Actually, you don't have much to do. It's just helping to deliver some documents or handling some small tasks on your schedule. Now you should go and rest," Yi Qing said nonchalantly. After saying that, he took a big gulp of juice and went back to doing his own thing. Lucia walked to the side and waited for time to tell. A dozen minutes later, Yi Qing felt her throat was dry, so she finished the rest of the juice, but it didn't quench her thirst at all. She said in confusion, "Am I catching a cold? My throat is so dry. Could you please get me another glass of water, old classmate?" Sitting not far away, Lucia knew that the drug was starting to take effect, but she was puzzled as to why it was taking so long this time. A full 8 minutes longer than her pet dog's. However, considering Yi Qing's physique and her own pet dog's size, she thought it made perfect sense. She obediently got up and poured herself a glass of water. "Mr. Yi, please have some water." When Lucia bent down to hand over the water, her white shirt perfectly accentuated her figure, and a glimpse of her fair skin was inadvertently revealed. Yi Qing was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes hard and then saw his girlfriend, Enya, standing prettily in front of him. He swallowed hard and asked, "Enya, what are you doing here?" "Enya, is this Yi Qing's girlfriend?" "Xiao Yuru, you went to great lengths to snatch Yi Qing away from me, but in the end, you still didn't win Yi Qing's heart." Thinking of this, Lucia bent down and stroked Yi Qing's face, saying softly, "Yi Qing, it's me. Are you tired? If you are, lie in my arms and rest for a while." Yi Qing, who had been infected, had another dream, a dream that was extremely realistic. "I dreamt that Enya came to my company and did some things that only men and women would do in the office. A single cold spear illuminates the entire land, and all enemies bowed down in submission." More than an hour later, Yi Qing, who had been practicing his martial arts, collapsed from exhaustion. He fell into a deep sleep on the sofa in the office lounge, while Lu Xia, who was practicing kung fu with Yi Qing, struggled to get up, took out her phone with difficulty, and took a sweet and happy photo of the two of them. Then she fell asleep contentedly. In her dream, Lu Xia had a slight smile on her lips, looking like the happiest woman in the world. After an unknown amount of time, a knocking sound came from the door, waking Yi Qing. With 6 kidneys by his side, Yi Qing's recovery ability is extraordinary. Before, when he was practicing his skills, his hands and feet were weak and his whole body was powerless. Now, after sleeping for a while, he immediately recovered with vigor and energy. When Yi Qing woke up, he was stunned to see Lu Xia beside him, who looked like she had been brutally humiliated. Holy crap, what happened? Yi Qing's mind was a jumble of thoughts, and with the persistent knocking at the door, Yi Qing ignored Lu Xia, quickly tidied herself up, and jogged to the office area. She sat down and pretended to be working hard, then spoke to the person outside. Enter. Zheng Lu peeked in and asked curiously, President Yi, what are you busy with? It took you so long to open the door. I've been looking at the documents for a while. Zheng Lu, what did you want to see me about? Yi Qing tried her best to maintain her composure and spoke to Zheng Lu. This is the business plan from the corporate department. They asked me to bring it over for you to take a look. By the way, Goldman Sachs is contacting us. The remaining fashion model agency has now been handed over to us. Zheng Lu began talking about the shares the company had recently acquired and the company's main development direction. She chatted quietly for more than half an hour before leaving the office. Before leaving, with Yi Qing looking pained, he sniffed and asked suspiciously, Mr. Yi, do you smell a strange odor, like the fishy smell of seafood? Yi Qing said with a righteous expression, I can't smell it. Okay, you go ahead and do your thing. Zheng Lu had no choice but to leave dejectedly. After seeing Zheng Lu off, Yi Qing got up and quickly walked towards the door, gently locking it from the inside, and then headed towards the lounge. His mind was racing, wondering what had happened. He was just working properly. So how did he end up sleeping with Lu Xia? What had happened in between? Upon arriving at the lounge, Yi Qing looked at Lu Xia, who was half concealing her face, and called out guiltily, Lu Xia, wake up. Having not practiced martial arts for over 2 years, Lu Xia's skill level was certainly not as profound as Yi Qing's. When the two competed, Lu Xia was like an extra meeting Hong Qigong and was immediately defeated by the 6 kidneys. At this moment, she was sleeping and healing her injuries. Upon hearing Yi Qing's voice, Lu Xia, like Sleeping Beauty, slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Yi Qing's nervous expression, she immediately put on her dramatic act and began to perform. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke, looking like she was about to cry. Yi Qing, I never imagined you were this kind of person. After I poured you a glass of water, you looked at me with green eyes and kept calling out Inya's name. I asked you out of curiosity who Inya was and if she was your girlfriend, but you ignored me and started kissing me instead. I struggled, but you became more and more agitated, as if you were a completely different person. In the end, I gave in. After saying that, she pointed to her torn clothes, stared intently at Yi Qing, and said again, Yi Qing, you must give me an explanation, or I will sue you for rape. I, Lu Xia, am not like other women. It must be said that Lu Xia's acting skills are excellent. Her eyes are like knives, staring at Yi Qing as if she wanted to bite him, which filled Yi Qing with fear and worry. They were afraid that Lu Xia would actually call the police, since the other party was a girl, which naturally gave her a certain advantage, and Lu Xia would be the one who suffered the loss. Chapter 49. 2 tigers cannot share one mountain unless one is male and the other female. Yi Qing, who was tricked, was unaware that she was the biggest victim and that the perpetrator was actually the delicate Lu Xia in front of her. He quickly organized his thoughts, and speaking to Lu Xia with an expression of shame before his family and friends. Lu Xia, I don't know what happened either. I can't remember what happened before. I only know that I saw my girlfriend Inya come to find me, and then it just naturally happened. I'm sorry, I really didn't know it was you. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Lu Xia, with tears in her eyes, felt relieved. That's right. I took off Yi Qing's clothes, tore her skirt myself, and made the scratches on her body with Yi Qing's fingers. You, Xiao Yuro, are trying to be gentle, but I, Lu Xia, will be tough. Anyway, Yi Qing has never experienced these things before and knows nothing about them, so I can use that as a starting point. Lu Xia said with a sad smile. Yi Qing, you make it sound so easy. Give me a satisfactory answer. Is it to compensate me? Lu Xia, may be poor, but I don't care about your 2 coins. Besides, if I were a real materialistic woman with my looks, I would have found a rich man long ago. Lu Xia's words were firm and resolute, not at all like something a scheming woman would say. Lu Xia isn't greedy for small amounts of money, but she is greedy for big money. She wants more. Those families with assets of tens or hundreds of thousands are mostly older and married with children. If she really wants to find a rich man, she can at most become his mistress. Being a legal wife is impossible, and even if those worth hundreds of thousands die unexpectedly in bed, their assets will only be inherited by their children. It's a complete waste of time and effort, and not worth the risk. Moreover, right in front of them is Yi Qing, this golden dragon gleaming with golden light. He's young and rich, so only a fool would go looking for those fat, nouveau riche. Lu Xia's perfect performance left Yi Qing completely bewildered. Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? After a long pause, Yi Qing spoke expectantly. Lu Xia, you decide what to do about this, right? Then marry me. Lu Xia, channeling her inner movie star, spoke to Yi Qing, cutting off all other women's escape routes with her very first words, leaving him to enjoy the spoils all by himself. Yi Qing said it reflexively. Impossible. I already have a girlfriend named Enya. You should know her. How about you change your terms? Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Lu Xia's expression remained unchanged. She looked at Yi Qing as if she wanted to devour him, but in her mind, she was quickly thinking of other solutions. In fact, a few days ago, Lu Xia had already come up with many plans to keep Yi Qing under control. Before you could even blink, Lu Xia spoke. We don't have to get married, so let's be each other's fiancés or girlfriends. Besides, it's not unacceptable for a fiancé to do such intimate things to his fiancée or girlfriend. Otherwise, I can't stand this kind of intimate contact that has nothing to do with me. It makes me feel like I'm having a one-night stand all the time. Lu Xia and Xiao Yuro wisely compromised and did not pressure Yi Qing. They both planned to start by winning over Yi Qing as his girlfriend and then firmly tie him down. Yi Qing was speechless when he heard Lu Xia's words. Damn it, another girlfriend? Doesn't that mean he has 3 girlfriends now? Oh, and there's also Jiang Wenwen, her lover. Damn it, what's going on? I was such a good man. How did I end up like this? Yi Qing, who wished she could slap herself twice, chose to give in. It's not that Yi Qing isn't honest enough, it's that he's too honest. When he encounters these high-level women, he's completely defenseless and gets totally controlled. Okay, I agree to this, but there are some things I don't want to hide from you. Actually, before you, I already had 2 girlfriends. One of them was our classmate, Xiao Yuru. Knowing the whole truth, Lu Xia immediately showed great surprise, making no mention of Yi Qing having 2 donkey-skin shadow puppets, and said with her mouth slightly open, Oh my god, isn't Xiao Yuru the ice queen of our class? When did you 2 get together? Just after the last class reunion. Yi Qing briefly recounted the story between herself and Xiao Yuru. 2 flowers bloom, each telling its own story. Xiao Yuro, whom Yi Qing mentioned, is now wearing light makeup, giving off a gentle and tender vibe. She took all her graduation certificates and awards and drove from Biyun towards the central building. Upon arriving at Long-Term Technology Company, Xiao Yuru immediately received a shocking piece of news from the Human Resources Department. The position of President's assistant has been applied for, and the applicant is a very beautiful girl named Lu Xia. Xiao Yuru was devastated after hearing the news. Unexpectedly, Lu Xia, whom he had pressed down with one hand, actually stood up again. What is she? Is she an unkillable cockroach? While I was recovering from my injury, the other party got the job done. With a gloomy face, Xiao Yuru walked to the underground parking lot. After thinking for a while, she took out her phone to contact the other party. After washing up and changing her clothes, Lu Xia looked at the incoming call on her phone and smiled slightly. Xiao Yuru, I'll repay you for the humiliation you caused me before. Our battle has only just begun. After hanging up the phone, he took out his phone and sent all the photos he had taken to Xiao Yuru. In the underground parking lot, Xiao Yuru looked at the flashing photos that appeared on her phone. Pressing my finger against the photo, The explicit images of Lu Xia and Yi Qing in the picture appeared clearly before my eyes. After looking at the first photo, Xiao Yuru angrily threw her phone on the ground and cursed viciously. Damn bitch, it's not too late for us. I'll make sure you never get the chance to recover. We'll see. After saying that, he drove home without going upstairs to ask Yi Qing what she thought. A smart woman won't confront a man directly. Once that line is crossed, there's no turning back. She plans to deal with Lu Xia privately. Yi Qing was completely unaware of the feud between the two women and was currently driving towards Tangren. Since taking over Tangren Media, Yi Qing plans to spend 2 hours at Tangren and Universal's offices every 3 days. Upon arriving at the chairman's office of Tangren Media, Yi Qing's assistant quickly brought him some recent documents and film and television investment reports. Yi Qing quickly flipped through the pages and soon saw the name of the protagonist Jiang Wenwen in a TV series. A surge of rage rose within him. Curious, he asked his assistant, the lead actress in this drama is Jiang Wenwen. Call her up here, I want to ask her. Chapter 50 How Brutal. Jiang Wenwen was talking quietly with her agent. Wenwen, you must work hard on the TV series Nostalgia and try to impress President Yi. You know, Tian Tian is eyeing the lead role, so we must be fully prepared this time. And you absolutely, positively must not sever your connection with President Yi. As they were talking, the agent received a phone call. After hanging up, Jiang Wenwen happily said, Wenwen, Mr. Yi wants to see you at the office. Go quickly. Don't keep him waiting. Upon hearing her agent's words, Jiang Wenwen touched up her makeup in less than a minute and then quickly headed towards Yi Qing's office. Upon arriving at the office, Jiang Wenwen respectfully knocked on the door. After receiving Yi Qing's permission, she opened the door and went inside. Hello, Mr. Yi. Jiang Wenwen called out to Yi Qing very respectfully. Looking at the other person's tight face, Yi Qing felt a surge of anger within him that he wanted to vent. This sudden surge of anger was a side effect of Lu Xia's overdose of medication. Come, sit next to me. Yi Qing pointed to the sofa and said. The latter sat obediently beside Yi Qing, awaiting further instructions. Give me a massage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwen wrapped her arms around Yi Qing's head and gently massaged it. The other person's soft finger techniques, combined with the faint floral scent on their body, fueled Yi Qing's lustful desire, and he got up and pinned the other person down. An hour later, Yi Qing stood up, feeling refreshed. He checked the time and said to Jiang Wenwen, who was lying on the bed, You should focus on filming the movie the company recently invested in, so that you can pave the way for your future entry into the big screen. I'll spend the next couple of days reading the script. I have some things to do tonight, so I'll be leaving now. Yi Qing said a few words of concern, then left Tangren and went to Bulgari for their appointment. Yi Qing met Zhao Jia and Lu Zhiping at Bulgari, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Looking at Yi Qing's youthful face, Lu Zhiping recalled the terrifying net worth reported in the news and felt like he was dreaming. It's unbelievable that I can have dinner with Yi Qing, this newly minted multimillionaire. The two sides had a friendly dinner, mainly Zhao Jia and her husband, who kept praising Yi Qing and Inya. Lu Zhiping also subtly brought up the topic of Yi Qing's future employment at her company. They said it very nicely, that the position didn't matter, that they just wanted to go to Yi Qing's company to learn, that there was no such thing as a supervisor or department head, that it was mainly for learning. Out of consideration for Inya, Yi Qing neither refused nor agreed, saying that he could come over after his factory started construction in a while. Lu Zhiping expressed his understanding and then humbly asked for advice on other issues. After a hearty meal, Lu Zhiping thanked Yi Qing in a friendly manner and then left with Zhao Jia. Looking at Inya's beautiful and intelligent face, Yi Qing wanted to confide in her, but he was afraid that if he spoke, Inya would leave him without hesitation, so he could only ask her a question under the pretext of asking a question. Inya, this afternoon I was scrolling through short videos and I saw a video of a man cheating on his wife. That guy was having an affair behind his girlfriend's back. He'd had 3 girlfriends already. It's unbelievable. What's worse, he's plain looking and dirt poor. Yi Qing said it as a joke. I saw the short video you mentioned, and it's absolutely mind-blowing. If I were the girl in the video, I wouldn't cry and make a scene. I would make him regret it for the rest of his life. Inya said bitterly. Regret for the rest of your life? Yi Qing asked curiously. Yes, I will pretend I don't know anything about this, and live with him as before. When he lowers his guard, I will cut off his manhood with scissors so that he can never have sex again. That way he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Hearing Inya's vicious words and her scissor-like gesture, Yi Qing felt a chill run down his spine and said in fear, "This is too brutal." Inya stared intently at Yi Qing, carefully observing him, before speaking in a warning tone. "Yi Qing, if you ever do anything to betray me in the future, I will become even more ruthless. I don't know how to use scissors. I'll use a hammer to smash it into a pile of mincemeat." A chill ran down Yi Qing's spine, and he shook his head like a pendulum, speaking with a firm tone. "Inya, don't worry. I swear, I will never flirt with other girls. I will only be good to you." Yi Qing is going further and further down the path of being a scumbag. He doesn't seduce other women, but he can't resist the temptation of other women to seduce him. Inya didn't understand Yi Qing's implied meaning and gave him a warning. "Yi Qing, I believe you, but with your current terrifying net worth, you need to be careful that girls don't get close to you. Besides, you came to dinner with me all by yourself, which is not safe at all. Remember to bring 2 security guards with you when you go out from now on. That way I'll feel more at ease." After saying that, she blushed slightly and said shyly again, "Also, I know you are a healthy man, and I can give myself to you in the future, but the condition is that we must get engaged, so please hold on a little longer." Yi Qing expressed her understanding. Inya was originally a conservative girl with very strong values. Besides, once a wolfhound has been exposed to meat, it can't possibly eat vegetarian food anymore. "Don't worry, I will definitely be able to endure it. Let's go shopping and buy some things for Uncle and Auntie." Yi Qing changed the subject and took Inya shopping until 10 p.m. before putting Inya in the car and watching her drive away before going home. The following day, Yi Qing went to the company and found Lu Jinghua. "Brother Lu, which is the most famous security company in China. I'd like to hire them for something." "Mr. Yi, the most famous organization in China is Black Shield. Most of them are retired military personnel. If you need them, I can contact them." Lu Jinghua asked curiously, wondering why President Yi wanted to hire a security company now, since the company had already established a security department. Yi Qing patiently explained, "I want to hire a few female bodyguards to protect my girlfriend's safety." Upon hearing that Yi Qing had a girlfriend, Lu Jinghua immediately thought of his niece, Zheng Lu. As someone who's been through it all, Lu Jinghua knew perfectly well what his niece was thinking. She was simply having a crush on Yi Qing, this young and handsome man, young and wealthy, and rumored to be the youngest eligible bachelor, the dream lover of countless girls. It would be strange if Zheng Lu wasn't tempted. Now that I know Mr. Yi has a girlfriend, I have to remind my niece not to get too involved, or she'll be heartbroken and upset later.